on November 1st, 2024, in a modest conference room at Longke University of Science and Technology, a young and handsome student in his early 20s sat at the forefront of the long table. Representatives from various enterprises occupied the sides of the table. Student Sue E. I am a representative of Southwest Group. I am here today primarily to extend an invitation for you to join our esteemed organization. We are greatly impressed by your talents, and should you accept, we are prepared to offer you an annual salary of $1 million. Student Sue, while Southwest Group is offering you $1 million, we at Jelly Group propose a salary of $1.5 million. Our air conditioning technology is at the forefront of the world, and we hope you'll consider our offer. Mr. Sue, we at Future Automotive are willing to offer you $2 million. We sincerely hope you will contemplate joining us. Mr. Sue, we at Dapeng Automotive invite you to be part of our team, offering a substantial salary of $3 million. We are a robust new force in the automotive industry and eagerly anticipate your joining. Mr. Sue, I represent Xiaomai Automotive, and we are prepared to offer you $5 million. Our recently launched vehicle, Sue Chi, has taken the internet by storm. If you join forces with us, I believe we can ascend to even greater heights. Teacher Sue E. I am a representative of Huawei Group. The intelligent driving system you previously sold to us has received widespread acclaim in the market. We are currently collaborating with numerous automotive enterprises. BIA is already in discussions with us for cooperation, and next year your intelligent driving system will feature in their latest flagship model. I am here today primarily to invite you to join Huawei Group. Mr.YU has indicated we are willing to offer you $5 million, alongside the establishment of a dedicated research and development team and a shareholding reward. We hope you will give our proposal serious consideration. In the adjacent room, Vice President Lee E. of Longke University listened to the offers being presented, feeling a subtle surprise. He had not anticipated that all these representatives had come solely for Sue E., and the generous compensation they were proposing was unprecedented. However, his astonishment was tempered by the recognition that for a talent like Sue E., such interest from enterprises was entirely reasonable. After all, when compared to the so-called geniuses, Sue E. stood in a league of his own. Longke University is the premier institution in Longwa, where standards are exceedingly rigorous across all disciplines. Even among the top-performing students nationwide, many struggle to fulfill the credit requirements for a single major, illustrating the formidable challenge of mastering a field. Yet, Sue E. managed to pursue multiple majors simultaneously during his university years, achieving near-perfect scores in all. Most notably, he utilized his spare time to develop an advanced intelligent driving system, which he sold to Huawei Group for $50 million. This system garnered exceptional reviews in the market, prompting various enterprises to recognize Sue Yi's immense value. Upon learning that Sue E. was about to graduate and had no intention of pursuing a master's degree, they all converged upon the university, eager to recruit him. Due to the collaboration projects between Longke University and various enterprises, a specialized recruitment fair was organized in this conference room for Sue E. Upon hearing the enticing offers from numerous companies, even Lee E. couldn't help but exclaim in admiration, Sue E. must surely be the most exceptional graduate of this year. As a dozen companies presented their proposals, all eyes turned to Sue E., eager to discover which enterprise he would choose. After all, a talent of Sue Yi's caliber is coveted by all. However, just as anticipation filled the room, Sue E. stood up at the front. With a hint of regret, he addressed the audience. I sincerely appreciate your warm invitations and the generous conditions you have presented. Yet, I fear I may disappoint you all. I have been approved to serve as a village official, and in a few days, I shall return to my hometown to assume my duties. I apologized to forsake a lucrative salary in the millions and a promising future for the sake of his hometown. The more one studies and broadens their horizons, the more they may view their hometown as a cage, yearning to break free and seek opportunities elsewhere. One must concede that the thoughts and actions of a genius indeed stand apart. Nevertheless, some companies remained undeterred, attempting to persuade Sue E. Yet, no matter the argument, his resolve remained unyielding. Ultimately, these enterprises left their business cards behind, hoping Sue E. might reconsider and reach out in the future. After a while, only Sue E. and Vice President Lee E. remained in the conference room. Lee E. gazed at Sue E. with a hint of regret. Sue E., do you truly not regret turning down such a generous offer? If I recall correctly, Your village is known as one of the poorest in the nation, lacking in natural resources and struggling to develop. Have you truly thought this through? At these words, Su Yi's thoughts drifted to the sky outside the window. Principal, allow me to share a story with you. Once there was a child born in a village where even water had to be carried several kilometers on a yoke. One day, a kind-hearted person donated a collection of books to the village primary school. For the first time, he encountered the outside world and the wonders of technology through those pages. Eventually, he graduated with outstanding marks from middle school, attended the finest high school, and subsequently gained admission to the best university. Yet, due to the scarcity of natural resources and his grandfather's frequent hospitalizations, which incurred substantial expenses, his family remained impoverished. Li, listening intently, narrowed his eyes and nodded in understanding that I comprehend your perspective. I respect your decision, Su Yi. Should you require anything in the future, do not hesitate to contact me. I will certainly assist you if possible. Grateful, Su Yi nodded in acknowledgement. Thank you, Principal. Upon returning to his dormitory, a line of virtual information appeared before him. Suitable host detected. Please read the binding terms and confirm whether to bind this system. Surprised, yet unperturbed, Su Yi began to carefully review the terms. This system is a development system for the homeland, and any funds earned through it may only be utilized for the advancement and construction of the hometown. DOU. The host agree? If you do not, this system shall terminate the binding with a countdown of 30 seconds. Upon reading the binding terms, Su Yi exhibited no hesitation and promptly chose to agree. With the host's consent, the system began the binding process. Should the host violate these terms post-binding, they will face the penalty of death. Binding complete. The novice gift package has been issued. Please claim it in a timely manner. After the system binding, Su Yi acquired a considerable understanding of the system. This system is named the Hometown Development System, which encompasses a plethora of advanced technologies that require achievement points for redemption. Achievement points can only be obtained through the development of the hometown. The sole limitation of this system is that any funds earned through it must be employed solely for the construction of the hometown. Perhaps the inception of this system is indeed predicated on this very principle. Subsequently, he glanced through the system's mall, which housed an array of technologies spanning various fields. There were armors reminiscent of Iron Man, clean energy technologies such as controllable nuclear fusion, and even sci-fi medical pods capable of automatically repairing cells. He even beheld advanced technologies like space carriers and starfighter vessels. Gazing at these innovations, Su Yi felt a sense of satisfaction, envisioning a future where starfighter vessels would fill the skies above his village. However, to redeem such marvels, a substantial number of achievement points are required, which he currently lacks. He turned his attention to the novice gift package recently bestowed upon him, curious as to what technology it might contain. Without a moment's hesitation, he opened the gift package. As Su Yi unveiled the contents, he discovered the technology within. Congratulations, host. You have acquired C4900 concrete technology. C4900 concrete technology is an extraterrestrial concrete technology, far superior in strength to the concrete currently available on Blue Star, boasting multiple remarkable properties. That it possesses an extraordinary compressive strength of 4,900 MPa, capable of withstanding approximately 50,000 kgfcm of pressure. Its tensile strength reaches 300 MPa, achieved by incorporating special fibers into the concrete to enhance its ductility and tensile performance. Moreover, C4900 concrete exhibits exceptional durability, resisting long-term chemical erosion from environmental factors such as acid rain and salinity. It also has formidable impact resistance, capable of absorbing at least 20,000 kJm of impact energy without exhibiting cracks or fractures, comparable to enduring a significant explosive shockwave. In terms of fire resistance, C4900 concrete maintains structural integrity for at least 4 hours at temperatures reaching 1500 C without losing its principal mechanical properties. It also demonstrates frost resistance, enduring a minimum of 300 freeze-thaw cycles without compromising its performance and structural integrity. Finally, its impermeability is remarkable, resisting water pressures of up to 120 MPa without any signs of seepage. Environmental adaptability, capable of maintaining performance. Stability across an extreme temperature spectrum from 100°C to 200°C renders it suitable for environments ranging from polar regions to deserts. Lightweight composition, despite its remarkable strength. C4900 concrete boasts a density merely 1.5 times that of conventional concrete, a feat attributed to the utilization of lightweight aggregates. Rapid curing is another notable feature, as C4900 concrete can achieve over 90% of its ultimate strength within just 1 hour, significantly reducing construction time. A remarkable combination of high strength and exceptional toughness characterizes C4900 concrete, allowing it to sustain considerable compressive strength while also exhibiting high resilience, capable of absorbing substantial energy upon impact and thereby mitigating structural damage. Concrete with a thickness of 5 centimeters can withstand a certain equivalent of missile strikes without undergoing deformation. Upon witnessing the rewards bestowed by the system, He was momentarily taken aback. It was indeed commendable for the system aimed at developing his hometown to unveil a concrete technology. First, concrete is undeniably an essential component of construction. However, the technology seemed extraordinarily formidable, with the capacity to endure approximately 50,000 kgf of pressure per square centimeter. A distinguished student from Longke University, He was well aware of the implications of kgf. Kgf, known in Chinese as Li, is a unit of force on blue star. 1 kilogram force refers to the gravitational force exerted on an object with a mass of 1 kilogram. According to the gravitational formula GmG, the weight of a 1 kilogram object is approximately 9.8 newtons. Thus, 1 kilogram force kgf is roughly equivalent to 9.8 newtons. This implies that a square centimeter can withstand a force of 490,000 newtons. The most advanced concrete internationally can achieve compressive strengths of up to 810 MPa, although this is typically accomplished under specific testing conditions or through specialized processes. In contrast, the concrete technology at Suyi's disposal boasts a compressive strength of 4,900 MPa, with the potential for mass production and application. This is undeniably a revolutionary technology that could transform the world, with strength sufficient to elevate the tallest buildings on Earth at least tenfold. Moreover, its impact resistance reaches 20,000 kgm, ensuring it finds significant applications in military contexts. Taking a typical missile as an example, the Tomahawk cruise missile, with a warhead containing approximately 450 kilograms of explosive material, yields a TNT equivalent of about 1.3 to 1.4 times its explosive charge, with TNT's detonation energy approximately 4.18 mj/kg. A single Tomahawk missile's warhead explosion releases around 4,504.18 1.3 mj, totaling approximately 2,438 mj, 2,438,000 kj. Assuming the explosive energy disperses uniformly across a planar surface, if the explosion's impact radius measures 10 meters, covering an area of roughly 314 square meters, the energy per unit area would be approximately 7,764 kjm. Theoretically, this concrete could withstand the detonation of an Eagle Nation's Tomahawk missile if employed for runways and various fortifications. It would be utterly invincible. Thus, the C4900 concrete technology is undoubtedly a remarkable asset. Fortunately, during his university years, he had a solid foundation, allowing him to replicate the technology with relative ease. However, this endeavor necessitated a specialized laboratory. Without such a facility, even possessing the requisite skills would render it exceedingly challenging to reproduce the concrete technology. After contemplating these matters, He promptly compiled a list and sought out Vice Principal Li, who was knowledgeable about the procurement of experimental apparatus. Upon learning of Suyi's intention to establish a laboratory, Li expressed his delight, offering to assist in acquiring the equipment at prices below market value. Nonetheless, this still required an expenditure of 30 million yuan, as conducting experiments necessitates a significant financial investment. His journey commenced with an airplane, followed by a high-speed train, then a green train, and finally a dilapidated yellow bus. As a young man, he was fortunate to secure a seat next to the driver, a position to which he was well accustomed, having long since adapted and not succumbing to motion sickness. Soon, he arrived at the town, where, after completing the necessary formalities, he boarded an old van. As he gazed upon the familiar mountains, the well-known roads, and the distant wisps of smoke rising from chimneys, a wave of warmth enveloped his heart. In no time, he reached the office of the village committee. The office was modest, yet it stood as one of the few concrete structures in the village. Upon entering, he encountered an elderly man, the temporary head of the village committee, who was there as most villagers were preoccupied with agricultural work and ill-equipped to manage paperwork and administrative tasks. Following the passing of the previous village secretary, the role had fallen to the somewhat educated old Joe, who was now serving as the acting village head. Uncle Joe, Sue-E greeted him upon arrival. Hearing his voice, Joe adjusted his glasses and turned to look at him. Sue-E, have you returned for the break? Joe's face lit up with joy. For Sue-E was the only student from their village attending a prestigious university. He had personally overseen the fundraising for Sue-Ye's tuition and always regarded him as a source of pride for their community. Sue-E presented the documentation he had processed, which was his official appointment letter. The town was elated to facilitate his role as a village official dedicated to improving his hometown, expediting the process for such a distinguished talent. Upon glancing at the appointment letter, Joe was momentarily taken aback. But you? Joe was excited, believing that someone as exceptional as Sue-E ought not to be confined to such a place. Their village lacked resources, water, and minerals, often dismissed as a region of poverty and hardship. In response, Sue-E smiled gently. Uncle Joe, how could I possibly abandon you and our fellow villagers? It was right here at the village committee that everyone chipped in 5 or 10 yuan to help fund my education. I will never forget your kindness. By the way, you have been serving as the acting head of the committee. Today, I've arranged for the town to officially appoint you, with an additional 1,000 yuan in your salary, totaling 3,000 yuan per month, which will be deposited into your bank account. This is your appointment letter. You will now serve as the deputy director. Upon hearing this, Uncle Joe shook his head. Little E, you are mistaken. There is no need for this. Sue-E chuckled softly. Indeed, it is settled. After a while, Sue-E arranged the items in the office and promptly departed from the village committee. On his way, he encountered an elderly woman from the village, who was equally astonished upon seeing him. Upon hearing her words, Sue-E nodded in acknowledgement. Grandma Wong smiled and nodded in response. I wonder when the roads in our village will finally be repaired. Even if it's just passable for horse-drawn carts. It would be a relief. We're getting old and struggle to walk, she lamented. Xiao-E, since you attend school often, I have heard that it's possible to apply for funds to repair the roads. You university students should pay close attention to this, she advised. Sue-E nodded again upon hearing this. Rest assured, Grandma Wong, I will take care of these matters, he assured her. The only access to the village was a bumpy, winding path. First, we must address the issue of the roads. It is the perfect opportunity to test this concrete technology, he mused. If it proves to be truly effective, perhaps I could collaborate with some large construction companies or even the military, which could yield significant profits. With ample funds at hand, I would be able to continue the construction and earn achievement points to exchange for technology. With this in mind, Sue-E resolved to begin drafting a plan the next day to ensure the roads of the various village groups were repaired. Chapter 3. How much? 50 million? After traversing a winding path for over an hour, Sue-E finally beheld a cluster of several dozen homes in the distance. The village, known as Sujia Village, perched precariously upon a cliff, exhibited a rugged terrain. Comprising approximately 60 households. Surrounded by rocky mountains, arable land was scarce, and only a small portion was designated for dry farming. The locals primarily cultivated crops such as corn. But due to the poor fertility of the soil, yields were dismally low, barely enough for personal consumption. The poultry raised in these households were deprived of corn, forced to subsist on grass and wild vegetables. Consequently, the fowl were typically small and of little market value. In summary, the villagers endured a life of genuine hardship. After a while, Sue-E arrived at an ancient pear tree at the village entrance, beneath which several elderly men were engaged in amiable conversation, puffing on their homemade pipes. Grandpa San, Grandpa Si, Grandpa Wu, you are all here. Sue-E greeted them with a smile. Upon seeing him, they paused their chatter and returned his smile. Old Wu, keep that little money for yourself. Just the other day, I unearthed a few ginseng roots in the mountains and sold them for several hundred, remarked one elder. Grandpa Si, haven't you been nurturing that ginseng for years without daring to dig it up? Spare us the boasting, another retorted. I recently sold my young chickens for over 100. It's my turn to treat, chimed in another. Hearing their banter, Sui shook his head. The elders nodded in agreement. As Sui departed, he felt a heaviness in his heart, stirred by their conversation. Perhaps those from the outside world believed that jobs paying thousands a month were easy to come by. Yet, for the rural populace, earning a mere 1,000 a month was considered fortunate. Nonetheless, these villagers had always treated him with kindness, devoid of malice, unlike the cutthroat competition he encountered elsewhere. He felt a pressing need to devise a means to elevate their fortunes and improve their lives. Soon after, Sui approached a wooden house, aged and darkened by time. This was his home, inherited from his ancestors, comprising 2 rooms, one occupied by his grandfather and the other by his parents, while he resided in the modest upstairs quarters. As dusk approached, a plume of white smoke wafted from the chimney. Sui pushed the door open and stepped inside, immediately spotting his father, Su Lin. With his sun-kissed skin, and his mother, Li Qin, whose eyes bore the marks of time. Beside them sat his grandfather, whose skin had grown parched. Suyi's grandfather had been ailing for several years and had lost his sight. Now, he relied entirely on his parents for care. After 4 years apart, the moment was poignant. Tears welled in his mother Li Qin's eyes upon seeing him. His father smiled broadly and nodded in acknowledgement. Sui hurried over as his grandfather warmly grasped his hand, expressing joy at their reunion. Wiping her tears, Li Qin rose to fetch some air-dried cured meat from upstairs, determined to prepare a feast for Sui. Hearing this, Sui smiled gently. "Isn't this a surprise for you? Father, I have graduated, and I am now the head and secretary of our village. I intend to earnestly improve the environment and living conditions of our community." Upon hearing this, Su Lin paused momentarily, his expression revealing a complex array of emotions. However, he quickly nodded in affirmation. Nearby, Li Qin, who was preparing dinner, also nodded in agreement. "You attended the finest university in Longke. You must apply what you have learned to assist those who have aided us. One must always remember to show gratitude and repay kindness." Sui nodded in response. "Yes, I understand, Mom and Dad. I will begin preparations tomorrow. I plan to repair and thoroughly harden all the roads in several villages, ensuring they are 4 meters wide to completely resolve the transportation difficulties everyone faces." Li Qin chuckled upon hearing this. "4 meters wide? You certainly have a flair for exaggeration. It would cost hundreds of thousands to achieve that." At this remark, Su Lin raised an eyebrow and shook his head. "Oldly, you clearly have no grasp of finances. Hundreds of thousands? It might not even be enough to cover millions. I have heard that the town's funding is only a few million, which is utterly insufficient for the repairs, hence our roads remain unpaved. However, Xiaoyi, I believe we should prioritize clearing the dirt roads first. Tomorrow, organize the villagers to contribute some funds and see if it suffices. Road construction must be a gradual process. One cannot expect to consume an entire feast in a single bite." Sui nodded in understanding. "Rest assured, Dad, my years in college were not in vain. I earned some money during my studies, and I will cover any shortfall myself. The villagers need not contribute." Su Lin smiled and nodded approvingly. "Impressive, my son. How much did you earn?" Sui displayed 5 fingers. Su Lin burst into laughter. "You earned 50,000? Not bad. You outperformed me. I never saved more than 10,000 in a year, yet you managed to save so much." Sui shook his head. Su Lin, taken aback, displayed a look of disbelief. "Do you mean 500,000? You earned 500,000 in 4 years? Xiaoyi, you must not engage in any illicit activities. I have never seen such an amount in my lifetime." Sui continued to shake his head. 5 million? Su Lin uttered in a trembling voice, his eyes widening in astonishment. "Is this true?" Li Qin, who was stirring the vegetables, turned in shock, her focus entirely diverted from her cooking. Observing their reactions, Sui promptly clarified, 50 million. "However, I spent 30 million on experimental equipment to establish a laboratory in the village for research. I currently have only 20 million left, which should be sufficient for the road repairs." At this revelation, Li Qin dropped the spatula from her hands in sheer disbelief. The clatter of the utensil hitting the floor resonated loudly, yet neither Su Lin nor Li Qin seemed to register the sound. Their mouths agape and eyes widened in incredulity. 20 million? This figure is an astronomical number for them. They save 10,000 a year, which would require 2 millennia to accumulate. Chapter 4. The Prodigy Girl and the Troubled Boy. Upon hearing Suyi's words, Su Lin and Li Qin were rendered speechless with astonishment. Their grandfather, too, was taken aback. For individuals from their rural background, 10,000 was already a substantial sum, and the notion of tens of millions was simply unimaginable. They could never earn such a fortune in several lifetimes. The three remained frozen in the room, and after a prolonged silence, the smell of burning food from the pot finally jolted Li Qin back to reality. Understanding that withholding information would only lead to sleepless nights for them, Sui decided to share the details of the intelligent driving system in its entirety. Upon finishing his explanation, Su Lin and Li Qin finally exhaled in relief. Indeed, education proved to be invaluable. Good, son. We must pave the roads. Sui nodded in acknowledgement at this proclamation. Subsequently, Su Lin brought out his treasured corn liquor, and the three of them indulged in a few glasses. Son, during your university years, did you have a romantic relationship? Taken aback by the question, Sui paused before chuckling and shaking his head. I did have a relationship, but we parted ways just days before graduation. It's best left unmentioned. In response, Su Lin refrained from probing further and simply poured another glass of liquor for Sui. No worries, you will undoubtedly encounter someone better in the future. After dinner, the family engaged in conversation well into the night until Sui finally ascended the stairs to sleep. Lying in the familiar surroundings, he listened to the chirping of insects and drifted into a deep slumber. Early the next morning, he rose early to head to the office. Climbing aboard a dilapidated van in the village, he made his way to the town. The Dragon Country offers subsidies for road construction, and even several million is no trifling amount. He intended to apply for these funds to excavate the roads of each village in preparation for the subsequent pouring of concrete. Upon arriving in town, the authorities, upon learning that the remaining expenses would be borne by them, promptly transferred the funds to their village S account. For the town, this money was akin to a hot potato. They were eager to divest themselves of it. After all, the sum was wholly inadequate for repairing the roads of the waterless village. With the village chief assuring the completion of the repairs, they were naturally pleased, knowing that any future issues would no longer concern them. After securing the funds, Sui began his search for a construction team. Road construction is best left to professional crews, equipped with heavy machinery and concrete mixers, ensuring higher efficiency. Although his concrete technology had yet to reach fruition or mass production, it was prudent to commence with the excavation of roads leading to the villages as a preparatory measure. Thus, he actively sought a contractor in town and successfully obtained a contact. The individual was a foreman with a construction team capable of adequately repairing their village roads. Before long, he met with this person, only to recognize him instantly. Wang Fei, what are you doing here? Sui exclaimed with a grin, recalling that he was an old classmate from middle school. In those days, Wang Fei frequently engaged in brawls with delinquents, later dropping out for reasons unknown. It was a surprise to encounter him once more. Regarding Wang Fei, although Sui was aware of his previous penchant for altercations, he possessed a certain understanding of Wang Fei's character. At his core, Wang Fei was not a bad person, rather, he had been driven to resist due to severe bullying at school. The torment he faced stemmed largely from the early death of his father, leaving only his mother to toil at a construction site. Classmates mocked him for this situation, and the indignation of his youth compelled him to fight back. Over time, the cumulative impact of these experiences led Wang Fei to drop out of school. It had been over a decade since Sui last saw him, so he was quite taken aback to encounter him here. Wang Fei appeared markedly weathered, his skin darkened and his arms adorned with robust muscles. Despite being of similar age to Sui, he bore the appearance of someone in their 30s. It was unclear what trials he had endured over the years. Upon spotting Sui, Wang Fei broke into a broad smile. Sui, ha. I heard you've been accepted into the best university in Longke. The whole town was buzzing with your posters back then. I'm envious. Look at you, off to university with such radiant skin and handsome looks. Sui, upon hearing this, chose not to elaborate. He held the belief that individuals should be treated equally, regardless of their status. He merely smiled in response. By the way, Wang Fei, how did you become the head of a construction team? Are you on your way to becoming a big boss? At this remark, Wang Fei chuckled softly. Sui, it's been many years. Come, let me take you to my home. My wife will prepare a feast for us, and we can chat while we dine. Sui nodded, sure. During his school days, Sui had been entirely focused on his studies, often enduring derision for his poverty, which fostered a sense of camaraderie with Wang Fei. Their shared struggles inadvertently forged a friendship, and after more than a decade apart, they had much to discuss. Shortly thereafter, Wang Fei led Sui to an apartment within a newly developed complex, one of the few modern buildings in their town. Wang Fei's home was spacious, beautifully decorated, impeccably clean, and meticulously organized. As they entered, a voice called out, and a girl dressed in a white dress turned towards them. Sui was taken aback. Was that not the class beauty from their middle school? He vividly remembered her, Huang Yi, the top student with outstanding grades. Su-yi recalled how he had consistently ranked first, while Huang Yi had occupied the second position. Even at their high school graduation, she had secured the county's second place, trailing just behind him. Thus, she left a lasting impression on him. Su-yi could scarcely fathom that Wang Fei had won the heart of this long-admired beauty. Huang Yi, upon recognizing Su-yi, expressed her surprise. "Oh my, isn't this the provincial champion? It's been over a decade." Su-yi offered a gentle smile in response. "Indeed. It has been a long time, but you too." Su-yi still grappled with the incongruity of how a troubled youth known for brawling and dropping out of school could end up with someone as accomplished and attractive as the class beauty. This astonished him even more than witnessing the system itself. Observing Su-yi's shock, Wang Fei smiled foolishly, his face radiating a sense of accomplishment. In contrast to Wang Fei's silly grin, Huang Yi maintained an air of poise. Was this truly strange? Was it fantastical? Was it surprising? Su-yi nodded in agreement. Noticing his response, Huang Yi smiled warmly. "Let me pour you a glass of water first. I will prepare a few dishes shortly, and we can converse while we dine." Chapter 5. How much? After a brief moment, Huang Yi approached the two with several plates of dishes. The meals were a feast for the senses, exuding delightful aromas and steaming with warmth, filling the entire living room with their enticing fragrance. Su-yi could not help but glance at Wang Fei, exclaiming, "What a fortunate fellow you are, having found such a virtuous wife." At this remark, Wang Fei's face lit up with a blissful smile. "Su-yi, eat up. You must try these culinary skills." Su-yi nodded and took a few bites, instantly praising the food. "Delicious. This could rival a restaurant." Huang Yi chuckled, responding, "Of course. When I cook, it's bound to be extraordinary. Which rural girl doesn't possess excellent culinary skills?" As she spoke, she poured a glass of wine for both Su-yi and Wang Fei. As Su-yi savored the meal, he curiously inquired about the happy couple. After finishing his drink, Wang Fei smacked his lips and cheerfully replied, "Su-yi, your astonishment is quite understandable. I was equally surprised when he first came looking for me. You see, I had dropped out of school because my mother had been overworked at the construction site and ended up in the hospital. To cover her medical expenses, I took on her job to earn money. I remember it was the second year after I left school when I found he cornered by some thugs in an alley. I couldn't just stand by, so I swiftly intervened and knocked them down. Then, just last month, he came to find me at the construction site, announcing that she had graduated and wished to marry me. I was utterly dumbfounded at that moment, and just last week, we obtained our marriage certificate. He studied civil engineering in college for my sake, and with the designs she created, we earned enough to purchase this home. With the remaining funds, we established a construction team. We thought we were about to launch our business when we ran into you, my friend." Upon hearing this, Su-yi grasped the situation. This fellow had indeed played the role of a hero, winning the heart of the campus belle. At this moment, Huang Yi smiled as well. When Wang Fei appeared, resembling a character from a movie, effortlessly defeating those thugs and rescuing me, I knew I could never forget him. From that moment on, I resolved to marry him. Later, during the college entrance examination, he ranked first in the province while I came in second in the county and 40th in the province. Upon learning that Wang Fei was working at a construction site, I chose to attend a polytechnic university to study civil engineering. After graduating, I sought him out. "Isn't that quite a tale?" Su-yi chuckled in response, "That's splendid. Wang Fei, you have no idea how envious many must be of you." Soon after, Wang Fei curiously turned to Su-yi and asked, "By the way, did you call our construction team for a reason? Are you pursuing your master's degree, or have you already started working?" Huang Yi, intrigued, also looked over, eager to learn about the current status of this top scholar. Su-yi shook his head. Upon hearing this, both Huang Yi and Wang Fei displayed expressions of astonishment. This revelation was even more shocking than their own union. It was utterly incredible. Su-yi continued to speak. "I intend to undertake a comprehensive hardening of the roads, and it was only upon seeing your sign that I decided to contact you." Upon hearing this from Su-yi, both Wang Fei and Huang Yi displayed expressions of admiration. Perhaps this illustrates the disparity between them and the provincial top scholar. "By the way, the roads for our several village groups have yet to be excavated. I will require your assistance in designing them and estimating the costs. I plan to construct a 4-meter wide hardened surface, and as for the concrete, please help me make the necessary arrangements. Since we are old classmates, I entrusted the road construction to them, considering that any engineering team is in the business for profit. It is better to have them benefit." Huang Yi nodded in agreement. "No problem. I majored not only in civil engineering, but also in surveying and project cost estimation. Tomorrow, I will bring a drone and a total station to assist you with the measurements. I assure you that I can produce the design drawings within 10 days. She then inquired, by the way, how thick do you intend to make the hardened surface? Will it adhere to the national standard of 18 centimeters? Sui shook his head in response. No need. 5 centimeters will suffice. Although Wang Yi was somewhat surprised, she refrained from further questioning, placing her trust in Sui. She promptly calculated the necessary sand and stone as well as the costs. I estimate that if it's only 5 centimeters, the cost for 1 kilometer should be around 150,000 yuan, though the exact amount will depend on the final design specifications. Sui nodded in acknowledgement. All right, let me know when you have time to begin the surveying, and expedite the entry of your engineering team to start the excavation. Huang Yi and Wang Fei nodded in agreement. After dinner, Wang Fei suggested to Sui, let me introduce you to an old classmate of mine. His family owns a sand and gravel factory, and perhaps, considering our past connection, he could offer you a discount, which would save you a considerable amount. Sui nodded in response. The three of them then set out to visit one of the 2 stores in town that specialized in selling sand and gravel. From a distance, they spotted a young man in his 20s sitting at the entrance of a store named Pingqing Sand and Soil. He was dressed in a suit and adorned with gold-rimmed glasses and a watch, exuding an air of affluence. Upon noticing him, Wang Fei remarked, Sui, this is Zhou Ping. Do you remember him? Sui shook his head, genuinely unable to recall. Wang Fei chuckled. He's the one who always ranked second to last. With the last one often absent, he was essentially the last. At this, Sui couldn't help but laugh, realizing he truly had forgotten. They then approached the store. And upon seeing Wang Fei and Huang Yi, Zhou Peng stood up with a smile. Wang Fei? Yi? His gaze towards Huang Yi was filled with a mix of envy and bitterness. He had never anticipated that someone as stunning as Huang Yi would marry a seemingly impoverished fellow like Wang Fei. Every encounter with her left him yearning, wondering why she had not chosen him instead. He then turned his attention to Sui, exhibiting a hint of surprise. Oh, isn't this the top scorer from the college entrance examination? Wang Fei responded with a smile. Originally harboring some trepidation towards Sui, Zhou Ping erupted into laughter upon hearing that Sui had become a village official. What? The top scorer of the college entrance examination, the best in the nation. An outstanding student from the prestigious Longke University has ended up like this? What use is studying? I would be better off. It's fortunate I dropped out of middle school. Otherwise, how many years would I have wasted? A village secretary, earning a mere 500 a month? Sui, why not come work at my stone factory? If you're willing to toil, I'll pay you 100 a day. How does 3,000 a month sound? Zhou Ping's face was filled with derision. He had never liked Sui, especially since his parents constantly compared him to Sui, who was always first in class. When Sui became the top scorer, posters of congratulations were plastered everywhere, fueling Zhou Ping's envy. Now, witnessing Sui reduced to a mere village official, he felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. Oh, wait, we are old classmates. I'll add another 1,000 for you. How about 4,000 a month? Surely someone from a place like Wushui Village could handle the work at a stone factory. Upon hearing Zhou Ping's words, Huang Yi and Wang Fei's expressions immediately shifted. How excessive! Zhou Ping's words were far too harsh. Sui, however, remained calm. When one stands atop a mountain, the jeers from those at the foot hold no sway over one's emotions. Wang Fei interjected, Zhou Peng, we initially intended to purchase sand and gravel from you to support your business, but your attitude is quite shocking. Zhou Ping, upon hearing this, revealed a sneering smile. 200 yuan a ton? Are you buying? How much can you afford? At this, Huang Yi furrowed her brow. Zhou Ping, the market price is only 60 yuan per ton. And you're charging us 200? Zhou Peng, noticing Huang Yi's discontent, replied, don't be hasty. My sand is of superior quality, naturally priced higher. Besides, I'm giving you a discount. By the way, why did you marry this fellow Wang Fei? You should come with me. My stone factory earns over $1 million annually. With me, you'd enjoy a life of luxury. Why settle for this poor wretch? Wang Fei, upon hearing this, was consumed with fury, rolling up his sleeves and preparing to charge at Zhou Peng. Huang Yi, seeing this, quickly restrained Wang Fei. Let us go. We'll look elsewhere. Sui nodded in agreement, turning to head to the nearby shop. Hello, esteemed proprietors. Are you in need of sand and gravel? We have coarse sand, fine sand, and stones available. How much do you require? We want to charge you 200. We'll stick to the market price of 60 per ton. If you're buying in bulk, I can offer a discount. Hearing this, Sui understood the situation and spoke directly, Owner, I do not require your discount. But I need a guarantee on quality. I would like to reserve sand and gravel worth 2 million as a backup, and afterward, you can coordinate with these two. The previously smiling owner was taken aback upon hearing the figure of 2 million, stammering in disbelief, how much? Not far away, Zhou Ping. Upon hearing the figure of 2 million, abruptly rose from his seat and swiftly made his way towards us. Chapter 6. The successful development of the adhesive. Upon hearing Su Yi's words, Zhou Peng hurriedly approached the group. Su Yi, how much sand and gravel do you need? 2 million? Zhou Peng's expression shifted from earlier discontent to a broad smile, as if they were old acquaintances. Su Yi nodded in affirmation. Yes. Let us first order 2 million, and we can order more later if needed. In addition to repairing the roads, he also required the construction of a laboratory. The laboratory would necessitate a substantial amount of sand and gravel, so he intended to secure the order in advance for future use. Hearing this, Zhou Ping immediately grinned and said, I was just joking with you all earlier. Please don't take it to heart. I'll take your order for sand and gravel. And since we're classmates, how about I give you a price of 50 yuan per ton? This elicited laughter from Su Yi and his companions. Ignoring Zhou Peng, Su Yi turned to the gravel supplier beside him and inquired, Sir, can you provide such a large quantity of sand and gravel? If so, I will transfer the payment immediately. The supplier beamed in response. Absolutely, young man. I assure you the highest quality of sand and gravel. Upon hearing this, Su Yi promptly transferred 2 million yuan, leaving Zhou Ping in stunned silence. Sand and gravel, after all, are essentially stones. With such a transaction, the supplier would stand to gain at least 1.5 million yuan, equivalent to Zhou Ping's revenue for a year and a half. Su Yi, you. Zhou Ping attempted to say more, but Su Yi and his companions paid him no mind and left. Su Yi, the sand and gravel are settled. Our engineering team will directly deliver the prepared concrete using construction vehicles, said Wang Fei. By the way, do you have any specific requirements regarding the concrete grade? Su Yi replied, let us not rush on the concrete. Focus on excavating the road first, and we'll discuss it when it's time to pour. Wang Fei and Huang Yi nodded in agreement. All right. The following morning, Huang Yi and Wang Fei drove to Wushui village with specialized equipment and immediately commenced surveying work. A few days later, the large-scale experimental apparatus that Su Yi had ordered finally arrived. As the laboratory was yet to be constructed, Su Yi had no choice but to set up a temporary storage space to house the equipment. He then began intensive research and development with the newly acquired apparatus. A week later, Wang Fei arrived at the site with Huang Yi's blueprints and the engineering team, bringing in large excavators and various machinery. The excavators and wall-breaking machines roared to life, and they anticipated that all the roads in the natural village would be excavated and widened to 5 meters within 3 days. Su Yi did not intervene much, allowing them to operate independently as he continued to develop a new type of concrete. This C4900 concrete required stones and sand that were similar to ordinary materials. However, the true essence lay in the adhesive. This adhesive functioned similarly to cement, but surpassed it in efficacy. It would alter the structure of the sand and gravel, allowing for reorganization into a material even harder than steel. After the ordinary concrete was infused with this adhesive, it transformed into C4900, a material harder than steel. As time progressed, Su Yi diligently conducted experiments within the makeshift warehouse. He skillfully operated an array of instruments: pressure testing machines, flexural testing machines, Vickett apparatus, cement paste mixers, cement mortar mixers, mortar vibrating tables, specific surface area analyzers, electronic balances, high-temperature furnaces, muffle furnaces, spectrophotometers, pH meters, volumetric flasks, burettes, and pipettes. Furthermore, he adeptly utilized scanning electron microscopes, SEM, and X-ray diffractometers, XRD. Finally, after 2 weeks, Su Yi held a vial of transparent solution in his hands, the adhesive for C4900, which he had tested with excellent results. This single vial was sufficient for the addition to 10 trucks of concrete, but he needed to produce more. He had previously purchased ample experimental materials, allowing him to manufacture over 100 vials without issue, estimating the production cost for a single vial at nearly 10,000. He recognized it was rather expensive, yet acknowledged that quality rarely comes at a low price. In the following 2 days, Su Yi produced 100 vials of this adhesive using his instruments. Meanwhile, the roads across the villages had been excavated, and the retaining walls had been constructed, awaiting the concrete and the scheduled pouring time. Upon completing the adhesive, he promptly called Wang Fei and Huang Yi, urging them to prepare the concrete, as he intended to finish all the roads overnight. 2 more days elapsed, and soon it was the evening of the 3rd day. In the Sun family village of Wushui, Zhou Ping sat at a table with a man named Sun Tao. "Cousin, it's been ages since the roads were dug and the retaining walls completed. Why has the pouring not commenced?" Zhou Peng, with a cold smile, replied, "I've heard that the kid secured 2 million from the town. I'm eager to see how he plans to pave the roads. With such a meager sum, he certainly cannot lay down 18 centimeters of concrete. When the time comes, report him and let him rot in jail." Sun Tao, patting his chest, assured, "Don't worry, leave it to me. Wasn't this kid supposed to donate money back when he was in school? My family didn't contribute to him. Since he has offended you this time, I will ensure he pays for it." Zhou Peng nodded in agreement. "Indeed, once this is accomplished, I will arrange a good position for you at my stone factory." As they conversed, dozens of concrete trucks arrived in the various village groups of Wushui. The C-4900 concrete began to be poured under Wang Fei's efficient direction. Pouring just 5 centimeters was a trivial task for them. In a single night, the roads of all the village groups were completely laid, including the road from the National Highway to the village committee. After a night of hard work, Wang Fei and Huang Yi's engineering team withdrew. The two of them decided to stay behind, intending to observe the results the following day, ready to address any issues that might arise. At around 4 in the morning, within the village committee, Su Yi and his companions were engaged in conversation. Wang Fei turned to Su Yi and inquired, "Old Su, is 5 centimeters truly feasible? Will the quality be compromised?" Huang Yi, seated nearby, also cast a glance at Su Yi, expressing her concern. "This concrete is exceedingly thin, given such minimal thickness. It is prone to damage." In response to their apprehension, Su Yi chuckled lightly. "Did I not suggest incorporating an adhesive into the concrete? Rest assured, tomorrow you shall witness the quality of those roads." He then added, "You both have exerted yourselves throughout the day. It would be prudent to rest now. Let us spend the night at the village committee." Upon hearing this, the two ceased their inquiries and retired to rest. Thus, time gradually passed. At the break of dawn the following day, the villagers rose early as the first light of day began to emerge. A few elderly gentlemen, eager to stretch their legs, set out for a stroll. However, upon reaching the village entrance, they were momentarily taken aback. Chapter 7. Reporting Su Yi, several elders rose early, intending to take a stroll. However, upon reaching the village entrance, they were struck dumb. Before them lay a newly paved road, for meters wide, perfectly smooth and expansive. The road stretched ahead like a slender white dragon, vanishing into the distance. They hastily rang the village bell, originally installed to signal the capture of a cattle thief, serving as a call to assemble. In times of urgency, the bell would also sound. Hearing the tolling, villagers awoke from their slumber, quickly donning their garments and hurrying towards the entrance. Soon, a group of villagers had gathered. Upon their arrival, they beheld the exquisitely crafted road, the pristine surface extending into the horizon. Gasping, they wondered when this road had been constructed. How had they not heard a single sound the night before? To avoid disturbing their rest and daily passage, Sui and his team had chosen to work under the cover of darkness, making minimal noise. The road was only laid to the village entrance, explaining their lack of awareness. Staring at the suddenly manifested road, they were all astonished. Sui was truly remarkable. He had managed to construct the road so swiftly after his arrival. Indeed, he was worthy of his status as a university student. His efficiency was commendable. The villagers buzzed with excitement, celebrating the long-awaited opening of their road. Some elders wiped away tears, overwhelmed by the realization that their path had finally been restored. Meanwhile, in the Sun family village, upon rising, they were met with the sounds of merriment outside. Why are there so many people laughing so joyfully? Sun Peng pondered, stepping outside to investigate. To his astonishment, he beheld the newly paved road stretching from the village entrance into the distance. What on earth? When was this road built? It wasn't here yesterday. Sun Peng stood in disbelief, rubbing his eyes in an attempt to comprehend the scene before him. Sun Tao, having also awakened, joined Sun Peng, equally incredulous at the sight of the 4-meter-wide thoroughfare. Where did this road come from? Am I dreaming? Sun Peng furrowed his brow. If I'm not mistaken, this must be the work of Sui and his group. They must have constructed it late last night. There is something suspicious about this. Let us go take a look. The two hurried towards the new road, which appeared remarkably even, devoid of significant flaws. Sun Hung inspected the surface closely, soon revealing a sardonic smile. Indeed, there is something amiss. This pavement is only 5 centimeters thick. This fellow has clearly cut corners. As he spoke, he picked up a piece of concrete that had fallen by the roadside. Noting its unusual color, distinctly different from standard concrete, something was definitely wrong. Sui, the scholar. Is it? I shall ensure your reputation is tarnished. He immediately handed the concrete to Sun Tao, who was nearby, and then whispered a few words in his ear. Sun Tao nodded repeatedly, a mischievous grin spreading across his face. Meanwhile, Sui and his companions, having exhausted themselves the previous night, did not rise until noon. Upon awakening, he found Wang Fei and Huang Yi already waiting for him. As soon as they spotted Sui, they hurried over. Sui, let us hasten to examine the road surface. You mentioned that the concrete you developed sets in just an hour, yet I remain somewhat apprehensive. Despite Sui's assurance that the concrete would solidify in an hour, they had never encountered such a phenomenon in all their years of experience. This was their inaugural project, and they were keen to avoid any mishaps. Observing their anxious expressions, Sui smiled gently. Very well, seeing your eagerness, I shall show you the concrete technology one have developed. The trio strolled leisurely towards the nearby road. Upon arrival, Huang Yi and Wang Fei crouched down anxiously to inspect the surface, which had indeed set remarkably well, and its texture appeared altered. It has truly solidified, Sui. What exactly did you add? This material looks impressive. Huang Yi exclaimed as she picked up a piece of concrete that had splattered to the side during the pouring last night. I have never seen such a material. I wonder about its hardness. She retrieved a hammer from her waist, placed the concrete block on the ground, and swung the hammer down. Sui, witnessing this, felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. It was rather surreal for such a petite girl to carry a hammer. Nevertheless, he was confident that the hammer would have no effect on the concrete block. After all, this concrete technology was extraterrestrial, far surpassing the current capabilities of Blue Star's concrete technology. A mere hammer would likely leave no mark. Just as Sui anticipated, Huang Yi's hammer bounced off without leaving a single trace. Well, Huang Yi gasped in astonishment, turning her wide eyes towards Sui. Why does this feel harder than steel? My iron hammer is dented. Is this truly concrete? Sui shook his head in response. Not just the hammer. Even explosives might not shatter it. However, he refrained from elaborating further and directly addressed the two. Now do you believe? Although this road is only 5 centimeters thick, even the largest construction vehicles could traverse it for decades without issue. Furthermore, even if the ground beneath is hollow, it would pose no problem. Upon hearing this, Huang Yi's expression grew complex. Sui, have you applied for a patent for this concrete? If this were to leak out, it would undoubtedly cause a seismic shift in the entire construction industry. This technology alone could sustain you for several lifetimes. During my university days, our professor informed us of a laboratory that had developed a concrete known as C-140, which is regarded as one of the hardest concretes in the world. Boasting a compressive strength exceeding 140 megapascals and capable of bearing a weight of 15 tons per square meter, equivalent to 3,000 adult elephants. It is said that this concrete is even harder than the steel used in aircraft carrier decks, yet it remains a product of the laboratory and has not been mass-produced. The concrete you possess surpasses it by leaps and bounds. If utilized in the construction of skyscrapers, it could elevate the heights of buildings worldwide tenfold. This technology is undoubtedly revolutionary. Upon hearing this, Sui waved his hand and shook his head. Applying for a patent means disclosing this technology, allowing foreigners to access it. I do not wish for outsiders to utilize this innovation. This technology holds tremendous significance for our nation, and I have no intention of disseminating it at this time. I hope you can keep this confidential. Wang Fei and Huang Yi nodded in agreement. Understood. Subsequently, Sui addressed the pair. Well, you have seen my experimental equipment, which is still stored in a rudimentary warehouse. I would like you to assist me in constructing a laboratory building. Since you have studied design, could you draft a blueprint? I anticipate that your construction team will also aid in the building process, so please expedite this. Upon hearing his request, Wang Fei and Huang Yi were elated. Thank you, Sui. Wang Fei exclaimed, patting Sui on the shoulder, filled with gratitude. Soon after, Huang Yi and Wang Fei bid farewell to Sui and departed. Unbeknownst to them, at that very moment, Sun Tao was seated in Zhou Peng's car, transporting concrete to a testing institution in the city. The two intended to obtain a testing report and subsequently file a complaint, aiming to see Sui imprisoned. Chapter 8. Testing concrete. Over the years, Zhou Peng's family, which operates a stone factory, has cultivated a network of connections. They soon arrived at the entrance of a specialized institution dedicated to testing concrete quality. A familiar staff member emerged to greet them. "Joe, I hear you need to test some concrete?" Unfortunately, the timing is rather inconvenient. The Southwest Group has just released a new concrete technology, and we must prioritize testing that. If you wish to proceed, you may have to wait several hours. In response, Zhou Peng reached into his pocket and produced 50,000 yuan, offering it with a sense of urgency. "Brother, to be frank, this concrete is of great significance to me. Once you finish with the current testing, could you please evaluate ours?" The staff member glanced around discreetly before pocketing the money without a word. "Understood. Once the provincial concrete testing concludes, I will assist you promptly." At this, Zhou Ping exchanged a knowing look with Sun Tao, both men smirking at the prospect of the results. Once the testing concluded, they would report Su Yi and have him imprisoned. Meanwhile, within the laboratory of the institution, several technicians clad in lab coats were conducting tests on various instruments. Led by an elderly gentleman, this is the newly developed C-130 concrete technology. Please conduct thorough tests to ascertain its specific performance. For years, our nation has lacked advancements in concrete technology. After extensive research at the Longke Institute, we finally have a breakthrough. Previously, our concrete technology was monopolized by foreign entities, necessitating patent fees. With this new development, we shall no longer be beholden to others. The elder, observing the instruments in operation, shared his reflections with a dozen or so individuals around him. A young woman stepped forward, voicing her curiosity. "Director, do you mean to say this concrete is superior to the previous C-80? The elder smiled in response. "It far surpasses it. This concrete embodies the dedication of the Longke Institute. It stands among the finest in the world. Buildings or bridges constructed with this technology will boast lifespans beyond imagination. As for its exact capabilities, the test results will soon reveal all." Eager anticipation filled the air as the gathered individuals turned their attention to the instruments, all eager to witness the remarkable potential of this concrete. After a brief interval, the instruments began to yield their results. Compressive strength, 130 MPa. Tensile strength, 20 MPa. Impact resistance, 500 kJm. Fire resistance, 200 C. Freeze-thaw resistance, 30 cycles. Permeability, withstands water pressure of 12 MPa. Environmental adaptability, -30 C to 50 C. Rapid curing, achieves 90 of final strength within 96 hours. Eco-friendliness, 60 carbon dioxide emissions during production, with a recyclability rate of 15. Upon examining the final data, the entire research institute was taken aback. Is this truly the latest concrete developed by our nation? Its compressive strength astonishingly reaches 130 megapascals, while its tensile strength impressively attains 20 megapascals. Furthermore, its impact resistance remarkably stands at 500 kJm. The performance of this material indeed surpasses that of previous concrete by a considerable margin. The leading elder, upon reviewing these figures, expressed his awe. In the past, during our extensive infrastructure projects, foreign entities consistently obstructed us, denying access to quality concrete. Consequently, we seldom secured major international projects, as they perceived our standards to be inadequate. Little did we anticipate that we would now innovate such exemplary concrete technology. He turned to the surrounding young individuals, laughing heartily as he proclaimed, "I dare assert that within the next decade, no other nation or institution will be able to replicate the technology of this concrete. In the coming 10 years, we shall lead global infrastructure, representing the pinnacle of construction standards." Upon hearing these words, the young people around him beamed with excitement, their spirits elevated, filled with immense pride. With this concrete technology, the infrastructure of the Dragon Nation will ascend to unprecedented heights. However, amidst the group's enthusiasm, a staff member who had previously communicated with Zhou Peng entered, carrying a box containing a concrete sample. "Director, have you concluded your testing? I wish to evaluate the data of this concrete." At the mention of the staff member's inquiry, everyone turned their gaze towards the concrete in his hands. "Where did you procure this concrete?" The elder, after merely glancing at the sample, quickly rendered his judgment. "The color is off. It clearly lacks quality." With extensive experience in assessment, he could discern the quality of the concrete merely by its hue. Hearing this, the staff member replied, "I picked it up randomly from the roadside. I merely wanted to see how this concrete's quality compares to our most advanced version." The elder director chuckled at this statement. "Well, in that case, let us demonstrate just how vast the disparity is between ordinary concrete and our cutting-edge variety. Prepare the equipment. We shall conduct a test to illustrate that concrete indeed varies in quality." Upon this remark, The surrounding individuals nodded in agreement, eager to witness the contrast between standard concrete and the most advanced variant. Given that there was only one piece of concrete, they decided to divide it into several portions for testing. The elder took the concrete and squeezed it with force, intending to crush it. However, in the next moment, he felt a sharp pain. The concrete remained unchanged. Instead, his hand was cut and bleeding. He was momentarily stunned. What was happening? Not only did he fail to crush it, but he also injured himself. A nearby robust man, standing at 180 centimeters, quickly spoke up, "Director, allow me to try." The director nodded in response, handing the sample over while saying, "Well, this material is indeed quite hard. See if you can break it." After the robust man received the concrete block, his face was adorned with confidence. After dedicating so much time to fitness, he finally had the opportunity to showcase his strength. He grasped the concrete block with both hands and began to exert his utmost effort. However, despite his Herculean attempts, the block, which appeared as fragile as tofu, remained utterly immovable. A collective gasp escaped the onlookers. This object was indeed formidable. The elderly gentleman immediately remarked, "Let us try it with a robotic arm. I refuse to believe that this little piece of concrete can withstand such force." Upon hearing his command, the staff placed the concrete block onto two enormous robotic arms in a laboratory. These instruments were designed to test the resilience of materials and could easily snap steel plates. So surely they would conquer this concrete as well. Once the block was secured, a technician promptly pressed the button. With a cacophony of mechanical sounds, the robotic arm sprang into action. Chapter 9. How is this possible? As the staff pressed the button, everyone turned their gaze towards the large screen. The concrete appeared to be of mediocre quality. I estimated its toughness to be no more than 5 MPa. 5 MPa? You must have a high opinion of this concrete picked up from the roadside. Clearly, it is the work of an amateur. 3 MPa would be impressive. Indeed. In my view, although this material might not be easily broken, a mechanical arm would shatter it into dust within seconds. The crowd engaged in casual conversation. Yet the scene they had envisioned did not materialize. Instead, that mere 3-centimeter thick block of concrete remained utterly motionless on the mechanical arm. As time passed, the concrete showed no signs of movement. What is going on? Has the mechanical arm not started? Quick, shut it down and restart it. Doubts arose among the crowd, who speculated that the mechanical arm had not activated. Otherwise, this small block of concrete would have been pulverized by now. The operator, hearing their concerns, promptly shut down and restarted the mechanical arm. However, just like before, there was still no response. The concrete block lay silently in the midst of the mechanical arm. The elderly leader furrowed his brow, gazing at the concrete in astonishment, before addressing the staff. "Increase the power." Upon hearing this, a staff member swiftly pressed a red button, and everyone directed their attention forward. After a moment, the mechanical arm finally stirred. It twisted violently, and sparks erupted from its joints, rendering it inoperative. What? Witnessing this scene, everyone's eyes widened in disbelief, fixated on the front. They now comprehended that it was not a matter of the mechanical arm failing to activate, but rather that the hardness of the concrete exceeded the arm's maximum capacity. The leader displayed an expression of incredulity, questioning whether this was indeed concrete and not some form of meteoric iron. His brow tightened, and he declared, "Take it to the cutting room. I refuse to believe this concrete is so hard." At his command, staff members promptly transported the concrete to a nearby cutting room, placing it onto a specialized device. This cutting instrument was a water jet, commonly used for cutting precious stones, specifically designed for concrete. When they tested C-130 concrete earlier, they had cut through it in merely 10 seconds. It was generally believed that nothing could withstand this tool. Once the concrete was positioned, the staff immediately activated the cutting device. In an instant, a slender stream of water surged towards the concrete. Yet, contrary to their expectations of slicing through it like tofu, the cutting jet remained utterly still, failing to advance even a fraction after 10 full seconds. What? This is harder to cut than C-130? The crowd stood in stunned silence, bewildered by the astonishing hardness of this material. Expressions of shock were evident on everyone's faces. What on earth was this substance that resisted cutting? Observing the situation, the elderly leader rested his chin on his hand, his eyes locked intently on the concrete before him. He was eager to see how long this peculiar substance could endure. Little did he expect that his wait would stretch to half an hour. As the 30 minutes elapsed, the water jet finally cleaved the concrete in twain. At the very moment the concrete parted, every eye in the room widened in disbelief as they gazed at the screen. 30 minutes? What on earth is this? This is certainly not concrete. It must be some sort of extraterrestrial meteorite, possibly imbued with alloys. It is remarkably hard. Even the toughest ceramic alloys would typically succumb within 30 seconds, yet this material has withstood half an hour? What on earth is this substance? I cannot shake the feeling that this is not of terrestrial origin. The laboratory erupted in a frenzy. They were astonished that any material could endure under their water jet for so long. The elder at the helm of the operation was rendered speechless. After a long pause, he turned to a nearby staff member and instructed, quickly, cut several more pieces and take them for testing. Yes, Director. The elder's gaze remained fixed upon the concrete fragments, his face a mask of confusion. What in the world is this? He could not help but inquire of the staff member who had brought in the concrete. This cannot be mere concrete found by the roadside. Speak honestly. Where did this come from? His eyes bore into the staff member. The worker, sensing the gravity of the situation, confessed without hesitation, "A person I know brought it. His family owns a stone factory. They are unsure of its origin. They commissioned me to test it, likely to ascertain its properties, so I brought it here for analysis." Upon hearing this, the elder's brow furrowed deeply. If this is indeed synthetic concrete, it could have monumental implications. Judging by its current properties, it might revolutionize the entire construction industry. This revelation left many in stunned silence. The fact that the director would assert such a claim speaks volumes about the substance's extraordinary nature. Promptly, the elder retrieved his phone and made a call. An hour later, a middle-aged man clad in a suit arrived at the research institute. He was the head of the Southwest Group in the province of Dien. As one of the few cement giants in the Dragon Nation, they possessed a keen sense for new concrete technologies. Upon discovering any novel material, they would seize it with tenacity, monopolizing the technology. Hence, upon receiving the staff's call, he had rushed over immediately. This research institute typically conducted concrete tests for the Southwest Group, with funding provided by them. The group served as the institute's financial benefactor. Thus, they promptly informed them of any new discoveries. Upon seeing the newcomer, the elder quickly addressed him. "Mr. Su, the testing results will be available shortly. Please bear with us. If this is indeed concrete, it could herald a seismic shift in the construction industry." The middle-aged man in the suit nodded in acknowledgement. "I gathered some preliminary information before arriving. Please expedite the tests. I look forward to seeing the results." "Certainly." Moments later, a staff member dashed into the room. The report reveals that the compressive strength of this substance has reached an impressive 4,900 MPa, capable of withstanding approximately 50,000 kgfcm of pressure, while its tensile strength measures at 300 MPa. Upon hearing these figures, the crowd that had been waiting was taken aback, their eyes widening in disbelief. What did you say?" exclaimed the elderly man, his expression one of incredulity. "For 1,900 MPa? A pressure capacity of 50,000 kgf per square centimeter? And the tensile strength is a staggering 300 MPa? It is important to note that the recently tested domestic concrete, C130, only boasts a compressive strength of 130 MPa and a tensile strength of merely 20 MPa. The performance of this material is astonishingly several times that of C130. Meanwhile, General Su, upon hearing the staff's announcement, clapped his hands and chuckled. Well, you have certainly put on an impressive show. I understand your institution is in dire need of funding, but must you go to such lengths to deceive me into making this long journey? Surely you could have crafted a more believable story. Do you truly expect anyone to believe that such a material exists? With such performance, it would seem even explosives would fail to damage it. This is utterly unprofessional. I hereby declare that your research institute is to be disbanded immediately." Just as he spoke, a staff member hurried over, exclaiming, "More data has just come in." Chapter 10, A Billion? As General Su of the Southwest Group expressed his displeasure, another staff member hurried over. "Director, the durability test results are in. We utilized strong acid for the assessment, and it exhibited no reaction whatsoever. The acid had no effect on it. This material can be employed in special applications as a building material." Upon hearing this, several more staff members approached. "Director, the impact resistance test has been completed. It can absorb at least 20,000 kJm of impact energy without exhibiting cracks or breakage." Another added. "The fire resistance test has concluded. This concrete maintains its structural integrity at temperatures as high as 1500 C." Yet another reported, "The freeze-thaw resistance test is complete. This substance can withstand at least 300 freeze-thaw cycles. The permeability test is finished. This material can resist water pressure up to 120 MPa without any leakage." Finally, Another staff member stated, "The lightweight test is done. This concrete's density is only about 1.5 times that of ordinary concrete, making it significantly lighter." Listening to these reports, the elder at the forefront began to feel a tinge of insecurity. How could such concrete exist in the world, maintaining integrity at a scorching 1,500 degrees? The murmurs of disbelief spread among those present. The data was simply too extravagant to accept. They even began to suspect that there might be errors in the testing equipment. Yet, it was improbable that every single device could malfunction. Meanwhile, General Su furrowed his brow even tighter and remarked coldly, "Maintaining structural integrity at 1,500 degrees. That's nearly the melting point of iron, isn't it? I must see for myself if this concrete truly possesses such remarkable qualities. Where is your fire resistance laboratory? If it can indeed maintain structural integrity at such temperatures, I promise to allocate 1 billion in funding next year." Upon hearing this, the elder's eyes sparkled with excitement. "General Su, this way, please. I will lead you there." He had witnessed the hardness of the concrete firsthand and thought that 1,500 degrees was not entirely implausible. If they could secure that billion, their funding issues would be resolved. Shortly thereafter, they arrived at the fire resistance testing laboratory. The elder wasted no time and instructed the staff, "Bring over a new concrete sample for the fire resistance test. Let General Su see its capabilities." Upon receiving the command, a staff member promptly operated the equipment, placing a concrete sample inside and initiating the heating process. The temperature on the screen began to soar, leaping from 100 degrees to 1,000 degrees Celsius in an instant. Through the glass window, they could see the concrete glowing a vibrant red, resembling molten gold under the high heat. The temperature continued to rise rapidly, soon reaching 1,500 degrees Celsius. At this point, the concrete could no longer withstand the heat, and its structure began to deteriorate. The testing personnel then halted the experiment. At that moment, all the spectators present were rendered speechless, their expressions frozen in astonishment. Even the director, who had mentally prepared himself for any outcome, stood motionless upon witnessing the scene before him. Could this truly be concrete? Meanwhile, the previously aloof Mr. Su was taken aback as well. He had firmly believed that such data must be fabricated. It seemed inconceivable that any concrete could achieve such standards. However, upon witnessing the test firsthand, his composure shattered. What kind of concrete is this? Are you certain this is concrete?" Upon hearing his inquiry, the director nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, this appears to be a type of concrete technology that we have never encountered before, far surpassing our nation's most advanced C-130 by several magnitudes. According to our calculated data, this concrete could elevate the world's tallest structures by at least 5-fold, with a 10-fold increase not being beyond the realm of possibility." Mr. Su's eyes gleamed with fervor as he tightened his fists and declared through clenched teeth, "Where did you acquire this concrete? This technology must be firmly grasped by our Southwest group. Its potential is monumental. If we fail to secure it, our group risks being supplanted, much like the transition from film cameras to digital ones." Upon hearing this, the director promptly summoned an employee. "Speak with Mr. Su. Tell him where this concrete originated." The employee quickly responded, "Mr. Su, this was brought to us by a wealthy second-generation individual who owns a stone factory. I surmise that it is likely a serendipitous creation from their family, which is why it was presented for testing." Nodding in acknowledgement, Mr. Su urged, "Continue testing the other data. If the results align with your assertions, this technology will be revolutionary. Its emergence would be akin to the advent of steel, propelling the construction industry to new heights. Furthermore, should we in the Southwest Group announce this technology, our stock could potentially soar past 20 trillion, positioning us as a formidable enterprise akin to the Maudai Group. Proceed with the testing and ensure that those individuals are brought to the reception room, where they will be well taken care of." As Mr. Su's orders were given, everyone nodded in agreement and resumed their testing. Meanwhile, outside, Zhou Peng and Sun Tao remained oblivious to the unfolding events. After waiting for several hours without any sign of progress, Sun Tao's agitation grew palpable. Looking around, he addressed Zhou Peng, "Cousin, do you think that fellow might have taken your money and failed to deliver?" At this, Zhou Peng's expression darkened as he shook his head. "That's unlikely. I met him during a meal. Wouldn't he take the money and not follow through? Let us wait a bit longer. Once the report is out, we will promptly report that scoundrel Sui for using such subpar concrete, laid so thinly. A top scholar, is it? Enjoying the limelight, are we? I'll see to it that you face imprisonment and witness how glorious you truly are." While the two were engaged in conversation, the staff member who had entered earlier emerged with a cheerful demeanor. Observing this, Zhou Peng hurried over and inquired, "How did it go? Any results?" The staff member shook his head in response. "It will take a little longer, but we are nearly there. I have some good news for you both. Your concrete technology has caught the attention of the Southwest Group. If they ask for a bid, make sure to aim high." Upon hearing this, Zhou Peng and Sun Tao were momentarily taken aback. "What? Our concrete technology is being recognized? Isn't this the inferior concrete developed by Sui?" Sun Tao instinctively wanted to clarify that this technology was not theirs. However, the staff member interrupted him, stating, "The Southwest Group is prepared to offer you at least 1 billion. You will be prosperous, but do not forget about me, all right? 1 billion? The two were instantly rendered speechless, stunned by the sheer magnitude of the sum. They exchanged glances, each recognizing the avarice reflected in the other's eyes. 1 billion would suffice to sustain them for several lifetimes. Chapter 11. 1 billion is merely a deposit. Upon hearing the figure of 1 billion, Zhou Ping and Sun Tao exchanged glances. Such a sum was sufficient to sustain them for several lifetimes. Subsequently, the staff addressed the two men. "Very well. I shall escort you to the reception room, where General Manager Su from the Southwest Group will personally meet with you shortly. The amount I mentioned earlier was merely the baseline. The final figure will depend on your negotiations." At this, Zhou Peng nodded in agreement. "Our technology was painstakingly developed, and we certainly will not sell it at a low price. Rest assured, you will undoubtedly benefit from this deal." The staff member chuckled and nodded in acknowledgement. "We are all brothers here. Why speak of such things? Come, let me show you inside." A short while later, the two were settled in the reception room, where an array of refreshments and fruits had been prepared. Once the staff departed, only the two remained. Sun Tao, clutching an apple, took a bite and leaned closer to Zhou Ping, whispering, "Cousin, that technology belongs to that kid Sui. He certainly won't share it with us. What shall we do?" Zhou Ping smiled in response. "You're being foolish. While Sui may not grant us access to the technology, we can still secure the funds. Once we have the money, the sky's the limit. We can frolic abroad at our leisure. No matter how formidable the Southwest Group is, they cannot reach us overseas." "Are you really that naive? I'll even arrange for you to marry 10 sisters-in-law." Sun Tao's face lit up with joy upon hearing this. Then it settled. "Cousin, I'm in this with you." Zhou Ping nodded in agreement, plucked a grape, and popped it into his mouth, closing his eyes in contentment as he began to envision life abroad. Meanwhile, the research institute's laboratories conducted further tests on the concrete data, supervised personally by Su Jie. The results were once again identical to those obtained previously. Su Jie realized he had indeed stumbled upon an extraordinary concrete technology. He quickly retrieved his phone and made a call. "Hello, President Hua. This is Su Jie. I have discovered a groundbreaking concrete technology and require 10 billion in funding to acquire it. I have already sent the testing process and data to you via an encrypted email." 10 billion? Su Jie, are you joking? What technology is worth 10 billion? President Hua replied incredulously. "Please, just take a look at the video first," Su Jie urged. The sound of a mouse clicking could be heard on the other end of the line. Moments later, an excited voice responded, "Yes, rest assured, President Hua. I will secure this technology." Su Jie concluded the call and hung up. The bystanders were left utterly astonished. Was this what it meant to be wealthy? To casually discuss sums in the billions? Su Jie then stated, "Take me to meet those two individuals who developed the concrete technology." Upon hearing this, the director promptly escorted Su Jie to the reception room. Zhou Ping and Sun Tao, resting within, quickly rose to their feet upon hearing the commotion. Su Jie, smiling, extended his hand in greeting. "It seems that these two individuals are indeed the developers of this concrete. I am Su Jie, the head of the Southwest Group in Yunnan Province. May I inquire how I should address you both?" Upon hearing this, Zhou Ping remained unfazed and casually replied, "I am Zhou Peng, and this is my cousin, Sun Tao. As for this concrete, we are not its developers. It was created by a young man from our stone factory." Having conducted business for many years, Zhou Peng was no fool. He refrained from claiming the invention as his own, knowing that if the other party were to probe into specialized knowledge, it would expose him. With a smile, Su Jie continued, "May I ask where the developer is located?" Zhou Peng promptly responded, "You must be Su Zong. The developer is one of my employees. He conducts research in the factory every day. We discovered that he owes our company a considerable sum, and he proposed to offset his debt with this technology, which is why we are here for evaluation." "Su Zong, how's the testing of our concrete proceeding? Is there a technical report available?" It must be said that Zhou Peng, a shrewd businessman, showed no sign of fear in this situation and managed to maintain his composure while deftly maneuvering the conversation. Sun Tao could not help but admire his cousin's poise. Su Jia's interest was piqued by Zhou Peng's words. In that case, I shall speak plainly. Your concrete technology is quite impressive, and our group is interested in it. Could you provide a rough estimate for the price? We would like to acquire the patent for this technology. Zhou Peng smiled in response. Su Zong, since you are keen, let us skip the pleasantries. Provide a straightforward offer. If it satisfies us, the technology is yours. Should your offer lack generosity, I regret to inform you that you are not the sole cement giant in this country. Indeed. Su Jia frowned upon hearing this. He initially believed these individuals to be easy to handle, but he was surprised by their resilience. Zhou Peng spoke the truth. There were other groups in the country that might seize this technology if they were aware of it. Contemplating this, Su Jia promptly stated, 10 billion. Zhou Peng's expression remained unchanged, his brow slightly raised. Are you referring to a deposit? Realizing that these two appeared rustic but were not easily deceived, Su Jia nodded. Indeed. A deposit. We intend to offer 100 billion for this technology. After you provide us with all technical documentation and sign the transfer contract, we will pay the remaining sum. What do you think? Zhou Peng hesitated slightly. Su Zong, when will your deposit be available? I would like to assess your capabilities. Who knows if you can truly produce 100 billion? If not, we may explore options with other companies. As I am certain other cement giants appreciate the significance of this technology, it must be acknowledged that Zhou Peng was quite the talent, striking at Su Jia's vulnerable point. Even though Su Jia was an experienced negotiator, he found himself somewhat on the back foot. However, he dared not gamble. If other enterprises learned of this technology, it would not be a matter easily settled with 100 billion. He promptly responded, all right, I will transfer 1 billion to your account immediately. Please provide me with your account number. As for the remaining balance, it will be credited promptly upon signing the transfer agreement. Upon hearing this, Zhou Peng promptly sent over his account number. In the next instant, a notification chimed, confirming the deposit of 1 billion into his account. Gazing at the long string of digits, Zhou Peng remained composed, extending his hand to shake with the other party. Very well, Mr. Su, it is settled then. Tomorrow afternoon, you are to visit our factory, where I will have the individual responsible for the concrete awaiting your arrival. We shall formally sign the contract then. Su Jia smiled at these words. Excellent, I wish us a pleasant collaboration. Zhou Peng nodded in agreement, then continued, now, Mr. Su, we have other matters to attend to. So we shall take our leave. It is imperative that you arrive punctually at our premises by 2 o'clock tomorrow. Otherwise, we shall have no choice but to refund your deposit. Su Jia nodded with a smile. Subsequently, Zhou Peng and Sun Tao departed. Once they were gone, Su Jia exchanged a knowing glance with the bodyguard beside him, and they promptly followed suit. 1 billion is no trivial matter. He could not place full trust in these two individuals. Thus, it was essential to ensure absolute security. Chapter 12. The arrival of the military. Zhou Peng and Sun Tao drove away in haste. In the car, Sun Tao, brimming with excitement, exclaimed to Zhou Peng, cousin, we struck gold. 10 billion. A whole 10 billion. We could never spend all this money in our lifetime. Upon hearing this, Zhou Peng laughed heartily and nodded in agreement. I've already contacted my friends in Myanmar, and I've arranged for hackers to transfer my funds to an overseas account. Once we manage to cross the border, this wealth will sustain us for eternity. Sun Tao nodded vigorously in response. That evening, Sun Tao picked up his parents, while Zhou Peng fetched his father. Although his family's stone factory could earn millions in prosperous times, it only earned a few 100,000 during lean periods. In essence, they were not among the elite wealthy. Thus, when his parents learned of his 10 billion fortune, they immediately planned to flee with him. Together, that night, the two families set off in their vehicles to escape. Su Jia's bodyguards had been tracking them all along. Upon witnessing the family's intent to abscond, they were momentarily taken aback and quickly notified Su Jia. Currently in the city, Su Jia felt a chill run through him upon receiving the news. Do they really think they can deceive me, Su Jia? Did they genuinely believe I would willingly part with 10 billion? They are far too inexperienced to contend with me. He promptly dialed a number. Hello, Director Jiang. This is Su Jia. Here's the situation. After concluding that call, he made an international call. Hello, Xiao-sun. This is Su Jia. Please investigate two individuals and determine their destination. Understood, Su Zong. After hanging up, Su Jia revealed a cold smile. I hope the police apprehend you. If not, I wish you good fortune. Zhou Peng and his companions are simply too naive. Zhou Peng and Sun Tao's families began their frantic escape towards the border. but soon found themselves intercepted by the police. Consequently, both families were swiftly taken to the city precinct for questioning. Upon receiving notification, Su Jie faced the two in the interrogation room. "Now, let us discuss why you attempted to flee," he directly inquired. Zhou Ping, hearing this, chose not to elaborate further. He spoke candidly. "Su Zong, I underestimated you. This time, I accept my fate. Do as you wish." Su Jie was momentarily taken aback by Zhou Ping's fortitude, maintaining his defiance even in such dire circumstances. He responded, "Zhou Ping, do you realize how many years you could face for defrauding 10 billion? Zhou Ping, with a smile, replied, "Just 10 years, I've already looked into it." Su Jie nodded with a smirk. "It seems you have experienced fear at some point. Let us get straight to the point. Where did you acquire your concrete technology? If you disclose its origin, I might plead with the judge for a reduced sentence." Upon hearing this, Zhou Peng shook his head. "You will never discover where that concrete technology came from. Perhaps I will tell you in 10 years. Su Jie, upon seeing his resolve, merely shook his head. This fellow truly reeked of stubbornness. Subsequently, he sought out Sun Tao, hoping to extract information regarding the origin of the concrete from him. However, Sun Tao, being fiercely loyal, resolutely refused to divulge where it had come from. Previously, Zhou Peng had warned him that if they were apprehended, they must never reveal the source of the materials. They were determined that Su Yi should not enjoy a prosperous life. Indeed, they would rather endure imprisonment than witness Su Yi ascend to the heights of wealth, becoming a billionaire. Thus, no matter the circumstances, they remained tight-lipped about the concrete's origins. During the police interrogation, an officer clad in army fatigues, adorned with a single stripe and 2 stars, entered the interrogation room. Director Jiang immediately signaled to the officers present, prompting the interrogation team to vacate the premises. Zhou Ping, upon seeing the military personnel, froze in astonishment. What were military officials doing here? The lieutenant colonel wasted no time and addressed Zhou Peng directly. "You are Zhou Peng, correct? The concrete technology you possess pertains to our military. Please disclose its origins." The chief of this bureau was a retired colonel from the military. Upon learning that this case revolved around a specific concrete technology, he took it upon himself to scrutinize the details. After all, something that could compel the Southwest Group to part with 100 billion and pay a 10 billion deposit without hesitation was undoubtedly significant. He promptly forwarded the testing data acquired from their testing facility to his former unit. Consequently, upon reviewing the data, military personnel arrived overnight by helicopter. The concrete technology was astonishing. If genuine, it would have profound implications for the military. Thus, upon their arrival, the director immediately arranged for them to conduct an interrogation. Hearing the lieutenant colonel's words, Zhou Peng's face lit up with delight. "What do you mean? Are you suggesting that this concrete technology belongs to you?" "Ha, I knew it. I wondered how that little brat Su Yi could possess such formidable technology. It turns out he pilfered it from the military. I told you so. This technology was developed by Su Yi, the village official from Wushui village. He even used this concrete to construct several roads. The concrete we tested was picked up from the roadside. Hurry and apprehend him." Zhou Ping had previously watched numerous online videos detailing the consequences of stealing military technology, and he was certain Su Yi would face several years in prison. This thought made him chuckle with glee. Now, they would have Su Yi to keep them company in their misfortune. Upon receiving the information, the military personnel promptly exited the interrogation room. Soon after, the sound of helicopters filled the air as 2 helicopters swiftly took off towards Wushui village. After the military personnel departed, Su Jie re-entered the room. "Well, Zhou Peng, when I questioned you, you remained silent. Yet the moment the military arrived, you immediately spoke up. However, regarding the concrete technology, the military's demand is not particularly high. They won't claim it as their own. They will likely make it available for civilian use. Even if you refuse to share with me, I can still access such technology. Now, prepare to face a lengthy prison sentence." At this, Zhou Peng was taken aback. Isn't that technology owned by the military? Did Su Yi not steal it? Hearing these words, Su Jie shook his head at Zhou Peng. "At times, I find you quite astute, yet often, you give me the impression of a fool. Do you truly believe that Su Yi could pilfer technology from the military? That technology is, in fact, entirely developed by Su Yi himself." Upon hearing this, Zhou Peng's expression darkened, as if he had consumed something vile. It seems he had overthought the situation. Now, not only would Su Yi ascend to the ranks of a billionaire, but he would also possess military connections. It's over. Everything is lost. Chapter 13. The upcoming plans. At this moment, Su Yi remained entirely oblivious to these developments. The hour had deepened into the night, and he sat in his office, contemplating the forthcoming plans. The roads had been completed. However, the residents of Wuxue village still languished in poverty. He needed to devise a solution to this pressing dilemma. Most of the individuals remaining in the village were middle-aged and had never received an education, primarily skilled in agriculture. Perhaps, if they were to prosper, it would solely depend on their farming endeavors. Yet, if they were to cultivate, it was imperative to select crops that yielded substantial value and were also easy to grow. However, after much deliberation, it seemed that nothing would be particularly suitable for the conditions of Wuxue village. After considerable reflection, he resolved to explore the system's marketplace for potential solutions. Upon opening the system, he noticed a red exclamation mark indicating an unread message. You have one unread message. Upon seeing this, Sui promptly accessed the system. Congratulations, host, for completing the achievement of road construction in Wuxue village. You are rewarded with 1,000 achievement points. Upon reading this notification, Sui nodded, recognizing that he had finally taken the first step. He then directly clicked on the search bar, intending to find a suitable crop for cultivation in Wuxue village, or perhaps a fertilizer that could enhance the soil quality. After conducting his search, Sui encountered a plethora of options. Ultimately, his gaze settled upon 2 items. 1. Plant growth liquid, worth 500 achievement points. Item description: when diluted with water and applied to the roots of crops, this liquid accelerates their growth to maturity within a week and enables fruits to bear fruit within a month. Drawback: it rapidly depletes the soil's fertility, necessitating frequent fertilization. 2. Noble drought rice, worth 500 achievement points. Item description: a type of drought-resistant rice developed on a distant planet, suitable for cultivation in arid regions. This rice boasts exceptional nutritional value, exquisite taste, and a rich aroma that can permeate an area of 500 meters when cooked. Consuming it provides immense satisfaction to the digestive system and instantly alleviates fatigue, possessing restorative properties and enhancing mental clarity. Drawback: it may lead to addiction, overeating, and consequently, rapid weight gain. Sui immediately recognized the potential of these 2 items, which were relatively affordable within the system. His preference for these particular items stemmed from their suitability for Wuxue village. The land in Wuxue village was quite barren, coupled with an inhospitable climate and minimal annual rainfall. As a result, there were few crops that could thrive in such conditions, and those that could were of poor quality and low monetary value. However, if quality was lacking, quantity could compensate. The plant growth liquid could ensure rapid maturation of crops, allowing villagers to achieve significant yields. Furthermore, the second item, noble drought rice, suggested its extraordinary nature by its very name. According to the system's description, this rice had been cultivated over millennia on its home planet. Wherever there is soil, cultivation is possible, yielding an abundant harvest. Moreover, this drought-resistant rice boasts an exquisite taste, with a delightful aroma and vibrant colors. Remarkably, the fragrance of the cooked rice can waft through a radius of 500 meters, which is rather impressive. Furthermore, this exceptional grain possesses unique properties that can instantly alleviate fatigue. It also enhances mental clarity and aids in bodily recovery. Truly remarkable indeed. As for its drawbacks, they can be disregarded. Humanity tends to become addicted to delicious fare. It all comes down to one's self-control. Additionally, once harvested, Sui does not intend to sell it at a low price. After all, such a remarkable product deserves a fitting valuation. He plans to price it at 1,000 yuan per kilogram. At such a premium, complemented by a plant growth solution, it should enable the villagers to prosper. With this thought, Sui proceeded without hesitation to exchange for the plant growth solution and the noble drought-resistant rice. Next, he intended to uniformly level the land across the villages and organize everyone to cultivate this extraordinary crop. However, land leveling would require considerable time, and producing the plant growth solution would necessitate assistance from the laboratory. Thus, he would need to await the completion of the laboratory's construction to realize his plans. Contemplating this, Sui promptly closed his eyes, ready to sleep. With a plan in place, everything would fall into place effortlessly. However, just as he shut his eyes, a distant rumbling echoed from the sky. Is that the sound of a propeller? Sui was puzzled. What aircraft could possibly be flying at this late hour? He quickly rose and exited the dormitory, and upon stepping outside, he noticed 2 luminous objects rapidly approaching the village committee in the night sky. Helicopters? In the darkness, Sui discerned that they were indeed helicopters. Moments later, he witnessed 2 helicopters landing in the clearing outside the village committee. The military green helicopters were adorned in camouflage and bore the emblem of the August 1st Army. Sui instantly realized that these were military helicopters. However, he was curious about the purpose of their visit to the village committee. Although perplexed, as one of the two village officials, he approached them without delay. The helicopter doors opened, revealing a colonel accompanied by two majors. The colonel appeared to be around 30 years old, while the two majors behind him seemed younger. One male and one female, likely in their 20s. The male major wore glasses, exuding an intellectual demeanor, while the female major held a notebook, appearing quite composed. Additional personnel disembarked from the rear helicopter, fully armed and brandishing rifles, vigilantly surveying their surroundings with night vision equipment. Witnessing this display, Sui felt bewildered. What could this be about? Soon, the military colonel approached Sui with the two majors. Upon meeting him, the colonel inquired, "Hello. May I ask where the director of your village, Sui, is located?" Taken aback by the question, Sui replied, "I am Sui. What brings you here?" The lieutenant colonel and the two majors behind him were momentarily taken aback upon hearing this. So this is Sui. Prior to their arrival, they had already researched Sui's background. A distinguished graduate of Longke University, he had achieved perfect scores in multiple disciplines, declined numerous job offers from major corporations, and turned down the opportunity for a master's and doctoral program at Longke University to serve as a village official. Throughout their journey, they had been curious about the nature of this individual. Now that they stood before him, they were somewhat astonished. They had not anticipated that Sui would be so young, appearing to be merely in his early 20s. Furthermore, he was quite handsome, prompting the female major to steal a few additional glances at him. Such a talented, good-looking, and responsible man was indeed a rarity. At this moment, the lieutenant colonel intended to address the matter at hand. He cautiously retrieved an exquisite box from his breast pocket. Subsequently, he took out a piece of concrete and, with a serious demeanor, addressed Sui. "Hello, Director Sui. May I ask if you recognize this object?" Chapter 14. Had I known, I would not have picked it up. The lieutenant colonel cautiously extracted a piece of concrete from an exquisitely crafted box. He then approached Sui with utmost care, inquiring, "Hello, Director Sui. Are you familiar with this material?" Upon seeing the concrete, Sui instinctively reached out to take it. However, as he extended his hand, several soldiers immediately aimed their weapons at him. Observing this, Sui looked at them with a perplexed expression. Was this not merely debris from the roadside? Was such a reaction truly warranted? Noticing Sui's incredulous demeanor, the lieutenant colonel and the two majors behind him exchanged awkward glances, realizing their overreaction. Nevertheless, it was understandable, as this was one of the few materials they had acquired, making it exceedingly precious to them. After all, who could ascertain the veracity of Wang Ping and Sun Tao's claims? Thus, this material held significant importance, necessitating their caution. Yet, the lieutenant colonel merely flinched momentarily before presenting the concrete once more to Sui. Without hesitation, Sui seized it, scrutinizing it closely. It was indeed the very concrete he had discarded. In a swift motion, he flung the concrete away. "No, gentlemen, are you jesting with me? Why present me with refuse?" As the concrete sailed through the air, several soldiers promptly surged forward, restraining Sui on the spot. The remnants of a foul odor lingered, suggesting it had landed in a rather unsavory location. However, the soldiers appeared utterly unfazed, even treasuring the material as they returned it to the box. They glared indignantly at Sui, who had so callously discarded what they deemed a treasure. Feeling the grip of several soldiers, Sui, bewildered, exclaimed, "What is the meaning of this? If you wish to jest, that is one thing, but must you resort to violence?" The lieutenant colonel, brow furrowed yet maintaining his composure, waved his hand at the soldiers, prompting them to release Sui. He then queried, "Director Sui, why do you imply that we are mocking you?" In response, Sui, filled with indignation, retorted, "This material is ubiquitous. We encounter it everywhere while repairing roads. You scavenge construction debris at night and inquire if I recognize it. Surely this is mockery." Taken aback by his words, the soldiers paused momentarily. "Refuse? Director Sui, is this material abundant? Is there more to be found? Please, lead us to it." Sui, now exasperated, pointed to the ground beneath their feet. "The very ground you stand upon is composed of this material. Look nearby, there should be plenty of splattered concrete. If you desire it, simply transport it by helicopter." At last, Sui comprehended their intentions. They had come seeking concrete. Initially, he had been oblivious to the fact that the military had learned of the concrete in their village. Logically, Wang Fei and Huang Yi would not have taken as concrete. So how had the military become aware of it? Meanwhile, upon hearing Su Yi's words, the lieutenant colonel hurriedly ventured to the side. Indeed, he spotted a considerable amount of concrete scattered across the ground. Swiftly, he picked up several pieces, inspecting them with care. As expected, they were identical to the very concrete in their possession. In an instant, everyone was taken aback. What they had regarded as a treasure was abundant here. The major immediately discarded the concrete, smeared with dog excrement. At that moment, he felt a surge of regret. Had he known, he would not have picked it up. The lieutenant colonel soon realized that Zhou Peng and Sun Tao had not deceived them. This concrete indeed appeared to be the product of Su Yi's ingenuity. He promptly extended his hand and introduced himself to Su Yi. Director Su, I am Feng Zuluan, a technical investigator from the military. You may call me Old Feng. Upon seeing the outstretched hand, Su Yi reciprocated. He then spoke, I understand why you are here. It is indeed for this concrete. But I am curious as to how you acquired it. I believed I had maintained confidentiality quite effectively. It is unlikely that the locals would be bored enough to collect concrete from the roadside. Upon hearing this, Lieutenant Colonel Feng quickly relayed the circumstances regarding Zhou Ping and Sun Tao. After listening, Su Yi furrowed his brow. Both Zhou Ping and Sun Tao were his contemporaries, having attended the same middle school. Sun Tao was even from the neighboring Sunjiaz High, and they belonged to the same village committee. He was astonished that these two had attempted to betray him. Ironically, their actions had resulted in their own downfall. They truly deserved their fate. Lieutenant Colonel Feng, it's rather chilly outside. Let us discuss this in the village committee meeting room, Su Yi suggested, noticing the group still standing in the cold wind. Upon hearing this, the female major interjected, Director Su, may we first test the performance of your concrete? We would like to utilize the village committee's ground for this purpose. Su Yi nodded in agreement. Go ahead, it is not an issue. There are certain matters that can be discussed after your testing is complete. In response to his words, the female major took a 191 rifle from a soldier. She adeptly chambered a round and unleashed a barrage upon the distant ground. Sparks erupted as bullets struck the concrete surface, ricocheting off without leaving a mark. Observing this, Su Yi's lips twitched. Was this method of testing truly so crude? After a volley, the group rushed over to inspect the ground, only to find it unscathed. Remarkably, there was not even a trace left behind. The surface remained impeccably smooth. Gasping in astonishment, they had not anticipated the ground to be so resilient. Had it been ordinary concrete, it would have been riddled with holes. If one were to affix a piece of this to the chest, could it serve as a substitute for ceramic plates and body armor? Lieutenant Colonel Feng pondered with excitement. Bring out the C4. At his command, a soldier produced a block of yellow explosive and skillfully prepared the detonator. Su Yi, witnessing this, was momentarily stunned. Initially wishing to intervene, a thought crossed his mind, and he abruptly halted his actions, watching as the soldiers proceeded to set up the C4 before his eyes. Subsequently, the crowd retreated to a safe distance, all eyes fixated on the explosives lying on the ground. Upon seeing that preparations were complete, Colonel Feng immediately issued the command. Detonate. At his words, the soldier beside him unhesitatingly pressed the detonation button. Chapter 15. Su Yi's 3 requests with a command from Colonel Feng. The soldiers promptly activated the detonator. In an instant, a brilliant flash illuminated the surroundings, followed by a towering inferno. Smoke rapidly diffused outward, and a powerful shockwave swept through the area, accompanied by a deafening explosion that caused the ground to tremble. Witnessing this detonation, everyone sensed that the earth beneath them could scarcely endure such might. After all, such force would rend even steel asunder. Moments later, as the smoke began to clear, the crowd hastened toward the epicenter of the explosion. To their astonishment, the area was enveloped in a shroud of darkness, yet the ground remained unscathed. When they gazed upon the blast site, they were momentarily taken aback. What could this mean? The concrete surface, once solid, now bore a web of cracks, and the gray concrete had metamorphosed into a porcelain-like white, revealing intricate patterns. Despite the material's transformation, there appeared to be no damage whatsoever. A major spoke up. According to our data, this material should only withstand temperatures of up to 1,500 degrees Celsius. Logically, its structure should have been altered. Another major chimed in. Indeed, it defies expectation. The intense heat generated by the explosion is no trifling matter. Upon overhearing their exchange, Su Yi interjected, have you not noticed that the material has fundamentally changed? It has indeed undergone a transformation. While 1,500 degrees can alter concrete, It has rendered it even more resilient. Have you not conducted tests? The group stood in stunned silence at Su Yi's revelation. They had initially assumed that exposure to such temperatures would damage the concrete, only to discover that it had merely rendered it more robust. This was akin to clay being meticulously crafted into exquisite porcelain. This temperature was merely for the purpose of forging? They pondered, realizing their previous misconceptions were misguided. No wonder the concrete remained intact under such a terrifying explosion, emerging even more formidable. At that moment, they found themselves at a loss for words. This concrete was truly remarkable. All right, everyone, we've conducted enough testing for now. It is late, and we should avoid disturbing the residents, Su Yi stated. The group nodded in agreement. Very well, Director Su, let us proceed to the conference room, they replied, making their way toward the meeting room, while armed soldiers stood guard nearby. Shortly thereafter, as they settled into the conference room, Colonel Feng spoke up. Director Su, this concrete technology is astounding. If the scholars at Longke Institute were to witness it, they would surely be astounded. This material is not only hard, but also lightweight, and it appears to become even more resilient after exposure to high temperatures. It could be utilized for bulletproof vests, aircraft hangars, airport runways, and even as armor for combat aircraft and vehicles. Director Su, this technology is of paramount importance to us. The lieutenant colonel felt an overwhelming surge of excitement within. Initially, there had been some skepticism regarding this concrete technology. However, after conducting a personal experiment, they realized that not only was it genuine, but it also surpassed their wildest expectations. Upon hearing the lieutenant colonel's words, Su Yi understood his implication and spoke directly. I comprehend your intent. Your military is in dire need of this technology. Nonetheless, you must also recognize that developing such a technique is no easy feat. If you wish to acquire this technology, the military may determine the usage fees. But I have several stipulations that must be met. Hearing Su Yi's words, the lieutenant colonel nodded in agreement. Very well, Director Su. Please articulate your requirements. And as long as they are reasonable, we shall certainly comply. Su Yi continued. Firstly, given the advanced nature of this concrete technology, it is imperative that it be utilized in national infrastructure without hindering civilian use. However, the military may impose restrictions on exports. Any other construction companies wishing to use it must undergo your approval. Secondly, you must publicly declare that this concrete is a product of military research and refrain from disclosing my identity. I simply wish to live a quiet life as a village official. Lastly, I request that the military facilitates our village's autonomy, freeing us from the oversight of larger administrative bodies. I will bear all expenses myself and seek out my own avenues for development, without any interference from your side. These three conditions were considerations Su Yi had long contemplated. The first point, allowing civilian access, would significantly extend the lifespan of all constructions. He had witnessed too many individuals purchase homes in the city, only for them to become uninhabitable after 2 generations, leading to a squandered investment. Moreover, demolition required substantial funding, and the disposal of concrete was a challenging endeavor. The use of this concrete in constructing bridges and roads would undoubtedly prolong the durability of such infrastructures. Since he had developed this technology, it was only fitting that it serve the nation and its people. After all, military construction required only a fraction of the concrete, rendering civilian demand far more substantial. Furthermore, and of utmost importance, opening this technology to civilian use would enable him to generate considerable income. Given the impoverished state of his village, he had no intention of being overly benevolent by offering it for free. Construction companies would indeed need to compensate him. Additionally, having the military oversee the usage would maximize the assurance that this concrete would not find its way abroad. As for the second point, it held great significance for him. Should the scientific community become aware of his existence, they would undoubtedly seek his counsel. Moreover, if it became known that he was the creator of this technology, foreign entities might attempt to extort him for it, and he currently lacked the means to resist such pressures. Thus, he required the military to shield him from prying eyes. Lastly, the third point, granting their village autonomy, was paramount. After all, during the village's impoverished times, little assistance or donations were forthcoming. If others were to discover that Wuxue village had prospered in the future, they might demand the village surrender its technological advancements, employing moral coercion to extract donations. He merely desires to cultivate the waterless village in tranquility, aspiring to transform it into a community as advanced as Wakanda, ensuring that all villagers lead prosperous lives. To achieve these three objectives, it seems that only the military possesses the requisite influence. Upon hearing this, Colonel Feng and the two majors were momentarily taken aback. They had anticipated that Su Yi would request their assistance in developing the village. However, he unexpectedly articulated these demands. While these requests are not particularly challenging for the military, he still felt it necessary to seek approval. Contemplating this, he promptly spoke, "Director Su, I would like to seek clarification. Such matters are beyond our authority." In response, Sui nodded in agreement. "Very well, please expedite the process. Once the military consents, I shall be able to generate my initial funds through this concrete project, paving the way for subsequent land leveling." Chapter 16. This is truly a village tyrant. Upon hearing Su Yi's three requests, Colonel Feng initiated a direct conversation with the military academy through a military tablet. He relayed the results of the bullet and grenade tests to the other party while also conveying Su Yi's three demands. The individual on the other end of the video call appeared to be of considerable stature. After a mere 3 seconds of silence, they promptly acquiesced to Su Yi's requests. Clearly, the one capable of making such decisions was not an ordinary person. After ending the video call, Colonel Feng approached Su Yi with a smile, stating, "Director Su, the military has agreed to all three of your requests." Upon hearing this, Su Yi offered a subtle smile. "Ha ha, please refrain from calling me that. From now on, I shall be the village head, so you may address me as village head Su." He continued, "When I negotiate with private enterprises regarding the use of this concrete, I will inform you in advance, and we will coordinate with the military." Colonel Feng nodded in acknowledgement. "Excellent, village head Su, you may contact me directly. Here is my business card, which contains my private number. Should you require anything in the future, do not hesitate to call." Su Yi accepted the card with a nod. "All right then, let's proceed, everyone. I will take you to collect the materials, most of which are located in the laboratory." Upon hearing this, the group rose and followed Su Yi as they departed. Shortly thereafter, they arrived at the makeshift laboratory that Su Yi had established. The instruments were neatly arranged, and the workbenches were well equipped. Witnessing this scene, the two majors behind the colonel were visibly astonished. Was this where Su Yi had developed the concrete? Village head Su, your laboratory is rather rudimentary. You are indeed impressive to have achieved such remarkable technology in such an environment. Indeed, the mountain need not be lofty, where there are immortals. It gains fame. To develop such technology in this dilapidated place is truly commendable, they remarked. Hearing the two repeatedly refer to his laboratory as rudimentary and dilapidated, Su Yi interjected, "Ahem, there is one more matter. You previously fired upon the ground of our village committee and even used explosives. This has caused some damage to our property, so I believe some compensation is in order, considering that it belongs to our waterless village." At this statement, the expressions of those who had been smiling brightly shifted dramatically. Colonel Feng's mouth twitched. It seemed they had misspoken. However, they had indeed failed to consult Su Yi before their shooting and demolition. In their excitement, who would have thought that Su Yi would demand compensation? Noticing their reactions, Su Yi casually suggested, "Well, I think a sum of 500,000 would be about right, as our village committee will need to rebuild." Upon hearing the figure of 500,000, the two majors widened their eyes in disbelief. Was this not extortion? Village head Su was indeed a village tyrant. After firing a few shots, the entire village committee was expected to be rebuilt? They wished to protest but were silenced by Colonel Feng. "Village head Su, the damages are, of course, to be borne by our military. There is no issue with that." Upon hearing this, Su Yi finally broke into a smile. "I relish engaging with straightforward individuals. Come, allow me to escort you to retrieve the experimental data." At this moment, the two majors could not help but twitch their lips. They had never imagined they would stumble at Su Yi's hands today. Shortly thereafter, the group arrived at a cabinet where Su Yi extracted numerous blueprints and data documents from the drawer. He then reclined casually, retrieving a military hard drive from one of the majors, transferring the data from his computer to the device. After a full half-hour, all experimental data was meticulously prepared. However, Su Yi did not immediately present it to Colonel Feng. Instead, with a playful smile, he remarked about the payment. Upon hearing this, Colonel Feng and the two majors could only twitch their lips in disbelief. This young man was indeed shrewd. Previously, Su Yi had refrained from mentioning the usage fee, only to bring it up now when the data was almost within their grasp. Their urgency became palpable, making this negotiation particularly advantageous for Su Yi. Colonel Feng sighed. "Well, Village Chief Su, as you are aware, our military budget is substantial, with numerous demands. How does 500 million a year sound for your usage fee?" Although the military budget was considerable, as Sui had pointed out, the actual applications of concrete within the military were not as extensive. Thus, this figure had been prearranged by the military. Upon hearing this, Sui's eyes glimmered with calculation before he replied, "How about we add another 100 million? 600 million sounds much more appealing." Colonel Feng was about to respond, but Sui interjected, "No, wait. It should be 800 million, 888. A number that brings good fortune." At this, Colonel Feng's eyes widened with astonishment, and he was on the verge of exclaiming. Yet, noticing the situation, Sui swiftly continued, "No, I believe we should round it up to a neat billion a year. This seems more reasonable. Considering all three branches of the military could benefit from this concrete technology." Colonel Feng was rendered speechless. They had finally realized that this young man was indeed a formidable negotiator. The two majors beside him also found their lips twitching. They had never encountered such a disadvantage. However, they understood that they were at a loss, for Sui possessed the technology and could dictate the terms. Colonel Feng finally conceded, "Very well, Village Chief Sui. We shall agree to 1 billion. We will pay you 1 billion in usage fees annually." Upon hearing this, Sui promptly extended his bank card. The two majors rolled their eyes, realizing that without payment, the technical data would remain out of reach. Although 1 billion may sound like a significant sum, it was relatively modest for the military. Colonel Feng quickly took a photograph of Sui's account number and sent it off. He then addressed Sui, "Village Chief Sui. You may now provide us with the data. The funds should have been transferred to your account. Please check your messages for confirmation." Feeling somewhat bashful, Sui scratched his head and coughed lightly. "All right, here are the materials. I trust you will handle them responsibly." Upon hearing this, Colonel Feng expressed his confusion. "Mr. Sui, perhaps you should check the text notifications. That might put your mind at ease." To this, Sui awkwardly replied, "Well, activating the text notifications costs me 3 yuan a month, and I haven't subscribed." At this revelation, the others were left utterly speechless. Truly, Sui was a remarkable character. Colonel Feng promptly retrieved the documents and securely stored them in a safe, exercising great caution. Just then, a few luxury vehicles arrived outside, led by a Maybach. Upon seeing these cars, Sui's eyes lit up. It appeared that more funds were on the way. Chapter 17. Wealth arrives. Upon spotting the approaching Maybach from a distance, Sui's eyes gleamed with excitement. He understood that someone was arriving with financial intentions. Previously, he had gleaned information regarding Zhou Ping and his associates from Colonel Feng, leading him to anticipate that the Southwest Group would send representatives. After all, the personnel from the Southwest Group, upon recognizing the performance of such technology, would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to acquire it. Colonel Feng and the two majors beside him exchanged amused glances as they observed the spark of avarice in Sui's eyes. To an outsider, he might appear somewhat greedy, yet, to them, Sui's demeanor was refreshingly straightforward. In their eyes, his candidness was far preferable to the pretentiousness often exhibited by others. They regarded Sui as an individual easy to engage with. As several Maybachs came to a halt nearby, they were met by armed soldiers who barred their passage. Only with Colonel Feng's permission were they allowed to disembark and approach. Sui instantly recognized the leader among them, a tall figure standing at 180 centimeters, clad in a perfectly tailored suit, exuding an air of youthfulness. However, he approached at a brisk pace, clearly breathless. Upon noticing the military personnel by Sui's side, Su Jiming realized that the technology was likely under military scrutiny. He could do nothing but inquire, "Mr. Sui, regarding that technology." Sui chuckled softly in response. "Let us proceed to the conference room in the village." Su Jie nodded in agreement, leading his party to the meeting room. Once settled, Sui elucidated the current situation and the agreements established with the military. Then, folding his arms, he addressed Su Jie directly. "I am aware of your intentions, and I presume you have reviewed the technology. Let us discuss the usage fee directly. If you are sincere, I can facilitate exclusive authorization from the military." Su Jie was taken aback by Sui's forthrightness. He contemplated the fact that the military typically allocated 10 billion annually for usage fees. Thus, if they offered too little, it would likely be unacceptable. Gritting his teeth, he raised his gaze to Sui and stated, "Mr. Sui, since you are being so candid, I shall reciprocate. I have come overnight, tasked by the Southwest Group's headquarters. Our group currently holds a market value of 20 billion. We can allocate a maximum of 15 billion in funding. We intend to acquire the exclusive agency rights to your technology at this price, and starting next year, we shall provide you with an annual usage fee of 1 billion. What do you think?" Upon hearing this, even Sui was somewhat taken aback. The representatives from the Southwest Group were indeed formidable, with a market value of $20 billion. They were audacious enough to propose $15 billion for exclusive rights. It was a bold gamble. However, business people never engage in unprofitable transactions. Once they possessed this concrete technology, their market value could potentially skyrocket by 100-fold. This was a high-stakes wager. If they succeeded, prosperity awaited them. If they failed, they would face asset restructuring. Sui held a measure of respect for their audacity. Colonel Feng, along with the two majors behind him, exchanged astonished glances at Sujia. The mere courage of the Southwest Group indicated its remarkable nature. Observing Suyi's silence, Sujia seized the moment to speak. Mr. Su, the $15 billion along with an annual usage fee of $1 billion is the utmost leverage our company can provide. Please let us know if this is acceptable. If not, we will depart immediately. Should you agree, we assure you that the $15 billion will be transferred to your account within a day. Sui was forthright, and Sujia was even more candid. Their consortium could indeed only muster such resources, and the $15 billion would need to be secured against their assets to be raised. If this condition fails to secure the agency rights, they would have no choice but to withdraw. Noticing Sujia's directness, Sui spoke up. Sujia, upon hearing this, shook his head. Mr. Su, my apologies, we are in a hurry and have yet to prepare the contract. How about this? I will arrange your flight and reimburse all expenses. Would you be willing to visit our headquarters in a week to sign the contract? Of course. We guarantee that the funds will be in place by tomorrow. Upon hearing this, Sui nodded. Very well, I will provide you with the technical materials first, and I will sign the contract at my convenience later. The signing can occur whenever, as long as the funds are secured. After all, he needed substantial capital to transform their waterless village into the world's foremost community. He harbored no fear that the other party would renege after obtaining the materials. As the technology involved military applications, should they attempt any tricks, the military would ensure that the Southwest Group vanished overnight. Upon Sui's agreement, Sujia was visibly exhilarated. Sui then produced his card for Sujia to photograph. After the members of the Southwest Group departed, Major Feng and the two captains were left in a state of numbness. Their gazes towards Sui had shifted dramatically. Who could have anticipated that a modest conference room would swiftly facilitate a transaction worth hundreds of billions? Who would have thought that a young man in his 20s could suddenly become a billionaire? Hundreds of billions, they surmised they might never encounter such wealth in several lifetimes. The two behind Major Feng were both researchers, having obtained doctorates in materials science. They had always believed themselves to be quite accomplished, yet in the presence of Sui, they felt utterly insignificant. In the face of true genius, they appeared so dim. Once everyone had departed, silence enveloped Suyi's office. With newfound wealth, it was time to commence the land leveling project for the waterless village. Additionally, with funds at his disposal, he needed to establish a laboratory. This time, he aimed to build a laboratory valued at $1 billion, as future technologies would necessitate implementation through it. He still intended to enlist Wang Fei and his team for this endeavor, as he trusted their quality. The land leveling work would also fall to them, as it required thorough excavation of all land in the waterless village and the construction of paved roads. After a moment of contemplation, Sui closed his eyes. Tomorrow, he would visit the town to check on the funds in his account and discuss his plans with Wang Fei and his team. In order to tackle the forthcoming substantial workload, their engineering team requires expansion. Chapter 18, the eagerly awaiting experts as Sui slumbered. Military helicopters flew with little pause straight towards a military airfield. Subsequently, they transferred to a transport aircraft bound for a military research institution. A few elderly gentlemen occasionally glanced at the entrance before checking the time on their Nokia phones. Observing this, a nearby colonel smiled faintly and shook his head. Old son, Old Tian, and Old Lei, do not be so anxious. Xiao Feng and his team are already en route. These three individuals were among the select few experts in concrete materials within the military, pioneers in the field domestically, particularly Tian Hui, who recently produced the C-130 concrete. A remarkable achievement that could have earned him accolades. Little did he know that the military had informed him of the discovery of a new material. He was the most anxious among them, eager to see who could engineer a concrete superior to his own. Thus, he persistently retrieved his now smooth Nokia to check the time. Upon hearing the colonel's words, Tian Hui retorted with indignation. Cheng Feng, you know nothing. You may have some prowess in military strategy, but you lack understanding in technology. If this concrete truly possesses such remarkable qualities, capable of withstanding explosive detonations, then the infrastructure of Long Country will surely soar. Furthermore, Your military's bulletproof vest will undoubtedly be manufactured from this concrete, and even aircraft exteriors could be constructed from it. Tian Hui, known for his fiery temperament, had rendered the colonel momentarily speechless. Many officers around them dared not utter a word, diverting their gazes elsewhere. These venerable figures were national treasures, and they were not to be trifled with. Chen Feng, having been chastised, merely smiled wryly, accustomed to such encounters. Hearing Tian Hui's remarks, the expert Lei Qiu nodded in agreement. Indeed, if the technology behind this concrete is genuine, our defensive structures will attain unprecedented fortitude. Just consider your airfields. Missiles may not necessarily breach them, given their robustness. Is it not fashionable to equip tanks with protective nets? We could simply encase them in layers of concrete. Unless faced with high-yield missiles, our tanks would remain unscathed. The tall expert, Sun Quan, chimed in with a smile. This concrete is most likely authentic. We have already reviewed the testing videos from Xiaofeng's team and received relevant testing data from associated institutions. The material's performance is indeed impressive. However, I am curious, who could possibly have created something that eludes the three of us? I have heard that the individual in question is a young man. What do you think of his extraordinary talent? Upon hearing this, Tian Hui promptly replied, indeed, the quality of education in Long Country is on the rise, giving birth to many prodigies. If that young man were not so intent on leaving, I would have considered taking him on as my apprentice. That's not right. I'm not worthy of receiving him. If he wishes to stay, those old fellows from Longke Academy will undoubtedly vie for him, Sun Quan remarked with a smile. Are you referring to that lad named Sui? He truly is a prodigy. I heard he developed an intelligent driving system that sold for 50 million. Tian Hui nodded in agreement. That young man is remarkable. He completed a materials science course, and during his thesis defense, I found his direction quite promising, granting him the highest score. If he could remain with us, we might just secure a successor for the future of materials science. Upon hearing this, the relatively short expert, Lei Qiu, chuckled. To receive such high praise from you, the notorious king of thesis defenses, has piqued my curiosity. Nearby, a military colonel listened to their conversation, hesitating to speak. Had it not been for their military's promise to Sui not to disclose his role as the developer, he would have certainly informed these gentlemen that the concrete technology was indeed the brainchild of their so-called genius. Subsequently, the group resumed their wait, and the three elderly gentlemen grew increasingly impatient. As it was the middle of the night, they skillfully prepared instant noodles, each managing a bowl for themselves. Although the military had offered them late-night snacks, they deemed it too cumbersome and claimed that instant noodles sparked their creativity. This habit was understandable, as they often lost track of time in the laboratory, neglecting meals and thus developing a routine of consuming instant noodles while contemplating their work. Over time, they even found that such consumption led to a surge of ideas and inspiration. It was akin to students needing to use the restroom before an exam. Habits formed over time. Sun Quan and Lei Qiu promptly placed their instant noodles on the table, while Tian Hui, munching on his, dashed towards the exit. Upon reaching the doorway, he handed a bowl to a soldier, shooting him a fierce glare. You better not dare to steal my noodles, or I'll make you regret it. The young soldier's lips twitched as he watched Tian Hui depart, sighing, the older one gets, the more childlike they become. The group observed with growing astonishment, increasingly awed by the revelation that the addition of water and this so-called adhesive could alter the structure of concrete, forming an entirely new physical composition. Throughout the night, they immersed themselves in a sea of knowledge, occasionally slapping their thighs or gritting their teeth in frustration. Moments of confusion were interspersed with sudden clarity, punctuated by bursts of laughter and exclamations of exasperation. Damn it, this researcher is a genius. How did I not think of this? I had previously contemplated this structural property. What on earth is this? What does it mean? I cannot comprehend it at all. Old Sun, what does this signify? Old Lei, how can these carbon atoms exhibit such changes? Is this truly feasible? Indeed, I too cannot fathom it. What is the principle behind these polymers and compounds? How are they created? The density, porosity, and thermal expansion coefficient are unprecedentedly remarkable. How does that young man possess such ingenuity? Could he possibly be an extraterrestrial? Through the interface phenomena between the adhesive and concrete, as well as stone, the reduction of interfacial tension can enhance the wettability of the adhesive on the material's surface, thereby augmenting the bond strength. This notion is indeed commendable. The clever design of the adhesive's thermal changes during the curing process, energy transformation, and reaction equilibrium is remarkable. By controlling the curing temperature and duration, The adhesive can achieve optimal bonding performance in the shortest possible time. Throughout the night, several experts were engrossed in their studies, persisting even until dawn. However, they comprehended only a fraction of the complexities involved. Their singular thought was one of admiration. This concrete is truly exceptional. They intend to thoroughly master this concrete technology within a month. Chapter 19. The billion-dollar laboratory unbeknownst to Sue-E, who was lost in slumber. His technological innovations had profoundly astonished several experts. At the break of dawn the following day, Sue-E rose early and promptly summoned all members of the village committees for a meeting. The undertaking of land leveling concerned every villager, and he sought to discuss it with them. When the villagers gathered at the village committee, Sue-E addressed the assembly through a loudspeaker, announcing the initiative for land leveling. However, to his surprise, several families expressed strong resistance. Xiao Su, our lands each have defined boundaries. If you merge them into a single expanse, how will anyone discern which land belongs to whom in the future? Indeed, Sue-E, these plots have been passed down from our ancestors. If they are consolidated now, how will we ever know where our land lies should it be divided again? Please do not touch my land. If you were to level it, do so on others' plots. I cannot agree to this. Conversely, there were those who supported Sue-Yi's proposal for land leveling. They believed that having attended a prestigious university, he must have sound reasoning behind his actions. Furthermore, they recalled his kind-hearted nature since childhood, assuring them he would not let them down. Ultimately, after his assessment, it was revealed that 116 households from various village groups opposed the land leveling. However, they stipulated that their consent could be granted if all their lands were leased for a minimum term of 50 years. Fortunately, their rental demands were modest. At 100 yuan per acre annually, Sue-E calculated that the average landholding per household did not exceed 10 acres. With 116 households, this amounted to approximately 1,160 acres in total. He proceeded to lease all of these lands. After negotiating the terms, he secured the entire acreage for an annual rental fee of 150,000 yuan. In rural areas, particularly in mountainous regions, land tends to hold little value due to insufficient fertility in the difficult terrain, which often lacks vehicular access, necessitating manual transport. This was a primary factor in the land's devaluation. For Sue-E, this rental fee felt akin to a windfall. Upon signing the contract, Sue-E reached an agreement with the villagers, paving the way for the land leveling project. In the future, they would implement mechanized farming, with profits distributed according to the land area each family possessed. After the meeting concluded, it was already noon. Sue-E had no choice but to board a dilapidated van headed to town. After an hour's journey, he finally arrived. He had previously called Longke to prepare lunch, as Sue-E was eager to dine, following their lucrative venture on the village roads. Longke and Huang-Yi had established a firm footing for their construction team and were immensely grateful to Sue-E. Thus, upon receiving his message, they immediately set out to procure ingredients for the meal. When Sue-E arrived at Longke's home, Huang-Yi emerged from the kitchen, adorned in an apron, carrying the final dish. Upon seeing Sue-E, both greeted him with cheerful smiles. "Old Sue, come in and take a seat. You arrived just in time. I was just thinking of calling to check on you." Hastily, Sue-E made his way to join them at the table. "In our village, the van broke down midway, and after pushing it for quite some time, I arrived late. The food is truly delightful. I could smell its fragrance even from downstairs." Upon hearing Sue-Yi's compliment, Huang-Yi couldn't help but smile broadly. "Longke, look at how adept he is at flattery, while you remain as wooden as ever." Both Longke and Sue-E chuckled at this. Soon after, the three of them sat down and began to eat. "Old Wang, I came to your house today primarily to discuss two matters with you," Sue-E began. "Firstly, regarding my laboratory project. The design plans have been completed, and they are quite exquisite. I am very pleased with them. However, I now intend to make some enhancements. I require the construction of a larger laboratory, with a budget of 1 billion. The once smiling expressions of Huang-Yi and Longke instantly turned serious as they stood up. How much?" Longke gazed at Sue-E in disbelief, hardly able to trust his ears. 1 billion? For a laboratory? Having attended university, Huang-Yi had some understanding of laboratory costs, particularly the expensive equipment involved. A billion-dollar laboratory would undoubtedly rank among the finest in the world. She quickly interjected, "Sue-E, are you suggesting that you plan to construct a comprehensive research facility?" Upon hearing this, Sue-E glanced at the two of them before gesturing for them to sit down. Once they complied, he continued, "Precisely, I aim to establish a biological laboratory, a chemical laboratory, a physics laboratory, a materials science lab, a power science lab, and a polymer physics lab, among others. Although I do not yet possess many of the required instruments, I will need your assistance in planning ahead during the design phase. As I anticipate the construction of multiple buildings, Huang Yi nodded in response. That's certainly feasible, as long as you, the financier, provide the necessary funds. I will work tirelessly to ensure it's completed. Sui smiled at her words. No problem, money is a minor issue. Wang Fei, who had been listening, then spoke up. By the way, Su, you mentioned two matters. What is the other one? Huang Yi also looked at Sui with curiosity. With a smile, Sui replied. The second matter is that I intend to level all the land belonging to the various groups in our village. And every plot of land must have proper access roads constructed. This is a substantial undertaking, which I plan to entrust to you. You will need to expand your engineering team, and to facilitate this expansion, I will transfer some funds to your account shortly. Upon hearing this, both Wang Fei and Huang Yi were taken aback. Well, it seems a major project is on the horizon again, they thought. Having previously earned over $1 million from Sui, they understood he was looking out for them. Without hesitation, Wang Fei poured a large cup of baijiu and addressed Sui. Brother, I may be somewhat inept with words, as he said, like a wooden dummy. I won't say much more. This cup is for you, and I will drink it. He then downed the entire cup in one go. Seeing this, Sui smiled softly and lifted his own glass, drinking it down as well. Subsequently, the three of them engaged in pleasant conversation while dining. After the meal, Sui discovered that there was a construction bank branch conveniently located in their town, and he proceeded directly to the bank. His card had been issued for free during his university days, and it belonged to the construction bank. However, he had opted not to activate the SMS notification service at that time to save money. Previously, Su Jie had mentioned that he would be transferring funds to him today. Sui intended to activate the SMS function and, furthermore, to enable the large transfer service. The previous occasions when he had sent money to Wang Fei and others had been quite cumbersome, requiring verification each time. Today, he planned to also activate the large transfer functionality to avoid the necessity of having the Citibank manager conduct on-the-spot verification during each transaction. He had previously intended to have the other party assist with this process, but they had informed him that it could only be handled at the counter. Today, he would conveniently attend to this matter, ensuring that future transfers would be significantly more convenient. Chapter 20. The Enthusiastic Girl at Noon. Sui arrived directly at the service hall of the construction bank. The place was not particularly crowded today. Upon entering, he was greeted by a smiling lobby manager. Sir, how may I assist you today? Her voice was gentle, and her demeanor exuded excellent service. Sui glanced around before responding. I would like to process a transfer and set up mobile SMS notifications. Hearing this, the young woman smiled and replied, Certainly, sir. You can complete these transactions at the self-service machine nearby. Allow me to guide you. Please hand me your bank card and ID. With a slight smile, Sui complied. Presenting both his identification and bank card, the young woman took the documents and handed the ID to a middle-aged woman nearby. Sister Zhao, could you please make a copy of this ID? Our client needs to activate a transfer service. Upon hearing this, the woman reluctantly took the ID and glanced at it dismissively. From Wushui village? Huh? That's the poorest village in the country. What do these paupers need with a transfer service? Such a waste of time. Whether intentional or not, her voice was loud enough for Sui to overhear. He chose not to respond to her remarks. The young woman, sensing the awkwardness, turned to Sui and said, Sir, I see your bank card is issued in collaboration with Longke University of Science and Technology. Are you a student there? Sui nodded in affirmation. Yes. I just graduated this year. Upon hearing this, the young woman's demeanor shifted, as those who could gain admission to Longke University were undoubtedly talented individuals. Furthermore, Sui's handsome appearance intrigued her. Recently transferred to this rural town, she found herself quite bored and eager to make friends her age. Thus, she inquired further. What are your plans after graduation? I imagine someone of your caliber is assured job placement. I also aspired to attend a prestigious university, but ultimately settled for an ordinary undergraduate program. I truly envy your achievement, she added wistfully. Sui chuckled at her words, and the young woman was momentarily taken aback before expressing her admiration. People like you are indeed rare in this day and age. As she assisted several clients, a stout man emerged from the manager's office nearby. He scanned the room and called out, Sui? Upon hearing his name, Sui turned to the voice and recognized someone familiar. Duan Peng. He recalled this individual from middle school who had once been bullied due to his weight. However, it was said that after his family intervened, Teachers and parents alike had to apologize to him, and from that point on, no one dared to bully him again. Rumor had it that his family was quite affluent. His grandfather was a bank president in the city, and his father held a similar position in the town. It seemed that Duan Peng's father was now the president of the construction bank. In Su Yi's memory, this fellow had always performed poorly in his studies, spending his days solely indulging in food. It was rumored that he had merely bought his way through high school, ultimately failing to gain admission to university. Yet now, he emerged from the manager's office, indicating that his family had secured him a position here. "Hello, manager." The girl assisting Su Yi exclaimed upon seeing him. Duan Peng nodded, his gaze unabashedly drifting toward the girl's chest. "The top scorer of the college entrance examination. I never expected to see you here. Have you graduated from university?" Upon hearing this, Su Yi nodded affirmatively. "Yes, I have graduated. And where are you working now?" "I serve as a village official in my hometown." He had assumed Su Yi would secure a position of authority in their area, which would warrant a more respectful demeanor. It was surprising to learn that Su Yi was merely a small village official. A village official, if I recall correctly, earns a mere 2,000 yuan a month. "How about you come work with us? I'll offer you 3,000 a month. What do you say?" Upon hearing this, Su Yi was struck by a familiar sensation. The last person who had made such an offer had ended up in prison. He promptly shook his head. "No, thank you. I am quite content with my work in the village." Duan Ping chuckled in response. "What is so great about that? Your village is exceedingly impoverished. Just the mention of being from there makes others look down upon you. Those who come from such a wretched place are deemed worthless. Why would you remain in such a locale?" Su Yi chose to disregard him entirely and turned to the girl. "Could you please activate the SMS notification service for me? Additionally, adjust my single transaction limit to 1 billion. At this declaration, everyone in the bank turned to regard him. Subsequently, save for the girl before him. Laughter erupted from the others. The women at the counter were grinning mockingly, their amusement almost frenzied. Who is this buffoon? 1 billion? Does he even have 10,000 in his account? Ha ha ha, it's the first time I've heard someone request a limit of 1 billion. If he had a billion, he would be the richest person in our town. That guy is from a place so poor that even dogs shake their heads at it." Duan Peng joined in the laughter, exclaiming, "Ha, 1 billion. Su Yi, do you have any grasp of money? What good is such a high limit? You'll never need it. 1 billion? Not even I, nor my grandfather, have ever seen such an amount." Unfazed by his ridicule, Su Yi continued to address the girl. "So, can this be processed?" The girl paused momentarily before responding. Upon hearing her words, Su Yi nodded. "Good. Please proceed with the transaction." The girl nodded in acknowledgement. "Certainly. Sir." Feeling increasingly irked by being ignored twice, Duan Ping interjected, "Su Yi, you wish to set a transaction limit of 1 billion, right? Well, hand over your card. And I'll assist you with that. I happen to be the manager here." Duan Ping took the card and glanced at the words Longke University of Science and Technology inscribed upon it, instantly gritting his teeth in resentment. His animosity towards Su Yi stemmed primarily from those very words, for they represented an unattainable aspiration for him, a realm he would never be able to access. Su Yi's exceptional talent incited a deep-seated envy within him. Subsequently, he approached a counter and exchanged a knowing look with a young woman working there. "In a moment, I shall conduct a video call within our class group. At that time, please project the balance from Su Yi's card onto the large screen. Furthermore, ensure there is an automated announcement, with the volume turned up sufficiently for the entire hall to hear. Do you comprehend? I wish for everyone to witness just how impoverished this fellow truly is." The staff member at the counter nodded in acknowledgement. "Understood, manager. I shall attend to it immediately." Chapter 21. The girl delivers the phone at this moment. The girl was processing a text notification for Su Yi at the counter. After a short while, she smiled and informed him, "Mr. Su, your text service has been successfully activated. The monthly fee of 3 yuan will be automatically deducted henceforth." Su Yi nodded in response, "My family is quite impoverished. When I opened the account, I aimed to save money, hence I did not activate it. I apologize for the oversight." The girl responded with a sweet smile. "It's perfectly fine, Mr. Su. It's quite normal. My family is also struggling financially. I grew up working in the fields. And now that I've finally secured a job, it has alleviated some of the burden at home." Su Yi nodded, acknowledging her situation. "You are commendable. Would you consider working in our village? We are in need of a financial officer." Upon hearing his suggestion, the girl shook her head. "Mr. Su, at present, that seems unlikely. My family still relies on my income." Curious, Su Yi inquired, "What is your current salary?" 3,500 a month, she replied. "Though not substantial, It is relatively stable. Sui immediately offered, well, if you join our village, I can double your salary, and there will be a year-end bonus. What do you think? The girl smiled and shook her head again. Mr. Su, please don't joke. I am the only university student in my family. And I have a younger brother in college as well. I need to support his education. Sui understood and refrained from pressing further. Every individual has their own path, and he would not impose his will upon her. However, the village indeed required someone to manage its finances, as he often found his mind preoccupied with matters beyond such trivialities. Then, Sui addressed the girl once more. By the way, I noticed that many people have voice notifications for transactions on Alipay. Can you set that up for bank cards as well? I am frequently busy and often neglect my phone. Having notifications would simplify things considerably. The girl nodded. Yes, Mr. Su, we do offer that service. You just need to download our BankS app. Once you log into mobile banking, you can find the voice notification setting option in the relevant payment function module. Just follow the prompts to activate it. If you'd like, you can hand me your phone, and I can assist you in setting it up. Upon hearing this, Sui retrieved a phone with a smooth frame from his pocket and handed it to the girl. She was taken aback at the sight of his device. She recognized that it housed a game called Angry Birds and a scratch-off lottery game. This was indeed a phone from a decade ago, in this day and age. Sui still did not own a smartphone? Mr. Su, your phone cannot support our app. I'm afraid, she informed him. Sui glanced at his phone. A slight twitch at the corner of his mouth. Indeed, his device was far too outdated. He had forgotten momentarily. He typically installed apps by himself, using his own system and code. Without his computer, it was indeed impossible to install anything on this relic. It seemed he would need to consider acquiring a new phone soon. Mr. Su, if you don't mind, please use this phone for now. Upon hearing this, Sui glanced at the device in the girl's hand. It's a brand new phone, the girl said with a smile. I originally bought this for my father. It was too expensive, just a few hundred yuan, and it's capable of installing various applications. Without waiting for Sui's consent, she placed the phone into his hands. She then fetched a pair of scissors and skillfully trimmed the SIM card to fit, installing it into the phone. As the device powered on and the signal connected, the girl cheerfully handed the phone back to Sui. There you go, Mr. Su. Consider this a gift from me. Sui, somewhat puzzled, asked, Why are you giving me a gift? Without hesitation, the girl replied. Hearing this, Sui began to understand the girl's generosity in gifting him the phone. Thank you, he expressed, recognizing her as one of the few kind strangers he had encountered. The girl then assisted Sui in downloading a banking app and configuring the voice notifications. All set, Mr. Su. Now, if anyone transfers money to your account, you will receive an alert. Nodding in acknowledgement, Sui said, Thank you once again, and for the phone as well. If you ever need assistance, feel free to reach out. I will certainly help if I can. The girl smiled and nodded in response. Next, she helped him install several social media applications. As Sui logged onto the satellite app, a video call notification appeared. It turned out to be a group call. Isn't this the group from my middle school class? Rarely do people chat here. Why is there a video call now? The girl looked over and was momentarily taken aback. Mr. Su, the initiator is our manager. Rather than answering immediately, Sui scrolled through the group chat records. Hey, everyone. Today the top scorer from the college entrance examination is coming to our branch to process a large transfer. He is applying for a transfer limit of 1 billion. Haha. I'll video call you shortly to show you his balance. Wow, the top scorer must have just graduated, and he already has so much money? Another added. I'm calling to let you see how broke that kid is. At that moment, Huan Yi and Wan Fei noticed the video call in the chat in the group, eagerly joining the call, as they were aware of Sui's wealth. Indeed, during school, teachers said studying is valuable. I'm curious to see if it truly is. Duan Ping, seeing dozens of participants in the video call, smirked. All right, I'll show you right now, he said, flipping the camera to focus on the bank's largest electronic display screen. Chapter 22, a collective stupefaction as he adjusted the camera. The screen aligned perfectly with the display in the bank's hall. In the next moment, a message appeared on the large screen. Yuhua, balance 4,000 yuan. The sight on the screen left everyone momentarily bewildered. What is happening? Duan Peng quickly turned his attention to the teller at the counter. The teller promptly responded. Let me first project my account to avoid any errors later. Everyone, please remain calm. This is merely a test conducted by our staff. Just watch closely, and soon you will see Sui's balance. With that, he instructed the teller, display that fellow's balance on the screen for everyone to see. Upon hearing his words, The teller inserted Suyi's card into the card reader. "Suyi, please go to the counter and enter your password. We require it." The moment he inputted the password, his bank balance instantly appeared on the teller's computer screen, synchronously displayed on the large screen outside. A voice resonated throughout the business hall. "Your balance is 1,005,000 yuan." The crowd, initially anticipating a spectacle, froze in shock upon hearing this declaration. At that instant, every hair on their body stood on end, and goosebumps cascaded across their skin. Some individuals, upon hearing the announcement, found their minds blank, involuntarily shuddering. The teller responsible for the projection stood agape, as if his mouth could accommodate several eggs, utterly astonished. Those engaged in processing their documents lifted their heads to gaze at the large screen, staring in disbelief at the lengthy string of numbers. Silence enveloped the room, as all present could only gawk in astonishment. The girl who had been assisting Suyi with his transactions was also left dumbfounded by the figures displayed on the screen. In a flurry, she covered her mouth with her hand, her eyes wide open, fixated on the astonishing numbers. Her expression was a tapestry of disbelief, her gaze profoundly complex, and even her body trembled slightly. Meanwhile, those participating in the group call caught sight of the numbers on the screen and heard the announcement echoing in the hall. Those who had anticipated a farce were now rendered speechless. Their eyes were nearly popping out of their heads. They had assumed Suyi was destitute. They had intended to flaunt their modest savings of several $100,000 or their second-hand car worth a few tens of thousands, seeking a sense of superiority over him. Yet now, they were engulfed by an unprecedented wave of inferiority. 1 billion. That was a sum they could never hope to earn in their lifetimes. Indeed, they might not even earn a fraction of that amount. The once lively group call descended into an eerie silence, with all participants rendered mute. Huang Yi and Wang Fei, though somewhat prepared, were equally taken aback when they beheld Suyi's balance. 1 billion. It was indeed 1 billion. Huang Yi remained silent for a considerable time. She ranked second in the city's college entrance examination, seemingly just one position behind Suyi. However, the disparity between them was as profound as a chasm. Wang Fei, on the other hand, wore a beaming smile, genuinely delighted for Suyi. He recalled the disparaging remarks he had made in the group about Suyi's financial situation and felt an overwhelming urge to find a hole to hide in. His family had labored for generations, yet they had never amassed such wealth. Reflecting on his previous comments to Suyi, he wished he could sever his own tongue. If he had been oblivious to the role of a fool before, he was now acutely aware. 1 billion, a staggering 1 billion. He finally comprehended why Suyi had remained indifferent to his words. He was no longer worthy of Suyi's attention. Individuals of such stature deemed it beneath them to engage in debates with him, for it would be a devaluation of their worth. In that moment, he felt an overwhelming sense of inferiority, one that he feared he might never escape. Everyone's gaze turned towards Suyi, the young magnate, their minds racing to comprehend how someone so young could have amassed such wealth. "Why are you all standing there? Have you completed the arrangements?" he said, lifting his head, his voice trembling. Upon witnessing this scene, a girl beside him could not help but chuckle. Suyi nodded in response. "All right, let's expedite this. I'll wait for you a little longer." At that moment, the way everyone looked at Suyi transformed dramatically, a complete reversal from before. Observing this, Suyi shook his head and chose to remain silent. The girl before him then spoke up. "Mr. Su, you previously mentioned needing a finance person. Is that still the case? I had thought you were jesting, but now I realize that following you is indeed a wise choice. I admit that it was only after seeing your wealth that I decided to align myself with you, but I genuinely yearn for this opportunity." The girl was quite candid, openly expressing her innermost thoughts. Suyi understood that she sought to seize this chance, as it could potentially alter her family's circumstances. Nodding in acknowledgement, he replied, "Very well. You may resign shortly and report to our village committee tomorrow morning." The military had already communicated. Their village fell directly under military jurisdiction, allowing him to appoint anyone to any position within the village. The girl nodded enthusiastically in response. Just then, Suyi's phone buzzed with a new message. Upon checking, he discovered it was from Su Jia, informing him that the funds had been credited. Surprised, as he had not heard any notification sound, he lifted his gaze towards the large screen. At the precise moment he looked up, a notification sound resonated throughout the entire business hall. Chapter 23. A bank deposit of 15 billion. Just as Suyi was engulfed in confusion, a notification echoed throughout the grand hall. The bank card had received a staggering deposit of 15 billion yuan. Simultaneously, the balance on Suyi's bank card on the large screen surged to over 100 billion. An extensive sequence of numbers illuminated the screen, rendering it impossible to count the digits. The throngs of people, already electrified with excitement, were momentarily struck dumb by the announcement. Subsequently, all eyes widened in disbelief, their pupils contracting in astonishment. The students in the group swiftly turned their gazes toward the large screen, and indeed, the figures had transformed dramatically, soaring from 1,500,000,000 to a breathtaking 16,500,000,000 yuan. As they beheld the lengthy string of numbers on the screen, a profound skepticism enveloped the crowd. Was this real? Many felt as though they were ensnared in a dream. For this was an unimaginable sum, 100 billion. Each student, without exception, trembled as they clutched their phones, some shaking uncontrollably in sheer shock. They were terrified, genuinely terrified. The bank tellers on site, upon hearing the announcement, hastily turned their attention to the screen. Doubts about their own realities began to creep in. 16 billion, an amount so colossal it would take several lifetimes to exhaust. The tellers recalled their prior mockery of Sui. And now they felt like jesters in a grand farce, lesser even than the refuse on the streets. Duping stood frozen in place, his mind blank as he stared at the numbers on the screen. How much better it would have been had he treated Sui with greater kindness. After all, Sui was his old classmate. A friendly approach could have secured a lucrative deposit in his branch, paving the way for his promotion. But now, it was all lost. He felt as if fate were cruelly toying with him, tears of frustration stinging his eyes. The young woman who had been assisting Sui with his banking transactions was also in shock, her body trembling as she processed the balance displayed before her. Earlier, she had felt pity for Sui and had handed him her phone. Now, reflecting on her actions, she realized that wealthy individuals often remain remarkably humble. Meanwhile, Wang Fei and Huang Yi, who were witnessing the scene through a video call, were left utterly speechless. An astonishing 16 billion, 160 billion. If Sui were to invest this fortune in the development of their hometown, how splendid it would become. Contemplating this, they began to entertain thoughts of purchasing land in their village and constructing homes, considering relocating their household registration. At that moment, Sui, now aware of the funds deposited, decided to call Sujie. His previous phone was outdated and had a feeble speaker, compelling him to use the speakerphone frequently. Habitually, he activated the speakerphone. The call connected swiftly, and Sujie's voice resonated from the other end. Mr. Su, you received the licensing fee for the concrete technology you developed, correct? I spent last night ensuring that all funds were transferred to your account. Received it, Mr. Su. So it shall be. In a few days, I will find time to visit your company to sign the contract. Upon hearing this, Sujie spoke up. Mr. Su, I am now the manager at headquarters. Feel free to contact me anytime after your arrival. Sui nodded in response. All right, I shall hang up for now. Sui's conversation was nearly audible to everyone present, and they quickly understood the nature of the funds involved. It was the licensing fee for a technology developed by Sui. Those who had previously questioned the value of education were left utterly speechless by this scene. Is education valuable? Indeed, it is immensely so. Brother Su, all your business matters are settled. Today, I have been blind to your greatness. Could you possibly leave me a contact number? Upon hearing this, Sui shook his head. No need. I believe there won't be anything for me to discuss with you. After saying this, Sui turned to the girl beside him and said, I will wait for you outside. Shortly after, the girl emerged, having gathered her belongings. Mr. Su, I haven't introduced myself yet. My name is Suing, and I graduated from the Provincial University of Finance. Sui nodded in acknowledgement. Very well, here is the plan. Since our village office requires reconstruction, I will grant you a month's vacation to explore. After a month, you can return to work, and I will advance you half a year's salary. Sui suddenly realized he had no extra accommodation arranged for Suing. She would have to wait until the new office and dormitory buildings were constructed before starting her job. In his estimation, with the speed at which concrete sets, a month would be ample time to complete the dormitory and office buildings. Suing was elated upon hearing this. Thank you, Mr. Su. Due to the need to construct the experimental building, office, and dormitory, as well as to repair roads and level the land, Huang Yi and the others decided to establish their office directly in Wushui village for greater convenience. After returning to the village, Sui headed straight to the laboratory where various instruments were placed. He intended to develop the plant growth liquid he had previously exchanged from the system. This substance would accelerate plant growth, and he planned to test it on the old pear tree at the village committee to see if it could bear fruit within a month. Meanwhile, Wang Fei and Huang Yi gathered numerous workers. Huang Yi invited several of her university classmates. Each day, They carried total stations and leveling instruments up the mountain to survey the land and design the roads. Sui instructed them to build bridges where necessary and tunnels where required, ensuring the roads were of high quality and not overly convoluted. With ample funding, Huang Yi's classmates worked diligently, often toiling from dawn till dusk, with CAD software running hot. Huang Yi led a team to design the experimental building, and they worked with great enthusiasm, as this was the first building they had ever designed. Wang Fei managed the construction crew, directing the team in land leveling, with dozens of excavators and bulldozers working tirelessly day and night. The villagers of Wushuai were left astonished. They had never witnessed such a grand spectacle before. They lament daily about the cost involved. As time gradually passes, 2 weeks later, Sui receives a vial of azure liquid in the warehouse where he works. This is the plant growth liquid he has developed based on the system's information. Its efficacy remains to be tested. The application of this growth liquid is quite straightforward. It must be mixed with water and then directly sprayed onto the roots or trunk of the plants. Without delay, Sui procures a bucket of water and, using a straw, extracts a drop to add to the water. He then pours this mixture at the base of the old pear tree in the yard, which is on the verge of withering. Subsequently, he fills another bucket with water and pours it at the foot of an old grapevine that is only a remnant of its trunk remaining. He intends to test the effects on these two ailing plants first. After preparing everything, Sui conceals the remaining vial of growth liquid. Its effectiveness is uncertain, and he cannot allow others to use it. Having completed these tasks, the next day he takes a vehicle to the town. Upon reaching the town, he boards an old bus to the county, then transfers to a dilapidated train heading to the province, and finally boards a high-speed train directly to the headquarters of the Southwest Group. Chapter 24. He is my boyfriend. The headquarters of the Southwest Group is situated in the renowned Fog City. After disembarking from the high-speed train, Sui promptly boarded the subway. Observing the subway traverse through a building, he couldn't help but marvel at the advanced transportation system of Fog City. One day, he aspired to implement magnetic levitation trains throughout the cliffs of their village. Upon alighting at a subway station, Sui headed directly to the edifice housing the Southwest Group. At the entrance, a security guard required identity verification. After contacting Su Jie, the guard allowed him entry into the building and summoned the elevator for him. Soon, the elevator reached the 18th floor, where Sui stepped out into a remarkably spacious reception area. There, he was greeted by two young women clad in kipeos, who awaited his arrival. "Hello, are you Mr. Su?" "Yes." "Welcome. Please follow us. Our general manager, Su, will be here shortly with the legal team. In the meantime, feel free to explore our premises if you are interested in our enterprise." Sui, upon hearing this, shook his head. "I'll just take a look around." "You may go ahead." The young women exchanged subtle smiles. "Very well, Mr. Su. We will take our leave now. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to call us." Nodding in acknowledgement, Sui watched as the elegantly clad women exited the reception area. He then decided to explore the capabilities of the Southwest Group. However, just as he stepped into the corridor, a voice resonated behind him. "Sui, what brings you here?" Ahead, a girl dressed in professional attire stood, gazing at him in surprise. It was Lu Xiao, a university classmate from Longke University. Although they referred to each other as classmates, they were not in the same class. Sui studied electronic information engineering, while she focused on materials science. In his pursuit of knowledge, Sui often attended lectures from other disciplines whenever he had the time. Being the top student at Longke University, he gradually garnered the attention of numerous girls. After all, excelling academically, coupled with good looks, was a winning combination in university, a realm where many young women believed that academic prowess equated to superiority. Consequently, many female classmates harbored secret affections for Sui, with Lu Xiao being one of them. Once, she had confessed her feelings to him after class, only for him to feign ignorance and hastily flee. Since that incident, Lu Xiao had not spoken to him again. Surprised to encounter her here, Sui was about to explain when a middle-aged man approached. "What are you still doing here? Hurry up and prepare. Don't keep them waiting too long. Lu Xiao, if you can manage the task, do it. If not, just leave, all right?" The middle-aged man glared menacingly at Lu Xiao, then turned his gaze to Sui. "Is this your boyfriend? Are you not aware that the company has a clear policy prohibiting outsiders from entering? You, get out of here immediately, or I will summon security." Upon hearing this, Lu Xiao erupted. "How dare you, you bloated swine? Is it so severe just because I declined your invitation for dinner? Must you retaliate so viciously?" As she spoke, Lu Xiao forcefully flung the file bag to the ground, casting a disdainful glance at the middle-aged man before her. The loud commotion drew the attention of several onlookers. eager for a spectacle. Without hesitation, Lu Ziao stepped forward and entwined her arm with Su Yi's. Bloated swine, this is my boyfriend. What of it? He is more handsome, more intelligent, and possesses far greater charm than you. With that, she planted a kiss on Su Yi's cheek. Startled by the sudden moisture on his skin, Su Yi paused. Sensing that Lu Ziao might be intentionally taking liberties with him, the middle-aged man furrowed his brow at Lu Ziao's words. If it weren't for our collaboration with that individual at this company, I would personally ensure your expulsion. Lu Ziao, just wait. He then turned to the surrounding staff. His anger palpable. Hurry, Su is about to arrive. We need to review the contract with that important figure. Stay focused. The individuals behind him nodded in agreement. The middle-aged man glared at Lu Ziao and commanded, pack your things and leave. Today, you are terminated. While you are unwilling to perform your duties, others are eager to step in. What pretense are you putting on? I initially intended to introduce you to the notable figure behind the development of the C-4900 concrete. But now that you've provoked me, you will never have that opportunity again. Furthermore, you may never encounter such concrete again in your life. And your boyfriend, what a shabby appearance. Dressed in nothing but cheap market finds. With that, the middle-aged man shot a venomous glare at Su Yi and Lu Ziao before storming off with his entourage. Once they departed, Lu Ziyu released Su Yi's arm, looking at him apologetically. I'm sorry for using you as a shield just now. That was my superior. After graduating from university, I joined the Southwest group through campus recruitment and was transferred to the headquarters. Who would have thought that pig would repeatedly invite me to dinner? Attempting to coerce me? I, after all, graduated from Longke University with a degree in materials science. If I am not appreciated here, I shall find a place that values me. Hearing this, Sui looked at Lu Ziao, surprised. The gentle girl he remembered seemed transformed. Just as you're here. Could you help me move some things? Later, come to my place. I'll cook a couple of dishes for us to enjoy together. Upon hearing this, Sui shivered. Ziao, I can help with the moving, but as for drinking. Lu Ziao chuckled at his response. What are you thinking? Are you still afraid that I might consume you? You remain just as you were during our university days, always retreating at the sight of other girls. It appears that, in your eyes, there is still only her. All other girls shall forever remain merely other girls. Come, I do not wish to bother you. I merely wish to reminisce with an old friend and, incidentally, celebrate my escape from the depths of despair. Upon hearing this, Sui finally nodded in agreement. There is no rush regarding the contract. Let us first assist Lu Ziao in tidying up her belongings. Meanwhile, in the reception room of the Southwest group, Su Jie arrived accompanied by a stout middle-aged man and a contingent of legal personnel. After surveying the area, he found no one present. He then turned to two young women clad in qipao and inquired, "Where is Mr. Su?" In response, one of the qipao-clad women promptly replied, "Report to you, Mr. Su. I saw Mr. Su just now heading down the corridor to another department. He mentioned he was merely taking a look around, and we did not dare to stop him. By the way, he left with Lu Ziao from the RD department. They seem to be university classmates." Upon hearing this, the stout middle-aged man beside Su Jie immediately felt his pupils constrict, and his body began to tremble uncontrollably. Chapter 25. Is not even the smallest mountain still a mountain? Upon hearing the words of the two qipao-clad receptionists, the corpulent man beside Su Jie trembled violently. He came to a realization. The individual he had just disparaged and attempted to dismiss was, in fact, the significant figure they were to meet today. The thought of having offended such a person in front of many left him with a constricted gaze and a pallid complexion. Su Jie, upon overhearing the receptionists, promptly declared, "Let us proceed to the RD department." Consequently, the group made their way directly to the designated area. Meanwhile, Lu Ziao and Sui had already arrived at the RD department. Numerous colleagues, having heard of Lu Ziao's dismissal, turned their attention toward her. Many male coworkers, aware that Sui was Lu Ziao's boyfriend, gazed at him with envy. Lu Ziyu was regarded as the most beautiful girl in the company, and countless individuals harbored secret affections for her, yet lacked the courage to pursue her. The fact that Sui had won her affections left them in awe. "Sui, these items are all mine. Could you assist me in placing them into the storage box?" Lu Ziao requested directly. Upon hearing her, Sui nodded in agreement. Of course. They then began to tidy up the small items on the table, cups, snacks, and drinks, while leaving the company's computer behind. After a brief period, Lu Ziao and Sui, arms laden with the storage box, departed. Simultaneously, Sui sent a message to Su Jie, indicating that they would finalize the contract the following day. The fog-laden city appeared prosperous, yet behind this facade lay countless ordinary individuals. Lu Ziyou's residence was situated atop a hill, and after alighting from the taxi, they had to ascend a dilapidated set of stone steps. After navigating several winding paths, they arrived at the entrance of a worn self-built house. The brick walls surrounding the entrance were adorned with verdant moss, evidence of its age. Lu Ziyu retrieved a key and unlocked the door, stepping inside. The interior revealed a small courtyard with cacti lining the walls. In the center stood an ancient cypress tree, beneath which rested a stone table. Adjacent to it were a living room, a bedroom, and a kitchen. Though the abode was aged, it was meticulously clean, with everything neatly arranged. Sui, feel free to place the items anywhere. Just wait for me. We need not drink water, as I shall take you to enjoy something more interesting, she beckoned, gesturing for him to follow. Come with me. The duo ascended an iron staircase to the rooftop, where a canopy sheltered a wooden table and a lounge chair. The chair faced the distant river and mountains, offering a glimpse of half the city, the scenery truly splendid. Please, have a seat. Lu Ziyu smiled gently as she retrieved 2 cups and a bottle of wine, pouring a generous glass for Sui. His lips twitched in surprise. Didn't we agree to prepare a couple of dishes? Are we merely drinking? At this, Lu Ziyu smiled slightly. Sui is not the moonlight on the water. The flowers and dreams, the buildings in the city, and the landscapes in the mountains, all considered accompaniments to our drink? Are these drinks not sufficient? Upon hearing this, Sui shook his head, then raised his glass to clink with Lu Ziyu's. The crisp sound resonated, and they each took a sip. Sui, attuned to Lu Ziyu's words, realized that she harbored much disappointment within. The moon reflected in water, and the flowers of dreams symbolized the ephemeral. The towering buildings of the fog-laden city and the distant mountains represent reality. Her sentiment conveyed a profound confusion between the illusions of the world and her own disorientation. After taking a sip, Lu Ziyu gazed at the distant peaks and spoke. Sui, what do you think we have strived for since childhood? Working diligently to get into the best high schools and universities? I consider myself a paragon in the field of materials science, though not the very best. Why is it that I can only earn an 8,000 salary, renting a modest apartment, living a life devoid of prospects? Each day begins with work and ends with sleep, leaving no time for my passions. You mentioned the Southwest Group. Indeed, it is a large company, yet it is rife with intrigue. Even if you possess capability, it matters not. Entry into the laboratory is barred. What has become of this world? Teachers have always instructed us to study hard and enhance our abilities. Yet they never revealed that ability is but one facet. The unspoken rules of society and its harshness are the true stepping stones in life. As she spoke, Lu Ziyu lifted her glass and took a hearty drink, her cheeks now tinged with a rosy hue. Sui, having listened, offered a gentle smile. Each person has their own aspirations and life path. My goal is to develop my hometown, and my life shall be dedicated to this aim. I believe in engaging in meaningful endeavors. We are among the brightest scholars of our nation, and we must strive to transform this society rather than allow it to transform us. Upon hearing Suyi's words, Lu Ziyu smiled faintly. No wonder you were the top scorer in the college entrance examination. Your words flow so eloquently. Sui, encouraged by her response, smiled back, and they clinked their glasses once more. What if you and I return to our village? I believe our village has a promising future, and I am already in the process of establishing a laboratory, Sui suggested. Hearing this, Lu Ziyu chuckled. What, do you wish to lure me to your village? I think I shall pass. I prefer to rise where I have stumbled. If I change companies, I will undoubtedly prove myself in the future. With that, Lu Ziyu finally inquired, by the way, I was so upset earlier that I forgot to ask what you were doing at the Southwest Group. Sui, smiling, replied, Is it possible that the rotund supervisor you mentioned is meant to receive me? Lu Ziyu paused for a few seconds, then gazed into the distance, her smile returning. So, it is you who developed that new material. No wonder. People are like the distant mountains, varying in height. Those that are lower can only look up to the towering peaks. Upon hearing this, Sui turned his gaze to Lu Ziyu. Do not be overly pessimistic. Even the lowest mountain is still a mountain, is it not? Very well. Do prepare a few dishes for me, for I cannot endure such drinking alone. Upon hearing this, Lu Ziyu nodded and promptly made her way to the kitchen. After a while, several small dishes were brought to the table, and the two engaged in conversation as they dined and drank. The following morning, Sui awoke on the sofa of Lu Ziyu's home. Breakfast had already been prepared by her. Sui, after you finish breakfast, do head to the Southwest Group. Mr. Su called me and mentioned that you may come at any time today. He will be awaiting your arrival. Sui nodded in acknowledgement. After finishing his meal, he departed immediately. Lu Ziyu watched Suyi's retreating figure, smiling as she shook her head, whispering to herself, "Last night, I kept the door open for you. Yet you remain motionless. Sui, you truly remain as captivating as ever." Chapter 26. Is this what you call a little? When Sui arrived at the entrance of the Southwest Group, Sujia was already waiting at the door with his team. Upon seeing Sui, Sujia hurriedly approached him. "Mr. Su, we are honored to welcome you to the headquarters of Southwest Group." After a brief handshake, Sujia led Sui directly to the conference room. A short while later, in the conference room, Sujia presented a contract with a smile, saying, "Mr. Su, please take a look at the contract. If everything is in order, we can proceed with the signing today." Upon hearing this, Sui glanced over the document and found no issues. As he picked up the pen, Sujia's face lit up with anticipation. With this contract, they would secure concrete supplies from the military, causing the stock price of Southwest Group to soar. Simultaneously, they would receive countless orders. However, just as he was filled with excitement, Sui set the pen down once more. Observing this action, Sujia's eyes widened in shock, and he hurriedly inquired, "Mr. Su, is there something in the contract that you find unsatisfactory?" In response, Sui turned his gaze toward a middle-aged man standing nearby. "When I visited yesterday, this individual attempted to expel me and remarked on my attire, suggesting that my humble appearance might tarnish your company's image. A person of such simplicity may not be the most suitable partner for your esteemed organization." Upon hearing this, Sujia immediately shot an angry glance at the middle-aged man. Sui continued, "Furthermore, he has abused his authority to intimidate female subordinates, dismissing those who refuse his advances. Such conduct raises serious concerns. If my expertise were to be entrusted to your company, I would need to reconsider." At this revelation, the middle-aged man grew frantic. He quickly rose from his seat and approached Sui, kneeling before him without regard for the others present. He began to bang his head against the floor with fervor. The surrounding individuals could hear the thuds as blood began to stream from his forehead. "Mr. Su, I was blind to your worth and foolish beyond measure. I humbly bow before you to acknowledge my wrongdoing. I should never have dismissed Lu Ziao. I was wrong, and I truly recognize my error." At that moment, an employee leaned into Su Jia's ear and recounted the events from the previous day. After listening, Su Jia furrowed his brow and addressed the middle-aged man. "You may leave. Lu Ziao will take over your position. Moreover, I want the department to investigate whether you have engaged in any corruption during your tenure. If so, you shall be sent to prison for a thorough reflection." Hearing Su Jia's words, the middle-aged man felt as though all hope had evaporated. Everything he had worked for over the years was slipping away. His high-paying position, bonuses, and even his questionable conduct were now at risk of being exposed. Observing the defeated state of the middle-aged man, Su Jia waved his hand dismissively. "Remove him from the premises." Instantly, two individuals stepped forward to escort the man out. Su Jia then turned to Sui. "Mr. Su, this pest is merely a small fraction of our company. I believe your classmate is quite commendable. I shall have her oversee the concrete usage within our group. How does that sound?" Upon hearing this, Sui nodded slightly. With talents like General Su in the Southwest Group, its future development is bound to be promising. As he spoke, Sui affixed his signature to the contract and slid it across the table to Sujia. Hearing this, Sujia smiled faintly. "Then, let us wish for a delightful collaboration between our group and Mr. Su. Perhaps I should host a banquet this evening to welcome you?" Sui, upon hearing this, shook his head. "I shall not attend the banquet. I must take my leave now." Sujia nodded in understanding. "Very well, Mr. Su. Allow me to have my car escort you. Sui, please sit for a moment. Lunch will be ready shortly." At this, Sui nodded. However, he did not remain idle. He promptly entered the kitchen to assist with washing vegetables and peeling garlic. "Sui, thank you. You are right. We must strive to change society rather than allow society to change us. I have declined their offers, and I intend to depart from this bustling metropolis. Perhaps the fog of this city is too dense for me." Hearing this, Sui paused in his task of peeling garlic. He looked up to find Lu Ziao smiling at him. "I cannot afford a salary of 1 million. Are you certain you wish to proceed?" Upon hearing this, Lu Ziao shook her head, her gaze sincere as she addressed Sui. "As long as I can conduct experiments, that suffices. I believe you may need a research assistant. As for the salary, a mere 2,000 to send to my parents each month will do." At this, Sui chuckled. "Very well. Although Lu Ziao may not be among the top graduates of Longke University in materials science, her foundation is undeniably solid. After all, those admitted to Longke are among the top 50 in their respective provinces. How could she be lacking? With Lu Ziao's assistance, his efficiency would surely increase." After lunch, Sui helped Lu Ziyao organize her belongings and arrange for a courier to have everything shipped away. The following day, the two arrived, utterly exhausted, at Wushui village. Lu Ziyao had heard that Wushui village was the poorest village in the nation and had prepared herself mentally. However, upon arriving, she was taken aback. She saw excavators and bulldozers everywhere, accompanied by engineering teams. Simultaneously, she noticed several towering buildings rising from a vacant lot. That is the chemistry building. That is the physics laboratory, and that is the biological sciences laboratory. Sui briefly explained the purposes of these structures to Lu Ziyao. After hearing this, she was utterly astonished, her face reflecting disbelief. She had thought that the laboratory Sui spoke of was merely a simple one, only to discover it was a multi-story research complex. How much would this cost? After a brief introduction to the surrounding environment, Sui led Lu Ziyao directly to the office. He then produced a contract. Ziyao, previously your salary was 8,000 per month. But due to the remoteness of our location and the inconvenience of living here, we are providing you with some allowances. Rounded off, your salary will amount to 60,000 per month. What do you think? Upon hearing Sui's words, Lu Ziyao's eyes widened in disbelief. What? How much? Sui, please do not jest. It should be around 2,000. Let me help you save some money. After all, you must have expenses everywhere. I am aware that you sold the intelligent driving project for 50 million, but with so many buildings you have constructed, do you still have funds remaining? Sui smiled at her response, then opened his mobile banking app. He then pushed the phone directly in front of Lu Ziyao. There should still be a little left, right? Lu Ziyao leaned forward to gaze at the phone. Chapter 27. The effect of plant growth liquid upon hearing the news. Lu Ziyao turned her gaze toward the screen of her phone. The next moment, her eyes widened in disbelief. She then cast a speechless glance at Sui. Is that what you call a little? However, she was not overly astonished, for Sui had undoubtedly shared his concrete technology with the Southwest Group for a significant return. Thus, it was no surprise to her that he possessed such wealth. After witnessing the extent of Sui's riches, she felt no need to be polite and promptly signed the contract. Since Sui was flaunting his affluence, she had no intention of helping him save money. Once the contract was finalized, Sui smiled slightly and remarked, as for accommodation, there are no additional dormitories available here. Perhaps you could stay at my place for the time being. Hearing this, Lu Ziyao nodded in agreement. All right. Subsequently, Sui inquired about the progress of the construction from Longke and the others. With only a few days remaining in the month, it seemed that the laboratory buildings were nearing completion. Once the roofs were sealed, renovations could commence, and the procurement of experimental equipment could gradually begin. Wang Fei and Huang Yi had been residing in Wushui village, appearing quite disheveled. They provided a brief update on the construction progress to Sui. The laboratory and accommodation buildings were on the verge of completion, awaiting only the final roofing. Once that was accomplished, the renovation team would commence work. Regarding the land leveling, it had made significant progress over the past month, with most of the land nearly flattened, and the roads had already been constructed. Upon hearing this news, Sui nodded appreciatively. With these tasks completed, they could soon begin cultivating drought-resistant rice. Once the biological laboratory was established, he planned to extensively develop that plant growth liquid and establish a small factory dedicated to its production. Oh my, this girl is quite charming. It would be wonderful if she could become my daughter-in-law, Li Qin remarked playfully as she ushered Lu Ziyao into the house. Hearing this, Sui was left speechless. Lu Ziyao responded with a smile. Auntie, if I could truly become your daughter-in-law, that would be splendid. However, your son already has someone in his heart. He wouldn't even want me if I offered myself to him. Taken aback by her words, Li Qin realized with astonishment that the girl had feelings for Sui. But he was not interested. Su Lin promptly broke the awkward tension by inviting both of them into the house. The dining table was already laden with a variety of dishes, the aroma permeating the entire living room. Come, dear girl, please have a seat. Let me serve you some rice. This is all we have in the countryside, so make do with it. Lu Ziyao chuckled in response. No need to be so polite. Auntie, I can manage myself. You've prepared such an abundance that I'm unsure where to begin. Li Qin was left momentarily speechless by her reply. Soon after, everyone gathered around the table to eat. After the meal, Lu Ziyao and Sui sat outside on the chairs. Curiously, Lu Ziyao gazed at Sui and asked, Sui, now that you possess such wealth, have you considered improving your family's living conditions? Lu Ziyao gazed curiously at the dilapidated house of Sui, pondering why someone so affluent had yet to repair their abode. Perhaps it would be prudent to wait until the villagers had amassed some wealth before undertaking collective renovations. She reclined on his modest iron bed and drifted into slumber. The following morning, while Sui remained ensconced in dreams, Luzio had already arrived at the village office. In her eagerness, she roused Sui and ushered him outside. Sui, what is the meaning of this? Look at the old pear tree in your village. It's September. Yet it has begun to bud. Still groggy, Sui squinted at the ancient pear tree, confirming that indeed, it was sprouting buds. Typically, pear trees bloom first, then leaf out, maturing thereafter. Logically, this tree should have shed its leaves, with new buds only appearing the following spring. Next, he dashed over to the nearby grapevine. To his astonishment, the vine was also beginning to sprout. In a few days, it would likely produce fresh green leaves. Sui nodded in approval. It seemed the plant growth serum was indeed effective. If applied to vegetables, drought-resistant rice, and other fruits, the yield would surely be exceptional. At that moment, Lu Xiao, witnessing the budding grapes, was momentarily taken aback. However, upon observing Su Yi's calm demeanor, she quickly deduced that this phenomenon was undoubtedly related to him. Hearing her thoughts, Sui offered a slight smile. If all goes well, in 2 weeks you'll be able to savor large, sweet pears and grapes. Lu Xiu was momentarily stunned. Realizing that this was indeed Su Yi's doing, noticing her intrigue, Sui decided to disclose the details of the plant growth serum he had developed. Upon hearing his revelation, Lu Xiao's eyes widened in astonishment. This individual had created something so extraordinary? Should word of this invention spread, it would undoubtedly cause a global sensation. Her admiration for Sui deepened, and her perception of him shifted entirely. A genius, indeed, a remarkable genius. Sui chuckled lightly before suggesting, "All right, let us take a stroll and perhaps indulge in a complimentary lunch." The village office had no staff to prepare meals, so they often fended for themselves. Fortunately, Wang Fei and his project team were nearby, making it an ideal opportunity to enjoy a meal there. As time progressed, days slipped by, and soon all the experimental buildings reached their rooftops. Each structure towered high, constructed to a specification of 100 meters. The rooftops were designed with helipads in mind. Near a precipice, a dormitory had also risen, intended for the employees, with each unit designed as a spacious flat. Now, they merely awaited the completion of the interior decor before occupancy. In comparison to the construction phase, the renovation would take considerably longer. However, within a month, it was anticipated that 1 or 2 units would be ready for Lu Xiao and the former financial assistant, Suing. With so many accomplishments under their belt, surely new milestones awaited. Chapter 28, The Rice Dilemma. Upon opening the panel, Sui encountered several unread system notifications. Congratulations to the host for completing the land leveling achievement. Awarded 500 achievement points. Congratulations to the host for accomplishing the All Roads Lead to Land achievement. Awarded 300 achievement points. Congratulations to the host for achieving the village's first building exceeding 100 meters in height. Awarded 500 achievement points. Congratulations to the host for introducing talents in materials science. Awarded 500 achievement points. Upon seeing these notifications, Sui was momentarily taken aback. The rewards were indeed generous. However, he soon grasped that these achievement points were subject to continuous fluctuations. Previously, he had received 1,000 achievement points for constructing cement roads for all village groups. This time, the roads built to various plots of land were significantly longer and wider than before, yet he was rewarded with only 300 achievement points. It appeared that the achievement points were assessed based on the difficulty of completing each task. If the difficulty diminished, the points awarded would be lower, conversely. If it was a first-time accomplishment with considerable difficulty, the reward would be substantial. Understanding this, Sui realized that to obtain higher achievement points in the future, he would need to increase the difficulty or explore other avenues. The difficulty of land leveling was relatively low, yet being a first-time endeavor warranted the reward of 500 achievement points. Similarly, the achievement for constructing buildings exceeding 100 meters also yielded 500 points, which pleasantly surprised him as it could be exchanged for a technology akin to a plant growth liquid. Moreover, the achievement points awarded for talent acquisition caught him off guard. Lu Xiao had received 500 points, indicating the system's significant emphasis on talent. Surveying this series of notifications, Sui felt a surge of satisfaction. He had amassed a total of 1,800 achievement points, a sum sufficient for various exchanges. Nonetheless, he intended to conserve these points for future necessities before redeeming technology from the system. The following morning, Sui rose early. Shortly after getting out of bed, He spotted an elderly man laboriously carrying a bag of rice along the road. The old man noticed Sui and gestured toward a distant high-rise, inquiring, "Young Su, did you construct those buildings? My goodness, how much did that cost? And our village's land has all been leveled, with roads and bridges built. How much must that have cost?" In response, Sui smiled gently. "It's nothing, sir. I funded all of this myself to facilitate the villagers in cultivating their land more effectively." The old man sighed upon hearing this. "Speaking of farming, our village has struggled for many years. Regardless of what we plant, we seldom see a good harvest. You see, I have to trek several kilometers to the store to buy rice of such quality, and it costs 200 yuan per bag. If it weren't for my grandson needing nourishment, I wouldn't even consider buying it. If only our land could yield rice. Alas, the name Wushui village seems to have doomed us to never grow rice." Hearing these words, Sui was somewhat moved. He had grown up eating cornmeal, and he recalled that the first time he tasted rice was in the cafeteria during middle school. His village was impoverished to the extent that they could not afford rice. Now that the land had been leveled, it was time to promote the drought-resistant rice he had exchanged from the system, enabling the villagers to prosper. Uncle Zhou glanced at Sui and spoke again. Upon hearing this, Sui smiled softly. "Uncle Zhou, I remember you. Over the years, you have donated more than 1,000 yuan to me, and I have always kept that in mind. You need not worry about the rice issue. I will assist in resolving it. Before long, we will surely be able to enjoy the rice we have cultivated ourselves. The village must strive for self-sufficiency in the future." He not only wanted the entire village to eat the rice they grew, but also aimed to help them achieve true prosperity through cultivation. At noon, Sui visited the construction site where Wang Fei and others were working to share a meal. The elders from various villages, having nothing else to do, all came to observe the building. Sui invited them to join him for lunch. The cafeteria run by Wang Fei and his team prepared abundant meals daily, often with leftovers, so accommodating additional guests was no problem. These individuals had once contributed financially to him. For the residents of Wushui village, the vegetables were secondary. They relished plain white rice. When Sui inquired why they weren't eating vegetables, they all chuckled, explaining that they rarely had the opportunity to eat rice throughout the year and wanted to savor it while they could. Sui understood that these villagers were simple and feared that there wouldn't be enough food for the workers, hence they only consumed rice. Nevertheless, it was indeed true that they had scarcely eaten rice all year. While this might seem implausible to outsiders, it was entirely normal in the impoverished Wushui village, where the annual income barely exceeded 2,000 yuan. Many expenses loomed, and they even needed to save some for emergencies. Thus, they refrained from spending money whenever possible. After all, cornmeal could fill their stomachs, and there was no pressing need to insist on rice. Many workers from outside observed this scene with peculiar expressions, while Wang Fei and Huang Yi turned their gazes towards Sui. These people were truly unfortunate. As soon as Lu Zio entered, she addressed Sui. "Sui, I think I understand now why you only have 2 sets of clothes after 4 years of college. Sui, you are quite remarkable," she added. Sui, upon hearing this, reclined on a nearby chair and gazed out the window toward the distant mountains. "I am the first university student supported by their donations. I embody their hope. I not only aim to lead them to prosperity, but also aspire for Wushui village to become the foremost village in the nation, no, the world." Having said that, Sui immediately continued, "Ziyao, the laboratory building and dormitory have been completed. The next step is the interior decoration. Following that, we will need to procure various instruments, and I assign this procurement task to you. I intend to establish a professional, national-level large-scale laboratory." "All right, no problem. Leave it to me," she replied enthusiastically. "This man truly grows more precious by the day, yet he remains unattainable," Li Qin said with a beaming smile. "Zio, our household has run out of rice. For today, you will have to make do. We shall venture to the town to procure some rice another day. If you find it unpalatable, do indulge in more vegetables." Shortly after, a serving of cornmeal was brought forth. Upon taking a bite, Lu Zio found herself choking. The cornmeal was excessively coarse and lacked a pleasant texture, rendering it rather difficult for her to enjoy. Beside her, Su Lin and Li Qin instantly flushed with embarrassment. Observing this, Su Yi's lips twitched in response, realizing that his plan for cultivating drought-resistant rice must be expedited. He was determined to ensure that the entire village would savor the finest rice in the world. Chapter 29. Reluctance to cultivate. Upon observing the severe shortage of rice in his own household, Su Yi realized that other families must be even more desperate. The older generation was loath to spend money, viewing rice as an exorbitant luxury. Furthermore, transportation to the town was inconvenient. A single trip required a fare of several dozen coins, which was prohibitively expensive. Most crucially, they believed that whatever they cultivated in the fields would yield a harvest, a process they regarded as self-sustaining. They need not worry about depleting their resources, as consuming the produce would allow for further cultivation. However, money, once spent, was irrevocably lost. To alleviate their rice consumption dilemma, the only solution would be if they could cultivate it on their own land. Otherwise, they would certainly be reluctant to consume it. Reflecting on these circumstances, Sui understood that the time to cultivate drought-resistant rice had arrived. Previously, he had expended 500 points to exchange for noble drought rice seeds from the system. These seeds were meticulously engineered by extraterrestrial beings, possessing the advantageous traits of wheat and various grass family plants. Consequently, the planting process required merely scattering the seeds onto the soil and lightly covering them. These drought-resistant rice plants would flourish, even in the wild. As long as there was soil, the seeds could thrive. Their characteristics were somewhat akin to certain wild grasses. Wherever the seeds landed in fertile ground, they would germinate. Thus, the cultivation of these seeds was devoid of the intricate processes associated with traditional rice cultivation. Merely sowing the seeds sufficed. However, the seeds acquired from the system amounted to only one bag. Sui intended to convene a meeting to determine which families were willing to participate in the cultivation. Therefore, early the following morning, he rose with the dawn. He requested Uncle Shou from the village to contact individuals from various hamlets for the meeting. Uncle Shou was the most suitable contact, given his seniority and lengthy tenure in the village, earning the respect of the community. An hour later, people from the neighboring villages gradually arrived. Sui promptly addressed everyone, stating, "Friends, the land has been adequately prepared, and we are now on the brink of planting. I possess a highly advanced variety of drought-resistant rice seeds, which means that rice can be cultivated without water. However, I only have one bag of seeds. If anyone is willing to experiment with this cultivation, you may proceed. Otherwise, feel free to plant whatever crops you desire on your land. Those interested in trying their hand at growing this drought rice can contact me for the use of the seeds. The initial planting will be free of charge, but subsequent endeavors will require payment for the seeds." Upon hearing Suyi's words, many gazed at him with amusement. One elder spoke up, "Young Su, while your education is commendable, when it comes to farming, we are the experts. Without paddy fields, how could one possibly grow rice?" Others in the vicinity echoed his sentiments, asserting, "Indeed, young Su, while you have leveled the land for large-scale planting, it is utterly impossible to cultivate rice here." Another added, "Indeed, Sui, have you been so immersed in your studies that you've lost touch with reality? How can one plant anything at this time? At this moment, the land can only lie fallow, awaiting the arrival of spring for planting." Upon hearing Suyi's words, even old Shou, who worked in the village, shook his head. "Shao Yi, they are indeed correct about this. It is a natural law. Winter is fast approaching, and anything planted now would surely succumb to the frost of heavy snow. No matter how exceptional the rice seeds may be, they cannot be sown at this time. The land has been leveled, and next year, we will merely need to plant corn. By then, our village can pool resources to purchase a combined harvester, enabling us to reap our corn swiftly. When that time comes, I am confident that our corn will fetch a handsome price." Upon hearing this, Sui realized that any attempt to clarify would be futile. In rural areas, the only way to persuade others to cultivate the same crops as you is to demonstrate the profitability of what you are growing. Once a successful example is established, encouragement becomes unnecessary. They will naturally follow suit. With this thought, Sui spoke up, "Everyone, I have only one bag of these seeds. I will plant a portion to cultivate more seeds. If anyone is interested in planting them, please come to my office later." "All right, everyone, the meeting is adjourned." Upon hearing Suyi's words, many shook their heads and departed, deeming his endeavor unreliable. They preferred to grow corn, for they had experience with it, ensuring at least some yield in the future. Planting what Sui proposed could lead to a complete loss. Subsequently, Lu Ziao and Sui waited in the office for quite some time without anyone arriving. Lu Ziao finally spoke up, "Sui, if the villagers are skeptical, I, too, find it hard to believe that rice seeds can be planted at this time, let alone drought-resistant rice. Are you certain that your drought-resistant rice is reliable?" In response, Sui smiled and said, "This variety is one I have meticulously cultivated over a long period. Have you forgotten? I graduated first in my field of crop science at Longke University." Lu Ziao nodded, resting her chin on her hand. "During your university years, you indeed dedicated yourself to the study of plants, exceeding even your original major's requirements." Confidently, Sui elaborated, "Typical drought-resistant rice would not suffice. But do you recall the old pear tree and the grapevine outside? At this, Lu Xiao glanced out at the pear tree, adorned with blossoms, and the lush green grapevine. Are you suggesting that your plant growth solution is effective for this drought-resistant rice as well? Su Yi nodded in affirmation. Even in winter, it can enable the drought-resistant rice to spike and mature. In fact, this variety may require only 1 or 2 weeks to reach maturity. Just imagine how many harvests could be achieved in a year. Stunned by Su Yi's assertion, Lu Xiao exclaimed, Su Yi, if you were to market this technology, it would surely cause a sensation worldwide. In response, Su Yi's expression turned serious. This technology is not something I intend to disseminate widely, after all. I have no desire to benefit foreigners, so I will exercise control over it. For now, let us rely on these technologies to enrich the people of our village. This drought-resistant rice cultivation technique should enable them to swiftly ascend to the status of millionaires. Upon hearing this, Lu Xiao was momentarily taken aback. What? Millionaires? Seeing her astonishment, Su Yi remarked, what do you think? Would you like to rent a plot of land and join me in this endeavor? Lu Xiao glanced at Su Yi and promptly made her decision. All right, let us give it a try, but you must advance my salary. Also, I will need a larger share of those seeds. Su Yi shook his head at her words. The salary is negotiable, but I cannot part with the seeds. I will offer you a friendship price of 100,000. You can repay me once you start earning. Lu Xiao's lips twitched upon hearing this. You sly merchant. If the crops fail, I shall take up residence in your home, and I wonder what the elders of your village will say about you. Just as the two were conversing, a figure entered. Oh, Uncle Wang? The newcomer was a middle-aged man, around 50, yet he appeared quite aged. Upon entering, he smiled at Su Yi and said, Please give me some of those drought-resistant rice seeds. I would like to try planting them. While others may not support you, I will. You are a university student, and I have watched you grow. I trust you will not deceive us. Hearing this, Su Yi nodded. Very well, Uncle Wang. I will provide you with some seeds and explain how to cultivate them. Chapter 30, A Night of Sprouting, Startling Uncle Wang in the Village. Apart from Lu Xiao, who rented land to cultivate drought-resistant rice, only Uncle Wang sought seeds for planting. After Professor Su, he instructed him on the cultivation process. He entrusted the seeds to him. That very day, Su Yi commenced his planting endeavors, beginning with seed nurturing. He intended to regulate the dissemination of the rice and control its yield. After all, should the rice spread beyond the village or even overseas, or if it were cultivated on a large scale, its value would diminish. It was imperative that this rice brought significant benefits to the villagers. Thus, he needed to manage the seeds and ensure that the yield remained modest. To facilitate the forthcoming harvest, Su Yi even procured several large harvesting machines. With his newfound wealth, he had no concerns about financial constraints. According to the system's description, the plant growth liquid was highly effective for ordinary crops, promoting rapid maturation without any adverse effects. He anticipated that within a week, he would be able to reap the first batch of drought-resistant rice seeds. Meanwhile, Su Yi had also instructed his father to plant drought-resistant rice in their hillside field, as their household had run out of rice. It was crucial to cultivate some quickly so that his parents could partake in the first harvest. A day later, the agricultural drone he had ordered arrived. This machine was designed for pesticide spraying. He planned to apply the plant growth liquid to the rice sprouts in Uncle Wang's field, ensuring their swift growth as well. After coordinating a time with Uncle Wang, Su Yi had Wang Fei drive him to the edge of Uncle Wang's field. He requested Wang Fei's assistance in unloading the drone and preparing it with the plant growth liquid. Subsequently, Su Yi programmed the spraying route into the drone's notebook. Shortly thereafter, Uncle Wang and his wife, Cui Meiyan, arrived on the scene. Cui Meiyan appeared somewhat displeased, while Uncle Wang greeted Su Yi with a cheerful demeanor. Xiao Yi, you've come, Uncle Wang exclaimed. Su Yi, smiling, nodded in acknowledgement. Uncle Wang, logically speaking, the drought-resistant rice in your field should have sprouted by now. Why is there nothing visible? To his surprise, Uncle Wang's rice sprouts had yet to emerge, despite having been treated with the plant growth liquid, which typically expedited germination. Uncle Wang, feeling somewhat embarrassed, replied, Well, Aunt Cui wouldn't let me plant. However, last night, I secretly sowed the seeds. According to your instructions, they should sprout quickly, and I intended to check for growth today. Upon hearing this, Su Yi felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. It turned out the seeds had just been sown the previous night. He decided to respond. In that case, Uncle Wang, since your seeds have just been planted, it may take a few more hours for them to sprout. I will finish spraying my field and return later. Uncle Wang nodded eagerly. Go ahead. Focus on your field first. Mine is not urgent. With that, Sui and Wang Fei departed, leaving Uncle Wang and Aunt Chui waiting by the field. Old Wang. Are you foolish? If nothing grows, all your efforts will be in vain. Look at you, staying up until dawn yesterday just to turn over the entire field. If nothing sprouts, your brothers will surely laugh at you. Aunt Chui remarked, her brow furrowed with annoyance as she continued to mutter. Uncle Wang, hearing this, produced a homemade pipe from his waist and lit a cigarette. After taking a puff, he replied dismissively, What do you know, woman? Xiao Yi has attended university. He was the top scorer in the college entrance examination. I have faith in him. You haven't even completed elementary school, so just be quiet. Upon hearing this, Aunt Chui turned her head away in anger, her eyes glistening with tears, choosing not to respond. Unbeknownst to them, as they exchanged words, green shoots had begun to emerge from the soil behind them. After a moment, once Uncle Wang finished his smoke and glanced back at the field, his eyes widened in shock, as if startled. Aunt Chui, noticing his frozen demeanor, turned to follow his gaze and was equally dumbfounded, staring incredulously at the tender sprouts. How could they have sprouted so quickly? For those who had farmed for decades, this was akin to seeing a ghost. In their experience, anything planted would take at least a week to germinate, yet this so-called dry rice had sprouted overnight? Both of them trembled in fear at the bizarre occurrence. Uncle Wang, however, was filled with excitement as he looked ahead and exclaimed, I knew it. I knew that boy Sui wouldn't deceive us. It truly has sprouted. See, you, woman, with your long hair and limited knowledge. Aunt Chui stammered this, but struggled to articulate her thoughts, as the revelation was simply too astonishing. Wang Fei and Sui unloaded an agricultural drone from the vehicle. Wang Fei glanced at the field, and in the next moment, his eyes widened in disbelief. What is happening? Just a moment ago, there were no sprouts, and now the field is lush and green. Earlier, Sui had mentioned that his dry rice was planted just 2 days prior, and Wang Fei had thought he was joking. But witnessing this transformation left him utterly speechless. When he first arrived, the field had been barren. How could it now be so vibrant? Seeing the two newcomers, Uncle Wang and Aunt Chui hurried over. Xiao Yi, what kind of seeds did you plant? They sprouted overnight. It's incredible. Sui smiled and replied, Uncle Wang, after I help you apply the pesticide, you'll be able to harvest the first yield in a week. Uncle Wang and Aunt Chui's eyes widened in astonishment. What? We can harvest in a week? Although they were skeptical, the earlier spectacle had left them too stunned to argue. Perhaps, just perhaps, Sui could indeed make this happen. Subsequently, Sui activated the drone and began to spray the diluted plant growth solution over the field. After the spraying, Sui took his leave. In the following days, Uncle Wang visited the fields daily. The drought-resistant rice gradually thrived, and by the 4th day, it had already begun to bear ears. Slowly, the other villagers noticed the lush green drought-resistant rice in Uncle Wang's fields as well as in the land rented by Lu Ziyao. When they witnessed the rice bearing ears, everyone was astounded. It was already October, yet rice was growing in the fields? What could this possibly mean? Chapter 31, A Meal for One. Many were astounded to discover that not only had Uncle Wang and Lu Ziyao cultivated rice from their land, but it had also remarkably matured within a mere few days. The villagers were left dumbfounded. The notion of dry land yielding rice was astonishing enough, particularly in the month of October. Even if it were October, the fact that the rice had sprouted in just 5 or 6 days was beyond their comprehension. Doubts began to cloud their minds. A couple of days later, Uncle Wang's dry rice had turned a brilliant yellow hue, and the fragrance of the rice blossoms wafted through the air, detectable from hundreds of meters away. The rice at Suyi's home had already been harvested, as had Lu Ziyao's, with only the milling process remaining. The morning following the harvest of their rice, Uncle Wang requested Suyi's assistance in gathering his crop. Upon arriving with the harvester, Sui found Uncle Wang's land surrounded by a throng of onlookers, all eager to witness the harvest. The previously leveled terrain allowed the harvester to seamlessly enter the field for its work. In just half an hour, all of Uncle Wang's dry rice had been reaped. The yield was impressive, totaling 3 tons of rice, owing to the larger area he had cultivated compared to Lu Ziyao. Once the rice was secured, Sui transported it to the village's milling facility. He had previously acquired husking equipment alongside the harvester. As the freshly harvested rice entered the drying workshop, it proceeded through another entrance. With the machines in motion, husks and rice cascaded from 2 separate exits, filling the air with the delightful aroma of rice, detectable even from a considerable distance. At that moment, a crowd gathered at the workshop entrance, their expressions filled with envy as they watched the grains of rice fall into bags. They regretted not having planted rice themselves. After half an hour, all of Uncle Wong's rice had been processed into neatly packaged bags. Uncle Wong's joy was palpable. "Old Wong, how much are you selling your rice for? Could you spare a bag for me to taste?" One villager inquired. "Yes, Old Wong, please sell me some. It smells absolutely divine." Another chimed in. "Indeed, Old Wong. This rice looks exquisite. Let me have a taste," echoed another voice. The aroma they had caught earlier near the fields had intensified during the milling process, tantalizing their senses. Hearing this, Uncle Wong glanced at Sui. "Shaoi, your rice has been milled too. Where do you plan to sell it? What will you charge per pound?" Sui replied, "Uncle Wong, our yield is modest. We intend to keep it for my parents. As for Ziyao, she will likely sell hers in the city. We plan to start at 1,000 yuan per pound and adjust based on market response." The reaction from Uncle Wong and the surrounding villagers was one of sheer astonishment. What? 1,000 yuan per pound? How exorbitant! The most expensive rice in the supermarket is merely 100 yuan per pound. Yet they are selling this rice at such an exorbitant price? The surrounding people were equally stunned. At such a steep cost, would it even sell? Observing the expressions of the crowd, Sui spoke up, explaining that this rice is entirely different from the ordinary variety, and once everyone tastes it, they will understand why. "All right, Uncle Wong, you all continue your conversation. I must take my leave as I have other matters to attend to." Upon hearing this, Wang Xing nodded. After the announcement that this rice is priced at 1,000 yuan per pound, no one approached Wang Xing to make a purchase. Upon arriving at the village committee, Sui was greeted by the sight of Lu Ziyao, who was cradling a rice cooker, her hands continuously reaching into the pot to eat. Sui was taken aback. "What are you doing?" Startled by Sui's voice, Lu Ziyu quickly concealed the rice cooker in her embrace, her demeanor fraught with caution. Sui, this rice is unbelievably delicious. I've consumed an entire pot by myself." Upon hearing this, Sui hurried over to take a look and was left speechless. They had intended to test whether this rice was genuinely as delectable as rumored, thus he had asked Lu Ziyao to prepare a pot. Little did they know. Now only a small bowl remained. You finished it all?" Sui's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at Lu Ziyao. She maintained a fit physique, a testament to her disciplined eating habits, often consuming only a morsel at mealtimes. Yet now, the rice cooker was empty and her stomach was noticeably round. "Sui, I apologize, it was just too delicious. I've never had rice this exquisite in my life. It is so fragrant, it tantalizes all your taste buds, and after eating, your mind feels instantly invigorated. All fatigue vanished the moment I took my first bite. Most importantly, I feel utterly revitalized, brimming with energy," she exclaimed. As she spoke, under Sui's watchful gaze, Lu Ziyao formed the last spoonful of rice into a ball and devoured it in one bite. Tears of joy welled in her eyes, her face radiating bliss. Witnessing this, Sui's mouth twitched. Is it truly that delicious? He swiftly seized the rice cooker and prepared another pot. Half an hour later, without any accompaniments, Sui consumed an entire pot of rice with his bare hands, as using a spoon felt too slow to satisfy his appetite. After finishing, he pondered. Could selling this at 1,000 yuan per pound be too low a price? After their indulgence, both Sui and Lu Ziyao found themselves unable to move, opting to rest in the office. Shortly after, Wang Fei and Huang Yi arrived at their office. "Old Su Ziyao, why didn't you two join us for lunch at the construction site cafeteria today?" Wang Fei inquired, placing the dishes he carried onto their table. Sui shook his head in response. "We've already eaten. Each of us devoured a pot, the same rice we just planted. It's simply too delicious." Upon hearing these words, Wang Fei turned his curious gaze towards the rice cooker beside him, which was diligently preparing a meal. At that moment, the air was thick with the enticing aroma of freshly cooked rice. This fragrance was indescribable, yet it stirred an insatiable hunger within. That was prepared by Uncle Zhou. "If you wish to partake, feel free. Just be sure to leave some for him," he remarked. Wang Fei nodded in acknowledgement. "Indeed. I could detect that rich scent during the harvest. Even as I passed by the rice milling workshop, the aroma lingered in the air. I must taste it to see if it is as delightful as it smells." However, as Wang Fei opened the rice cooker and scooped a spoonful, he first offered it to Huang Yi. "Darling, you should try it." Huang Yi quickly shook her head. "I've already had 2 bowls. I'm too full to eat anymore." In response, Wang Fei took only half a spoonful and again extended it towards her. "Please do give it a taste. After all, this rice was developed by Sui, and we are among the first to savor it." Upon hearing this, Huang Yi smiled and opened her mouth to take a bite of the rice. In the next instant, her pupils dilated, and she stood there, utterly astonished. Chapter 32. Selling rice. Though Huang Yi had indulged in a hearty lunch, upon hearing Wang Fei's words, she couldn't resist taking a bite of rice. Yet, the moment the grain touched her tongue, she found herself momentarily transfixed. The rice was exquisite, awakening every taste bud with its delightful flavor. Even the air she exhaled bore the aroma of its essence. As she chewed gently, the fragrance enveloped her mouth, and an unparalleled sense of bliss washed over her. In that instant, it felt as though she were savoring the finest delicacies, and all her worries faded away. Her sole focus was the morsel in her mouth. As she swallowed the rice, a warm sensation coursed through her limbs, dispelling her fatigue as though it had never existed. Leaving her invigorated. Almost immediately, an insatiable hunger surged within her, akin to having fasted for days. This rice had thoroughly awakened her appetite. Unable to restrain herself any longer, Huang Yi plunged her hand into the rice cooker, scooping more rice into her mouth as if she hadn't eaten in ages, devouring it with fervor. Wang Fei stood beside her, utterly astonished. Upon noticing his expression, Huang Yi playfully stuffed a handful of rice into his mouth. Initially bewildered, Wang Fei's eyes widened in astonishment, sparkling with desire as he fixated on the rice cooker. Soon, they both succumbed to their cravings, devouring the rice without a care for appearances. Oblivious to Su Yi and Lu Xiao watching nearby, they were lost in a culinary paradise, savoring each bite with closed eyes, overwhelmed by the deliciousness that surpassed anything they had ever tasted in their lives. Before long, they had polished off an entire pot of rice, pausing only then. Tears streamed down Huang Yi's face as she exclaimed, "So delicious! What kind of rice is this? I've never tasted anything so wonderful in my life. The flavor is simply divine. It is such a pleasure, and consuming it brings an unparalleled sense of comfort." Wang Fei remained silent, yet his expression spoke volumes about his satisfaction. "Sui, what is this? It's beyond delicious. I've never had anything like it." Hearing this, Sui smiled slightly. Indeed, this rice was irresistible to most. It not only tantalized the taste buds, but also enveloped the body in warmth and comfort, banishing fatigue in an instant. The effects were as remarkable as the system had described. Subsequently, Sui elaborated on the origins of this extraordinary rice to Wang Fei and Huang Yi. Its taste was so captivating that after one encounter, they could hardly forget it. Eating any other rice thereafter would likely seem bland in comparison. Eventually, Wang Fei and Huang Yi took their leave, fearing that lingering any longer would lead them to overindulge. Lu Xiao then spoke to Su Yi. "Su Yi, where do you think we should sell this rice? Such delicious rice must certainly be valuable." Upon hearing this, Su Yi pondered for a moment. He recalled encountering a high school girl 2 days prior, who had asked for his assistance in arranging transportation to take her family's produce to the city for sale. It seemed fitting to let that young girl sell it in the city, where people are likely more affluent, even if it were priced at 1,000 yuan per jean. They could probably afford it. There was a high school student from the neighboring village planning to sell pumpkins in the city. Perhaps she could assist with selling some of our rice as well. Let us first send a few bags to test the waters regarding the sales situation. Lu Xiao nodded in agreement. All right, let us give it a try and see how it goes. I've harvested nearly 2 tons of rice this time. If I were to eat it all myself, it would take quite a while. She suggested they let the girl help sell it, and if it didn't sell, they could devise another plan. The following morning, Sui rose early. The girl from the neighboring village, Xiaomei, was already waiting, with a truck parked nearby filled with pumpkins. Although Xiaomei was merely a high school student, she was regarded as quite knowledgeable in the rural community. Additionally, rural children often shoulder significant responsibilities, and she had already begun to take on many tasks at home, such as selling goods in the city, which served as a form of training for her. Upon seeing Sui, Xiaomei approached him directly. "Brother Su, didn't you say you had something for me to sell? Please hand it over. I need to hurry to the market, or my pumpkins won't sell." Sui nodded in response and called for Wang Fei to help load 3 bags of rice onto the truck. Seeing this, Xiaomei smiled and inquired, "Brother Su, is this the rice you harvested a few days ago? How much do you intend to sell it for per jean?" The news of Su Yi and Uncle Wang's rice cultivation had spread, and many people had already approached the village committee to acquire the seeds he developed. Xiaomei's family had also cultivated a substantial amount, which piqued her curiosity about the rice. Su Yi contemplated for a moment and replied, "How about this, Xiaomei? You can sell the rice for 1,000 yuan per jean." Xiaomei was taken aback. "What? 1,000 yuan? This rice isn't made of gold. How can we sell it for that much?" Noticing her astonishment, Su Yi chuckled. Zhao Mei, however, frowned and said, Brother Su, I believe we should price it more reasonably. I've seen the current market price for rice is around 3 yuan per jin. Perhaps we should sell it at that rate instead. You might not have experience with rice prices, thinking it's expensive, but in truth, rice is not costly. It's just expensive for us in Wushui village. Su Yi felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. The girl was implying he lacked experience. Nonetheless, he gently ruffled her hair and smiled, saying, No worries. We'll sell it at my suggested price. If it doesn't sell, it's on me. Seeing Su Yi so resolute, Su Mei could only nod in agreement. All right. Su Yi, it's not my concern if they don't sell. With that, she took her cart filled with pumpkins and the 5 bags of rice given by Su Yi and departed. At that moment, Su Yi and the others were unaware of the immense stir that this rice would soon create. Chapter 33, 1,000 yuan per jin? How could that possibly sell? Zhao Mei, accompanied by the truck arranged by Su Yi, ventured into the county town. This was not her first experience selling pumpkins. She was well aware of the prime spots for sales. She directed the driver to a narrow lane just outside a bustling vegetable market, a thoroughfare frequented by shoppers en route to the market, ensuring her stall would capture their attention. Once at the location, she unloaded the pumpkins onto the ground and then set down 5 bags of rice that belonged to Su Yi. Next, she procured a marker and a piece of cardboard, inscribing, Farm fresh pumpkins, no additives, 2 yuan per jin. Subsequently, she found another piece of cardboard and wrote, Noble rice, 1,000 yuan per jin. She placed the latter sign in front of the rice and settled onto a small stool behind her setup. Before long, a crowd began to gather around her stall. Little girl, you're finally here. The pumpkins I bought last time were delicious. Please give me another, exclaimed one customer. Indeed. It's been several days since your last visit. Are your pumpkins still just 2 yuan per jin? Such a bargain. Clearly, Zhao Mei had established a loyal customer base. As soon as her stall was ready, eager patrons flocked to purchase her goods. With a smile, Zhao Mei encouraged. One at a time, please. I brought a truckload of pumpkins today, so there is plenty for everyone. No need to rush. She retrieved an electronic scale and began weighing the pumpkins for the eager buyers. Due to the low price, her stall quickly became crowded. After a while, the customers noticed the rice beside the pumpkins. Upon seeing the exorbitant price, they were taken aback. Little girl, is this rice yours too? 1,000 yuan per jin? Did you mistakenly add 3 extra zeros? One person remarked. Indeed, what kind of rice costs that much? Is it made of gold? Zhao Mei simply smiled at their remarks, and laughter erupted among the onlookers. Who would buy rice at such a steep price? That's outrageous. Another chimed in. Only the wealthiest could afford such luxury, I suppose. Laughter continued to ripple through the crowd. I suspect the owner of this rice isn't genuinely interested in selling it, a nearby vendor quipped, joining in on the mockery. 1,000 yuan per jin? Why not just go rob a bank? Someone else added, pointing out the absurdity of the price. The vendors, envious of Zhao Mei's business, continued to jest at her expense. Zhao Mei, however, remained unfazed by their comments. This was the nature of society, always filled with envious onlookers. She continued to sell her pumpkins while the rice garnered no inquiries. Moments later, a middle-aged woman hurried over, her expression one of urgency. Little girl, do you still have any pumpkins left? The woman was a housekeeper for a wealthy family in the city, responsible for cleaning and meal preparation. Today, I observed a young girl hastily approaching to sell pumpkins. Upon hearing her, Zhao Mei smiled and nodded. How many do you need, madam? Asked the girl. We would like a few pumpkins. Please assess their quality. If satisfactory, I shall purchase more. These are mature pumpkins that one tea spoil easily. Let us buy 10. They are quite delectable. By the way, what is that rice you photographed? She had inadvertently captured the rice in her earlier snapshot. The price of 1,000 yuan per pound piqued the interest of the other party. Such a price for rice is unheard of and unseen. Madam, that rice was also purchased by the young girl, but it is rather expensive. We still have a substantial supply of specially sourced rice at home, which should arrive in a few days. After receiving this information, the other party promptly sent a voice message. The middle-aged woman nodded upon hearing this. Very well, madam. Subsequently, the middle-aged woman addressed Zhao Mei, young lady, I shall take 10 pumpkins and please add a pound of that rice. Zhao Mei, taken aback, thought to herself how astonishing it was that someone would actually buy it. However, she was eager to sell everything. Swiftly, she measured out a pound of rice for the middle-aged woman. Observing the girl's rapid actions, the woman feared she might have overpaid. Yet, since it was not her money, she felt a sense of balance restored within her. Meanwhile, in a nearby villa district, several women were engaged in a game of mahjong within a luxurious residence. "What's this about 1,000 yuan?" inquired a wealthy lady adorned in gold, addressing a relatively younger woman named Su Whalen, who happened to be the housekeeper of the earlier middle-aged woman. The conversation they had overheard intrigued the wealthy ladies. Su Whalen, smiling, replied, "Oh, it's just 1,000. The surrounding affluent women were astonished. "What? Rice for 1,000 yuan per pound? There can't be such expensive rice in the world." "Su, you wouldn't have been deceived, would you?" "Indeed, Su. Where could such costly rice possibly be sold at a market?" Shaking her head, Su Whalen replied, "It's merely 1,000. Would you like to come over and sample it later?" Upon hearing this, the others promptly declined. "No, I only consume specially sourced rice. I find it difficult to adapt to other varieties." "Me too, I'm afraid." They all hurriedly shook their heads in refusal. Su Whalen said nothing more and simply concluded the gathering. Observing the rice packed in a plastic bag held by Wang Ma, she shook her head and remarked, "Let us set this rice aside. Upon reflection, the roadside rice does seem somewhat unsanitary. We shall stick to the specially sourced rice." Wang Ma nodded in agreement. "Understood, madam." "All right, Wang Ma, please call me when the meal is ready. I shall take a nap first." "Of course, madam." Subsequently, Wang Ma set the rice aside and began washing the vegetables. After a while, a man dressed in a suit entered. Upon noticing him, Wang Ma promptly spoke, "Sir, please wait a moment. I have already prepared the ingredients, and today we have the pumpkin that both you and madam enjoy. I will start cooking the rice now. It will be ready soon." The middle-aged man glanced at the vegetables that Wang Ma had yet to finish washing and replied, "It's all right. I can cook the rice. You focus on washing the vegetables." Wang Ma nodded in agreement. The middle-aged man relished cooking and always produced delightful dishes. Therefore, whenever he was home, he took on the cooking responsibilities. The man approached the cooking area, noticed the bag of rice next to the rice cooker, and without further thought, poured the rice into the cooker and added water to begin cooking. He then retired to the living room to relax and play on his phone. Unbeknownst to him, as time passed, the fragrant aroma of the rice wafted through the kitchen window and spread into the surroundings. Neighbors within a 500-meter radius were at that moment captivated by the enticing scent of the rice. Chapter 34. The aroma spreads 500 meters at this moment. Su Whalen and her husband Ren Huai were blissfully unaware that the enticing aroma of their rice had wafted throughout the entire neighborhood. Shortly thereafter, Wang Ma entered the living room with a somewhat conflicted expression. "Sir, I have prepared all the dishes, but the rice." Wang Ma hesitated, glancing at Ren Huai on the sofa, her eyes betraying a hint of concern as her fingers fidgeted restlessly. Upon hearing this, Ren Huai inquired with curiosity, "Oh, what is the matter with the rice?" Wang Ma responded with growing anxiety. "Moreover, the rice seems rather peculiar." Ren Huai, intrigued, asked, "Peculiar? What do you mean?" The fragrance was unlike anything he had ever encountered. It was incredibly pleasant and, after inhaling it a few times, he felt a pang of hunger. "What is this delightful scent?" he wondered aloud. Wang Ma quickly explained, "Sir, this aroma is emanating from the rice. What I meant by peculiar is that it is exceedingly fragrant. It may contain quite a bit of artificial flavoring, and I am uncertain if it is safe to consume." Ren Huai was taken aback. "Are you suggesting that this delightful aroma is from the rice we just cooked? What kind of rice could possibly smell this good?" Just then, Su Whalen descended from the upstairs. "Darling, what is that incredible aroma?" "My goodness, I am famished after catching a whiff of it." Wang Ma promptly recounted the earlier events. Su Whalen was left speechless. "What? Rice? So fragrant? How much seasoning could possibly be in it? Yet, it smells divine." As they pondered this mystery, the doorbell rang. Ding dong. Wang Ma hurried to answer the door. Upon opening it, a balding middle-aged man stepped inside. "Shaoren, what delectable dish are you preparing? It smells absolutely heavenly." Ren Huai was momentarily stunned upon recognizing the visitor, a man of immense wealth, worth over 100 million. He quickly composed himself and replied with a smile, "Mr. Lang, it's nothing special. It seems we might have purchased some counterfeit rice, and upon cooking it, this aroma emerged." Long Jun was left in disbelief. "What? Rice? Can rice smell this good? This scent resembles that of additives. It is incredibly pleasant, and it sharpens the mind. What kind of seasoning possesses such power?" Long Jun, a vice president of an automotive company, had tasted a myriad of delicacies, yet he had never encountered such a fragrance. It made him feel ravenous. As they pondered the source of this aroma, several affluent residents from the villa community began to arrive at Ren Huai's home. "Old Ren, What culinary delights are you concocting? Why was I not invited? The sin is wafted all the way to our house. Indeed, I had already eaten lunch. But upon catching a whiff of this aroma, I became ravenous. We followed the scent to your home. What are you cooking that smells so exquisite? It is truly captivating. Oldrin, do share some of your delectable offerings. Along with the men, numerous women and children joined the gathering. Those fortunate enough to reside in this villa district are undoubtedly extraordinary individuals, each possessing a net worth exceeding 20 million. They are no strangers to the world. However, the exquisite fragrance wafting through the air is something they have never encountered before. Renhui was taken aback to see that a substantial portion of the villa area had gathered, including a neighbor residing a mere 500 meters from his home. He was utterly astonished. Could this delightful aroma truly reach such a distance? He found himself compelled to explain once more. Ladies and gentlemen, it is as follows. Our housekeeper ventured to the market today and procured a particular variety of rice, which is the source of this enchanting fragrance. We suspect that perhaps an excessive amount of fragrance was added, resulting in such an alluring scent when cooked. I sincerely apologize for any disturbance caused. He had never envisioned that the aroma could travel so far. The neighbors surrounding him were all influential figures, and he felt it imperative to apologize, lest he provoke them. Upon hearing his words, the crowd paused, their minds swirling with curiosity. Fragrance? Is there truly such a delightful scent in the world? Could it be that they were secretly indulging in a delectable treat? The bald, middle-aged man, cold army, spoke up. Young Rin, you claim this fragrance emanates from the rice. Please bring the dish over. Let us investigate together. Renhui, acquiescing to the request, instructed Wang Ma to fetch the rice from the kitchen. Under the watchful eyes of the affluent assembly, he opened the rice cooker. Instantly, an intoxicating aroma enveloped the room, capturing everyone's senses and invigorating their spirits. The fragrance was simply divine. The onlookers leaned in to observe, beholding the rice within the pot, each grain glimmering like precious gems. Let me have a taste. The middle-aged man, undeterred by the notion of additives, was drawn to the exquisite appearance of the rice. He reached for a few grains with chopsticks, bringing them to his nose for a preliminary whiff. His eyes widened in delight. It smelled heavenly, but he was eager to discover how it tasted. With the attention of the crowd upon him, he placed the grains into his mouth. In an instant, the rice's aromatic essence flooded his palate, awakening his taste buds with an unparalleled intensity. A few gentle chews later, he swallowed, and a wave of warmth cascaded through his body. Simultaneously, a refreshing clarity enveloped him, banishing fatigue and leaving him immensely comfortable. He found himself blissfully squinting his eyes in pleasure, his stomach feeling profoundly satisfied, while an insatiable hunger stirred within him. As he gazed longingly at the rice in the pot, drool began to form. Delicious, exceedingly delicious, he mused. He had never tasted such exquisite rice throughout his life. Unable to restrain himself any longer, he disregarded all decorum and status. With fervor, he plunged his hand into the rice cooker, scooping out a handful of rice and stuffing it into his mouth. He quickly chewed and swallowed, his face radiating satisfaction and delight. At that moment, his soul seemed to resonate, a wave of warmth instantly enveloping his entire being. He closed his eyes and shuddered with delight. It was simply exquisite, overwhelmingly pleasurable. The surrounding onlookers were rendered speechless. This Cold June was a prominent figure in their county, a man of immense wealth, with assets exceeding 100 million, who typically placed great importance on his image. Yet, what were they witnessing now? Eating directly with his hands? One by one, the spectators stood transfixed, utterly astonished. Moreover, Cold June wore an expression of sheer ecstasy, his smile nearly splitting his face in two. He savored each bite, his body twitching in bliss as if he were in paradise. In an instant, all eyes turned towards the rice cooker, faces etched with confusion. Could it truly be that delicious? Another curious individual picked up 2 grains of rice with chopsticks and tasted them. The next moment, his pupils dilated sharply, leaving him completely frozen in place. Chapter 35. The disgraced rich. Upon witnessing how much Lin Jun relished his meal, another individual, curious, placed a couple of grains of rice into his mouth. However, the moment they touched his tongue, he was utterly taken aback. The flavor was exquisite, intoxicatingly delightful, as if his taste buds had erupted in a symphony of sensation. He swore he had never encountered such delectable fare in his entire life. Simultaneously, a warm wave coursed through him, offering an unparalleled comfort. He felt the weariness that had clung to him dissipate significantly. A profound hunger engulfed him, akin to having fasted for days. Without hesitation, he reached into the rice cooker, grasping a handful of rice. devouring it ravenously as if he had not eaten in a fortnight, resembling a madman in his fervor. The scene left those around him utterly astonished. This man was an educator, a prominent figure in the academic realm, who prided himself on his personal image and gentlemanly demeanor. Yet, here he was, entirely disregarding his appearance. The onlookers were dumbfounded, and soon, out of curiosity, others joined in the tasting. The result was the same. They too fell into a frenzy, using their hands to scoop the rice. In a matter of moments, 5 or 6 affluent gentlemen, renowned for their elegance and sophistication, transformed into beggars, oblivious to their refined personas as they clamored for food. Within just half a minute, the entire pot of rice was devoured, leaving not a single grain behind. In fact, Lin Jun even licked the interior of the rice cooker, leaving the surrounding women and children aghast. Su Huilin and her husband, Ren Huai, stood frozen in disbelief. How could something as simple as rice elicit such a loss of decorum from these wealthy individuals? It was astonishing, considering these were some of the most distinguished figures in society. After finishing their meal, several of the tycoons were on the verge of tears, for the rice was so delicious it brought them to the brink of emotional overwhelm. This rice provided them with immense psychological satisfaction, truly a spiritual sustenance. Their stomachs were content, warmth enveloped them, and their spirits soared. The fatigue that had once weighed them down vanished entirely, making them feel as though they had regained 20 years of youth. This sensation was ineffable, yet overwhelmingly pleasurable. Once Lin Jun had concluded his meal, he immediately turned to Ren Huai and inquired, "Old Ren, is there any more of this rice?" "I'll offer 500,000 for a pot," he declared. 500,000. "Old Ren, I'll bid 600,000. "Old Ren, I'm offering 660,000, as it sounds auspicious. Hurry and procure a pot." "Old Ren, I'll go as far as 1,000,000. Bring me a full pot." The astonishment among everyone present was palpable. 1,000,000 for a pot of rice? Su Huilin was left speechless, her mouth agape as she regarded the crowd. Was this rice truly worth 1,000,000? Ren Huai, who had not tasted the rice, was similarly taken aback. Hearing the bids, he too became curious. Did this rice possess such extraordinary allure? 1,000,000 for a pot of rice? What kind of business is that? Why not just cook and sell rice directly? He immediately remarked to Wang Ma beside him, "Wang Ma, hurry, take the remaining rice and cook it. I must taste what $1,000,000 meal is like." Upon hearing this, Wang Ma nodded swiftly, her face filled with confusion. Is this truly the world of the wealthy? It is incomprehensible, utterly incomprehensible. A pot of rice costing 1,000,000. Surely gold is not valued this highly. Nevertheless, she hurried to place the rice into the pot to cook. After a while, the fragrant aroma began to waft through the air. The guests in the living room, enticed by the scent, felt their hunger grow. Many who had not yet tasted were now intrigued and resolved to sample the dish. They were eager to discover what exquisite delicacy could incite such longing among so many. Everyone awaited in the living room, and soon, Wang Ma emerged with steaming bowls of rice. Cold Jun and the others quickly positioned themselves, their expressions betraying an eagerness akin to a race. Ren Huai promptly interjected, "Everyone is curious about the flavor of this rice. Let us share a bit so that all may have a taste." Hearing his words, the crowd dispersed, refraining from snatching. Subsequently, Wang Ma brought forth numerous plates, evenly distributing the rice into several portions. Although it was not a vast amount, it was sufficient for everyone to enjoy a bite. Women and children alike received their share. Upon tasting, their reactions were unanimous. Eyes widened in astonishment, followed by expressions of pure ecstasy. Several shivered with delight, while others closed their eyes, savoring the moment. "This is delicious. What kind of rice is this? The aroma is divine. My goodness, I have never tasted anything so exquisite. It is simply sublime." Some children, drooling with desire, clamored for more. "Mom, I want to eat. I want 2 more bowls of rice. Mom, I want some too. Please buy me some. It's so tasty." At that moment, children urged the adults to procure more rice, their cravings insatiable. The living room of Ren Huai was filled with exclamations of wonder, as everyone marveled at how delicious the rice truly was. They finally comprehended why someone would pay 1,000,000 for a single pot of rice. Having tasted the rice, Ren Huai and Su Huilin lamented, "This is too delicious. Had we known, we would have savored every morsel." That was an entire pot of rice, all of it devoured without reserve. "Old Ren, do you have any more of this rice? Cook some more for us to try." "Yes, Old Ren, quickly. Just give me a bowl, and I will do anything you ask of me." "Old Ren, we are brothers from the club. Come on, prepare another pot." Hearing this, Ren Huai's lips twitched. He glanced at Wang Ma, But the housekeeper shook her head. Sir, I only bought 1 jean of rice earlier, and now it has all been consumed. Upon hearing these words, the surrounding individuals began to inquire, where did you purchase this rice? Wang Ma, eager to respond, found her mouth swiftly covered by Ren Huai. He had witnessed the rice's remarkable potency and realized its immense value, not only for personal consumption but as a splendid gift for superiors or those who could assist him. He understood the necessity of keeping this treasure concealed from others and felt compelled to procure some for himself without delay. The onlookers, taken aback by Ren Huai's actions, quickly grasped his intentions. They refrained from pressing further, choosing instead to await his departure to ascertain the source of this coveted rice. Meanwhile, a few women discreetly whispered to their husbands, having previously played mahjong with Su Weilin and thus learned where she had acquired it. They recalled her mention of a market, a young girl, and the sale of pumpkins. A simple search would lead them to their destination. In a flurry, 5 or 6 luxury vehicles swiftly exited the villa area, disregarding traffic signals as they hastened towards the market. They were resolute in their quest to obtain this exceptional rice. Chapter 36, 1,000 per pound. Billionaires in a frenzy as several luxury cars burst forth from the villa district. They recklessly sped through red lights, racing towards the marketplace. The penalties for traffic violations fell upon the drivers, easily resolved with a mere monetary fine. Yet the prospect of missing out on the coveted rice would surely lead to regret. Thus, the vehicles accelerated, drawing the attention of many onlookers. Meanwhile, on a quaint path outside the market, Zhao Mei observed that her pumpkins were selling quite well. She sighed as she glanced at the 5 bags of rice beside her. Brother Sui, it seems your rice won't sell today. It's far too expensive, and no one is buying, she lamented. She felt that Sui had read too many books and lacked practical experience, unaware of the market price for rice. 1,000 yuan per pound? Who would purchase that? Her spirits dampened. Brother Sui, it's not that I'm not trying. It's genuinely too costly to sell, she reiterated. At that moment, several nearby vendors noticed the 5 bags of rice and smirked derisively. Seeing Zhao Mei's success with her pumpkin sparked their jealousy, prompting some to openly mock her. How foolish to sell rice for 1,000 yuan per pound. Who on earth would buy that? One scoffed. It's typical of someone from the countryside, clearly. They lack the intelligence to make a fortune in life, another chimed in. Hilarious. The thoughts of the impoverished are truly peculiar. Zhao Mei remained silent, choosing not to respond to the disparagement. She understood that engaging would only lead to her own humiliation, so she kept her head down. Just then, several luxury vehicles raced towards them, their speed alarming. Goodness, a Rolls-Royce, a Bentley, and a sports car? Look, they're coming this way. Quickly, prepare yourselves. Such big clients usually purchase everything from a stall, the vendors exclaimed, excitement brimming in their voices. Hurry, add more water to make the vegetables look fresher. Soon, the luxury cars came to a halt by the roadside, and a throng of affluent individuals rushed out. Ren Huai and Su Weilin were the first to dash forward. That little girl, darling, hurry and buy all the rice, Su Weilin urged. Upon hearing Su Weilin's command, Ren Huai sprinted towards Zhao Mei with the speed of a sprinter, his face alight with enthusiasm. Young lady, do you still have that rice? I want it all, he exclaimed. Zhao Mei was momentarily stunned, believing she must have misheard. Sir, are you certain? This rice is 1,000 yuan per pound. Are you sure you want all of it? She queried. The 5 bags of rice weighed over 500 pounds, amounting to a staggering 50,000 yuan. The request to purchase it all seemed utterly outrageous. Absolutely. I want it all. Quickly, bring out the QR code. I will transfer the money to you. Ren Huai insisted eagerly. Zhao Mei's expression faltered. As a high school student, she did not possess WeChat or a bank card. However, she dared not take the 500,000 in cash. Just as he hesitated, several wealthy patrons rushed over from behind. Miss, wait. I offer 5,000 per pound. Sell me all that rice. Miss, I will pay 6,000 per pound. I want it all. Miss, I bid 8,000 per pound. Sell me all that rice. The merchants in the vicinity had been watching intently, and upon hearing these prices, they were utterly astonished. Their eyes widened, faces filled with disbelief. Goodness, what kind of rice is this, 8,000 per pound? And they are actually fighting over it? This is outrageous. 10,000. Miss, I offer 10,000. I want all that rice. Another exclaimed. In a matter of moments, the price of this noble rice had skyrocketed from 1,000 to 10,000 per pound. Many onlookers, intrigued by the commotion, gathered to witness this spectacle. 10,000 per pound for rice, such a figure was unheard of to them. Zhao Mei, upon hearing the crowd's chatter, was left in a state of shock. The rice that had previously attracted no interest was now being fiercely contested by so many. And this price, was she dreaming? At that moment, Wang Ma hurriedly stepped forward, smiling. Miss, do you remember me? I always buy a lot of pumpkins from you. My husband has also agreed to offer 10,000. And he wants to purchase all your pumpkins as well. Zhao Mei, still just a high school student, was suddenly filled with hope upon hearing this. Really? Ren Huai quickly chimed in, indeed. 10,000 per pound for the rice, and I will buy all your pumpkins at your price. Zhao Mei nodded eagerly. All right. I will sell to you, but you must accompany me to the bank to transfer the money to my card first. Upon hearing this, Ren Huai nodded, seizing the opportunity without allowing anyone else to interject. Miss, please give me your bank card number. Zhao Mei retrieved the card number given to her by Su Yi earlier that morning, which she had copied from Lu Ziyao. Since the rice belonged to Lu Ziyao, the payment should naturally go to her account. After obtaining the card number, Ren Huai immediately took a photo and sent it to the finance department. He then called to inform them to transfer the funds to the bank account. Once the finance department confirmed, they promptly transferred 5,230,000 to the account as requested. Meanwhile, in the office of the village committee in Wushui village, Lu Ziyao and Su Yi were engaged in conversation. Suddenly, Lu Ziyao's phone rang. She opened it to find a message, and as she casually glanced at the text, she was so startled that her hand trembled, causing her phone to slip and crash onto the floor. Instantly, the screen shattered. Lu Ziyao trembled all over, her face a mask of terror, her eyes nearly popping out of her head. Su Yi, taken aback by her reaction, asked in confusion, "What happened?" Upon hearing this, Lu Ziyao trembled as she picked up her phone, then brought it before Su Yi, exclaiming, "I have received 5.23 million in my bank account, but I have no idea where this money came from." Su Yi was momentarily taken aback, pondering the source of such a windfall. Just then, his phone rang. Upon checking, he noticed it was an unfamiliar number, yet he answered the call. "Hello, Su Yi, have you received the payment for the rice? It's a total of 5.23 million. If you have received it, I will deliver the rice to them," came the excited voice of Zhao Mei from the other end. At that moment, both Su Yi and Lu Ziyao understood that the money was indeed from the sale of rice. Su Yi responded, "Yes, we've received it. Please go ahead and give it to them." "All right, Su Yi," Zhao Mei replied before hanging up. Meanwhile, Lu Ziyao stood there, utterly stunned. She had earned over 5 million just from selling 5 bags of rice, and she still had over a ton of rice left in her warehouse. If she sold all that rice, how much would it be worth? In that instant, Lu Ziyao could no longer maintain her composure. Chapter 37. Lu Ziyao was utterly astonished. Picking up money had never been this effortless. Gazing at the over 5 million in her bank account, she found it impossible to maintain her composure. Her family operated a modest business, and her parents toiled like beasts of burden, earning merely 200,000 to 300,000 a year. After accounting for various expenditures, they could barely save around 100,000 annually. Yet now, having sold 5 bags of rice, she had garnered over 5 million, a sensation that felt almost surreal. It was akin to discovering money on the ground, though even that seemed less straightforward. 5 million. This staggering sum was something her family would take decades to accumulate. She was completely dumbfounded, her entire understanding of reality shattered. Unable to contain her excitement, she turned to Su Yi beside her and exclaimed, "Su Yi, how can you sell this rice for such a high price? It seems absurd." Su Yi chuckled at her reaction, crossing his legs as he explained, "You still do not comprehend the lives of the affluent. They experience few worries, spending their days indulging in pleasures. I intentionally instructed Zhao Mei to sell it for 1,000 yuan per pound to filter the clientele. You've tasted the noble rice before. You know how exquisite it is. Those who can afford such rice are undoubtedly wealthy, and once they experience its flavor, they will surely buy it in abundance. They may have sampled various delicacies, yet this rice is something they have not encountered. Furthermore, its value extends beyond mere consumption. Its hidden worth surpasses even that of Mount I and other high-end goods. Whether gifted or regarded as a luxury item, it is undeniably a hard currency, without fail. The value of this rice could enable the villagers of Wushui village to prosper and become affluent. This is merely the beginning. In the future, I intend to transform Wushui village into the most prosperous village in the world." Upon hearing this, Lu Ziyao regarded Su Yi with newfound admiration. His confidence was undeniably captivating. She glanced at the balance on her phone before addressing him. "Su Yi, the seeds for this rice were provided by you, and it was your guidance that led me to cultivate it. Therefore, I shall share half of the profits from selling the rice with you." At her words, Su Yi's eyes sparkled with delight. This young lady certainly knew how to navigate circumstances, willingly offering him half of the earnings. His judgment of her character was indeed correct. The system had previously indicated that the money he earned could solely be utilized for developing his hometown. But what about the funds bestowed upon him by others? How would that be accounted for? After all, his earnings were meant only for the construction of his homeland, yet the wealth acquired by others was unrestricted. As he pondered this, a notification appeared on the system interface. Strictly speaking, Lu Xiao's financial success stems from the seed technology provided by the system. The funds granted to her are designated solely for the development of her hometown, unless the value of any gifts received does not exceed 5,000 yuan. However, the host need not worry, for should the host elevate their hometown to a level 1 civilization, they will then be entitled to receive 1% of the local tax revenue as personal income. Upon reading this notification, Sui felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth, realizing the stringent limitations imposed. According to such regulations, any earnings his parents made would be for their own use, leaving him without the ability to benefit from their success. Fortunately, others could still bestow him gifts, provided they did not surpass the threshold of 5,000 yuan. At least he could still accept gifts from others. Moreover, once their village achieved the technological standards of a level 1 civilization, he would receive 1% of the village's tax revenue as personal property. If a villager earned 100, he would gain 1 yuan. Under such circumstances, he would certainly accumulate a substantial amount. With this thought, Sui felt a surge of confidence. It was clear he needed to hasten the development of his hometown. As he pondered this, Lu Xiao spoke up. Sui, what are you daydreaming about? Did you hear what I said? I intend to give you half of the money. Upon hearing her words, Sui quickly replied, no need. Ziyu, this is rightfully yours. It hasn't been easy for you to come from the big city to this small village. You should keep the money for yourself. I have little interest in wealth. Even if you were to give it to me, I would merely use it for the development of my hometown. If you truly feel uncomfortable, I could establish a charitable fund, and you could donate the money to it for the future free health care of the villagers and the development of a water-sufficient village. Lu Xiao was momentarily taken aback by Su Yi's words, gazing at him with immense admiration. After a long pause, she sighed, Su Yi, you are undoubtedly the most exceptional person I have encountered in this world. I never imagined that someone like you, who views fame and fortune as trivial and money as mere refuse, truly exists. Hearing this, Sui felt a twitch of embarrassment. He was not incapable, merely disinterested. Ahem. Let us not dwell on such matters. The market for rice should now be open. You should sell your rice as soon as possible. It is time to plant the next batch of dry rice. By the way, I will arrange for a large vehicle to transport all your dry rice and Uncle Wong's to be sold. New rice will soon sprout in the fields. And this rice will not only thrive domestically, but will surely find its way to international markets in the future. The demand will be substantial. So we must expedite the planting process to ensure the prosperity of our villagers. Lu Xiao considered this for a moment before earnestly addressing Su Yi. Su Yi, after reflecting, I cannot simply keep all the profits from selling the rice. How about we allocate half of the earnings from rice cultivation as a development fund for the water-sufficient village? After all, substantial funds will be required for future construction, and your money does not come easily. Without collecting some funds, how can we finance the development of the water-sufficient village? Su Yi nodded in agreement. Your idea is quite commendable. Very well, let us proceed as you have suggested. I believe everyone will be quite agreeable to it. Shortly, you shall visit each household to impart this news, informing them that those who are willing may come to my place to receive seeds and plant growth liquid free of charge. In Su Yi's perspective, after deducting half of the funds, the villagers will earn more than they ever could in several generations. The money that is deducted will be allocated for the development of the water-scarce village, and as long as the process remains transparent, I trust they will be more than willing to comply. In the afternoon, Lu Xiao directly conveyed this message to various villagers groups. However, many expressed their discontent upon learning that half of the earnings from rice sales would be donated as a development fund for the water-scarce village. At that moment, they were unaware of the true value of this rice. Thus, it seemed to them that the profit from cultivating rice for an entire year was minimal. If half were to be donated, they thought it would be more beneficial to cultivate corn instead. Many decided to convene at the village, seeking an explanation from Su Yi and urging him to reflect on his conscience. Little did they know, Zhao Mei would soon bring them an astonishing revelation. Chapter 38. The uncles were astonished. Meanwhile, in the agricultural market where Zhao Mei was located, after confirming the payment, she handed over all the rice to Ren Huai. Although the rice had been purchased, the wealthy patrons still flocked around her. Young lady, please leave your contact information. In the future, for this kind of rice, we will still offer 10,000 per pound. You must notify us when you come again, one said. Indeed, you must inform us. I will take as much as you have, another chimed in. Young lady, where is this rice cultivated? I would pay you 100,000 if you could take me to see it, they all inquired, eager to learn the origin of the rice. Once they clarified the source, they believed they could monopolize the rice and profit by selling it at a markup. In their eyes, the value of this rice far exceeded the mere 10,000 per pound. In the future, it could soar to astronomical prices, akin to ancient tree tea or to Hong Pao. After all, its supply was limited. Yet the demand was immense. Not to mention the wealthy individuals in this area, the number of affluent people across the province was incalculable, let alone those nationwide or even globally. They understood the psychology of the rich all too well. They desired what others possessed, lest they lose face. Thus, if the yield were scarce, the demand would certainly outstrip the supply, presenting them with a lucrative opportunity. Although Zhao Mei was merely a high school student, she understood one fundamental truth: there is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. The benefits these individuals offered to uncover the origin of the rice were undoubtedly laced with ulterior motives. Hence, she resolutely declined their inquiries. I'm sorry, but that is my secret. However, I will likely return here to sell this rice again, and at that time, I will call you, she stated as she began to pack her things, preparing to leave. The crowd, realizing the determination in her eyes, refrained from further comment. It seemed their desire to uncover her supply chain would be thwarted. Nevertheless, Zhao Mei's future visits promised them another chance. After all, it was far better to earn a little than to earn nothing at all. Take care, young lady, and do let us know when you return. They called out with smiles as Zhao Mei departed. This scene left the surrounding small vendors utterly astounded. Goodness, the rice actually sold, and they were eager to buy it? One exclaimed, My heavens, are the wealthy truly this affluent now? That rice appeared to be ordinary, yet it fetched such a high price? And there are indeed buyers for it. One small vendor immediately shouted to the gathering wealthy patrons, Come and see. Come and buy. This is cabbage, only 1,000 per pound. Look here, all vegetables are just 1,000 per pound. Upon hearing this, a few affluent individuals actually approached, but after sniffing the produce, their faces twisted in disdain. What rubbish! How dare you ask for 1,000? Get lost. The vendor's expression darkened, humiliated by their rejection. By the time they arrived at Wushui village, it was already afternoon. However, upon her arrival in the village, she noticed a throng of individuals hastening towards Su Yi's office. Perplexed, she inquired, Uncle Li, Uncle Sun, Uncle Zhang, what brings you here? Why does everyone seem so incensed? In response, Uncle Li, with his pipe clenched between his teeth, set it down and exhaled a smoke ring before speaking. Zhao Mei, we are going to confront Su Yi. This lad has acted ungraciously. He informed me that to cultivate that drought-resistant rice, we must surrender half of the profits to the village for some so-called development fund. We barely make enough from farming as it is. If we have to part with half our earnings, we shall surely incur losses. Remember, we all contributed to his education, and this is how he repays us. Upon hearing this, the surrounding villagers raised their voices in agreement. Indeed, that boy has forgotten his roots. I shall demand an explanation today and see if he still possesses a shred of conscience. Why should we relinquish half our earnings? Zhao Mei, you are about to enter university. I hope you do not emulate Su Yi. Quickly, she stepped forward to halt the crowd. Gentlemen, I believe you may be misunderstanding the situation. The seeds were provided by Brother Su Yi, the pesticides were also from him, and the harvesting is free of charge. I find it reasonable to contribute half of the profits to the village. Moreover, this money is intended for the betterment of our village, not for his personal gain. Even if it were for his benefit, what would be the harm? Upon hearing her words, the crowd grew agitated. Zhao Mei, how can you support that lad? Are you perhaps swayed by his handsome appearance? One uncle remarked. Zhao Mei, you are still a child. Such thoughts should not occupy your mind. Taken aback, Zhao Mei responded quickly. No, esteemed uncles, why do you perceive a loss in contributing half for the village's development? I believe it is quite the opposite. We have already gained significantly compared to before. Just this morning, I went to the city to sell pumpkins. And Brother Su, he gave me 5 bags of rice to sell. Can you guess how much he asked me to sell it for per pound? The villagers pondered for a moment before one uncle ventured to guess. Could it be 5 yuan? Zhao Mei shook her head. The crowd looked puzzled. Could it be 10 yuan? If so, we might actually make a profit. Seeing their confusion, Zhao Mei decided to reveal the truth. It's 1,000 yuan per pound. The villagers were left speechless, their expressions frozen in disbelief. What? 1,000 yuan? What kind of rice costs 1,000 yuan a pound? Who could afford such a price? This is absurd. There's no way anyone would buy it. Just rice, after all. Who would be foolish enough to purchase it? Indeed, Xiao Mei, while we may lack education, you need not resort to such deceit. Your tale is far too implausible. It was indeed a bit unrealistic, 1,000 yuan per pound. As if this rice were crafted from gold. Only a fool would purchase it. As soon as the crowd heard the price, they erupted into a cacophony of voices. Upon witnessing their expressions, Xiao Mei spoke up. You guessed correctly, at a price of 1,000 yuan. Indeed, no one would buy. Upon hearing this, the crowd burst into laughter. I knew it. Surely, no one would make such a purchase. Whoever does would be a fool. And I would laugh at them for many years to come. Indeed, I am wise to think that such an exorbitant price could ever find a buyer. I told you, how could rice be so expensive? If it were truly that costly, who could afford it? However, just as they were merrily discussing, Xiao Mei interjected once more. Though no one buys at 1,000 per pound, someone has indeed purchased the entirety of the 5-generation rice at a staggering 10,000 per pound. The laughter that had filled the air suddenly froze their expressions in disbelief. How much? Chapter 39. Who's troubling you? I shall not let them off. The expressions of the crowd, who were previously smiling, froze upon hearing Xiao Mei's words. Trembling, they incredulously inquired, how much? They could hardly believe their ears. Rice is not made of gold. How could it possibly be sold for 10,000 yuan per gene? Dear uncles, 10,000 yuan. The last 5 bags of rice were all purchased at that price per gene. Moreover, numerous wealthy individuals have stated that they would pay the same amount again should they wish to sell later, with no limit on quantity. I swear, I am not deceiving you. Everything I say is true. At this revelation, everyone was left speechless. 10,000 yuan per gene for 5 bags of rice, totaling over 500 gene. Was that not over 5 million yuan for just 5 bags? 5 million. My heavens, that is a sum I could never earn in several lifetimes. To think that merely selling 5 bags of rice could yield such a fortune? 5 million? Could it truly command such a price? And they would buy as much as one could offer? In that moment, everyone was astounded. If such wealth were attainable, even after donating half to the village, they would still retain 5 million yuan. That amount would be sufficient for their sons to purchase a house in the city. What if they sold 10 bags? Or even 100? The thought invigorated them, their fists clenched, excitement coursing through their veins. Their eyes gradually turned red with fervor. One elderly man shouted, damn it. I don't care. If anyone dares to show disrespect towards Sui, I shall not let them off easily. What is wrong with sharing half? We are contributing to the village. If you do not plant, I will. Indeed. Who among you threatened to confront Sui? Step forward. I will settle the score with you. Beside them, Xiao Mei observed the frenzied crowd and their fervent declarations, her lips twitching. Goodness. These individuals changed their allegiance faster than one could turn a page in a book. Soon, they all rushed towards Su Yi's office. At that moment, Su Yi had already received word that many were coming to seek his explanation. He had been waiting outside, intending to clarify the situation with Lu Xiao. Before long, a dozen individuals charged towards him, wielding sticks. Upon witnessing this, Lu Xiao's mouth twitched, a hint of concern flickering in her eyes. Sui, should we perhaps hide? Hearing her words, Sui shook his head. No need. I trust they will not act recklessly. Quickly, the group reached him, loudly proclaiming, Sui, I have heard that someone is coming to confront you. Where are they? I must teach them a lesson. Exactly. Little Li, rest assured, with Uncle Li here. No one dares to cause a ruckus. Indeed, what is the matter with allocating half of the profits for the village's development? Those people lack a broader perspective. They scanned the surroundings, feigning searches for their so-called enemies. Sui felt a twitch at the corners of his mouth. Lu Xiao beside him observed the crowd with a peculiar expression. Wasn't the intelligence they received earlier about these individuals coming to trouble him? At that moment, Xiao Mei approached. Brother Sui, here is the 1,000 yuan from the rice sale. I brought it for you. Hearing this, Sui smiled slightly. As he spoke, he took out 2 crisp 10,000 yuan bills and handed them directly to Xiao Mei. Knowing that Sui and his companions had earned a substantial sum, she felt no hesitation in accepting it. After all, her family was not affluent, and this money was of great significance to them. Thank you, Brother Sui. With that, Xiao Mei left, elated, eager to share the news with her family. Meanwhile, the dozen or so onlookers nearby were salivating at the sight. 20,000 yuan was an amount they could hardly save in a year. A few uncles immediately inquired of Sui. I heard that the rice sold for 10,000 yuan per gene. Is that true? Indeed. Sui, is it true? If it is, our fields can no longer be idle. Lu Ziao and Sui had long been prepared to explain to everyone. He promptly replied, of course, it is true, Ziao. Upon hearing this, Lu Ziao took out her phone and displayed the bank account balance to the crowd. They hurriedly leaned in to look. It's true. It really is true? Good heavens, this rice is genuinely so valuable? They were utterly astonished. Sui then spoke up, gentlemen, if you do not believe it, then so be it. At this, the crowd became animated. All right, Xiao Su, we have a deal then. Ha ha ha. Xiao Su, it's settled. From now on, our dry rice will be yours. If you go back on your word, we will pay your parents a visit. Hearing this, Sui nodded. Ha ha ha, Xiaoyi, quickly. Bring me some seeds. I'm going to plant them in my fields. Xiaoyi, I want seeds too. I have several acres of land, and will plant all of it with this dry rice. Sui nodded in agreement. All right. He then led everyone to collect the seeds. After a while, all departed, satisfied. Lu Ziao looked at Sui curiously and asked, what is your strategy here? Sui smiled in response. You, a top student, should know that rarity enhances value. By controlling the market supply, we effectively control the price. As for future pricing, it will be in our hands. And we will withhold a portion of the profits directly. By depriving them of immediate gains, their resentment will diminish. Lu Ziao gazed intently at Sui. Sometimes, I think you are quite remarkable, yet at other times, I find you rather cunning. Sui chuckled in reply, consider it a compliment. All right, enough of this. The dry rice matter is nearly settled. Let us go check on the renovations of the experimental building and the dormitories. Once the renovations are complete, it will soon be time for the finance team to commence their duties. Subsequently, all experimental equipment will need to be installed. Upon hearing this, Lu Ziao nodded in agreement. Thereafter, the two individuals proceeded directly towards the direction of the several laboratory buildings, intending to assess the progress of the renovations there. Chapter 40. The luxurious dormitory building. Upon their arrival at the construction site, Sui and Lu Ziao were greeted by Wang Fei and Huang Yi, who were already waiting for them. As they spotted Sui and his companion, they exchanged subtle smiles. Huang Yi cheerfully remarked, Sui, the laboratory and your dormitory building have been completely renovated. Would you like to take a look? Wang Fei chimed in with a jovial tone. Yes, Sui. Do hurry and check it out. If there is anything you find unsatisfactory, we can certainly make adjustments. Acknowledging their words with a nod, Sui replied, all right. Let us go take a look. Subsequently, the group made their way directly to the laboratory. After a brief inspection, it was evident that the laboratory had been entirely refurbished, with the floors impeccably cleaned. Sui nodded in approval. Very good. Ziao, please proceed to install the instruments we purchased earlier. Upon hearing this, Lu Ziao nodded in agreement. Sui then turned his gaze towards a building situated in the distance, near the foothills, and said, let us go check out the dormitory building. The dormitory he had prepared for the staff of Wushuai village was notably tall, standing at approximately 100 meters, encompassing a total of 40 floors. Each floor boasted a height of over 3 meters, with only one dormitory per level, covering an area of around 2,000 square meters. Within, the kitchen, sauna, yoga room, gym, private cinema, and more had all been elegantly furnished. This expansive flat could undoubtedly be deemed extravagant on a national scale. Moreover, the building was equipped with 6 elevators, ensuring seamless mobility for its occupants. As Wang Fei led Sui and Lu Ziao to the model room on the 2nd floor, he walked with a smile, explaining, according to your specifications, there are a total of 6 bedrooms. The master bedroom includes an ensuite bathroom and a walk-in closet, spanning between 30 to 50 square meters. The 5 secondary bedrooms are approximately 25 square meters each, adequately catering to the living needs of family members. The dining area measures 60 square meters, capable of accommodating a large dining table along with accompanying side cabinets, fulfilling the requirements for communal dining. The kitchen, covering 40 square meters, is outfitted with an island countertop, cabinetry, stove, oven, and various other kitchen appliances and facilities. The family cinema, ranging from 30 to 50 square meters, is equipped with professional sound systems, projection equipment, and comfortable seating to create an immersive viewing experience. The gym, measuring 40 square meters, is initially furnished with a treadmill, dumbbells, barbells, and other fitness equipment. Lastly, the game room spans 30 square meters and houses a billiard table, table tennis table, gaming consoles, and other entertainment amenities. Additionally, There is a study room of 15 square meters, accommodating a desk, bookshelf, computer, and other devices, serving as a space for study, work, and reading. Finally, the sunroom, measuring 30 square meters, is furnished with leisure tables and chairs, along with greenery, providing a serene space for relaxation and enjoyment of sunlight. Lao Tzu. This is the standard configuration, all tailored to your specifications. Should you wish to renovate in a different style, we can certainly make adjustments. After reviewing, Sui nodded in agreement. Yes, it is quite satisfactory. These arrangements are entirely sufficient, considering it is merely a dormitory and does not require excessive opulence. Upon hearing this, Wang Fei and Huang Yi exchanged incredulous glances, their lips twitching at the notion that this was not luxurious. Almost everything contained within was of the highest quality. Take the bed, for instance, which cost 50,000. The light bulbs, each priced at over 10,000, and the smart toilets 2,000 each. Was this not considered lavish? The total expenditure on the interior decoration and furnishings exceeded 2 million. In comparison to their own residence in town, this place rendered theirs insignificant. Meanwhile, Lu Ziyou stood in stunned silence, her eyes wide with disbelief. Su Yi's promise of constructing a dormitory had conjured images of iron beds from her university days. Yet who could have anticipated such an upscale flat? 2,000 square meters? Absurd, utterly absurd. However, during the property inspection, Wang Fei interjected, Lao Tzu, your house is excessively luxurious, yet there is a significant issue that you may need to address. Su Yi looked at Wang Fei with a puzzled expression. What issue? Wang Fei quickly responded, when we were constructing the building, the concrete was sourced from the town, thus no water was needed. However, once your building is completed, it will require a substantial water supply. Otherwise, the toilets will be inoperable. To ensure comfortable living, you must resolve the water situation. Su Yi nodded thoughtfully. I have been considering this issue. However, a geological survey indicated that there are no underground rivers beneath our village, making it impossible to drill wells. To resolve this, we would need to install pipelines to divert water from other locations. Yet, this approach has many drawbacks. The water would contain numerous chemicals, rendering it unhealthy for human consumption. Furthermore, it cannot be reused, leading to wastage of water resources, and there would be additional costs involved. I shall endeavor to develop a comprehensive water supply system to completely eradicate our village's water scarcity. Wang Fei nodded in agreement. Lao Tzu, to be honest, I am tempted to relocate my household registration to your village. Your village is flourishing. Sui smiled, replying, if you truly wish to move, just let me know, and I will assist in transferring your household registration. Both Huang Yi and Wang Fei were exceptional talents, and with the numerous developments needed in the water-scarce village, having them as allies would be immensely beneficial. Wang Fei, brimming with excitement, remarked, having been in the water-scarce village for so long, we've already heard about the Rice Initiative, where half of the profits are donated to the village's development fund. We can hardly imagine how splendid Waterless Village will become in the future. Joining at this moment is the opportune time, as it will certainly be challenging to join later. Shortly thereafter, Sui and his companions conducted a brief inspection of the rooms on each floor. Sui then placed a call to Suing, informing her that the dormitory had been completed and she now had a place to reside, ready to commence work. It was who first selected her dormitory, opting for the 8th floor, not for any particular reason, but simply because it sounded appealing. Sui, on the other hand, chose the top floor, drawn by its tranquility. Thus, he settled into the top floor dormitory that very night. However, no sooner had he reclined on the bed than the room's lights extinguished. A wry smile crept across his face. It seemed they had once again experienced a power outage. The villagers, having previously faced financial hardships, were reluctant to consume electricity and had gone to bed early. Consequently, the electrical grid remained dependent on antiquated wiring, prone to frequent short circuits and outages. Although previous complaints had been lodged, the authorities had dismissed them, citing the village's minimal electricity consumption and the exorbitant costs associated with upgrading the infrastructure, rendering any further discussion moot. Thus, the issue of power supply had lingered unresolved. During his prior experiments, he had encountered numerous power interruptions, often experiencing outages every couple of days. So he found himself deep in thought. Should they proceed with the construction of a water supply system, it would undoubtedly require electricity, and his future experiments would demand substantial power as well. As the technology in the waterless village advanced, it would eventually necessitate self-sufficiency in both electricity and water, thereby isolating it from external resources. It was evident that the issue of electricity needed to be addressed without delay. With this in mind, Sui promptly accessed the system panel, determined to find a comprehensive solution to the electricity dilemma. After a brief search, his eyes lit up upon discovering an advanced technological solution. Finally, a method to resolve the problem had emerged. Chapter 41. Starlight 1000 Battery. Upon activating the system, Sui was greeted by several red exclamation marks, indicating unread messages. Congratulations to the host for achieving the construction of the experimental building milestone, rewarded with 500 achievement points. Congratulations to the host for completing the construction of the village dormitory milestone, rewarded with 1,000 achievement points. Congratulations to the host for accomplishing the widespread cultivation of noble drought-resistant rice in the village milestone, rewarded with 500 achievement points. Congratulations to the host for the establishment of prosperity pathways for villagers milestone, rewarded with a remarkable 3,000 achievement points. The reward of 3,000 achievement points for the construction of prosperity pathways was truly exhilarating. Previously, he had only 1,800 achievement points, but with these newly acquired points, he now possessed a total of 6,800 achievement points. With an ample supply of achievement points, he immediately searched for energy-related technologies in the system marketplace. Instantly, a plethora of advanced high-tech options appeared before him. Among them was a fantastical quantum wind turbine, utilizing quantum levitation technology, akin to the anti-gravity technology featured in Iron Man, allowing the turbine to hover in the air without physical support, thereby minimizing energy loss and adapting to various wind speeds and directions. There was also a geothermal energy extractor, employing advanced geothermal drilling technology to directly harness thermal energy from the Earth's interior without the need for large equipment, thus reducing environmental impact. Additionally, there was a molecular reconstitutor capable of manipulating energy forms at the molecular level, converting one type of energy directly into another, such as transforming excess thermal energy into electrical energy or hydrogen energy. However, these technologies were prohibitively expensive, and with his current achievement points, Sui found them completely unattainable. Ultimately, his gaze fell upon an extraterrestrial technology known as the stellar converter. The stellar converter integrated cutting-edge materials science, nanotechnology, artificial intelligence, and efficient energy conversion technology. This device utilized an exceptionally advanced photovoltaic material from an alien planet, composed of newly developed nanostructured materials, alongside perovskite materials, quantum light harvesting materials, and multi-composite bandgap materials. The quantum light harvesting material is a novel photovoltaic conversion material developed based on principles of quantum mechanics. Its unique microscopic structure enables the internal quantum dots to precisely capture photons across various wavelengths of the solar spectrum, efficiently converting them into electrical energy. The quantum properties of this material allow for atomic-level manipulation of light, significantly enhancing absorption and conversion efficiency, making it one of the core materials for achieving high power output. The multi-composite bandgap material is formed by amalgamating multiple semiconductor materials with varying bandgaps through advanced composite techniques. This technology also integrates a DC-DC converter, which stabilizes the output of direct current and adjusts it to different voltage requirements for varying electrical devices. Moreover, it features advanced maximum power point tracking (MPPT) technology, employing sophisticated algorithms such as perturb and observe or incremental conductance to continuously track and optimize the solar panel's maximum power output. Moreover, this converter technology encompasses holographic light focusing technology and a multifaceted light collection array. It employs the principles of holographic optics, featuring a layer of holographic optical elements positioned above the solar energy converter. These elements possess the ability to automatically adjust the focusing direction of light according to the sun's position and the angle of the rays, precisely concentrating vast expanses of sunlight onto the photoconversion area of the converter, thereby enhancing light intensity and augmenting the efficiency of photoconversion. This technology facilitates a remarkable increase in power generation without the need to enlarge the physical dimensions of the solar energy converter, utilizing light focusing to elevate output. The multifaceted light collection array consists of an assortment of light-collecting components with varying shapes and optical characteristics. These components can capture sunlight from diverse angles and directions, including typically overlooked scattered and reflected light, converging all these rays into the photoconversion area, thus enabling the solar energy converter to maximize its utilization of sunlight and further improve generation efficiency. Furthermore, the system is equipped with an efficient inverter technology, employing a high-frequency transformer architecture to convert direct current into alternating current for the power grid or direct supply. In terms of thermal management, This technology incorporates a nanothermal conduction cooling mechanism. It integrates nanoscale high thermal conductivity materials, including nanographene and carbon nanotubes, within the structural design of the converter. These nanomaterials create efficient thermal conduction pathways, swiftly dissipating heat generated during high-power output, effectively lowering the converter's temperature and preventing performance degradation or damage to photoconversion materials due to excessive heat, thereby ensuring stable operation during prolonged, high-load power generation. Additionally, the technology employs an environmental shielding technology, ASD, which automatically adjusts its protective characteristics based on varying environmental conditions. In high-temperature settings, it can reflect a portion of the heat, reducing the thermal absorption of the converter. Conversely, in frigid environments, it provides insulation to prevent excessively low internal temperatures from affecting performance. When confronted with harsh weather, such as dust storms or rain, it forms a dense protective membrane that obstructs external impurities from infiltrating the converter, ensuring its normal operation and endowing it with remarkable environmental adaptability. As for power generation, this stellar converter boasts impressive efficiency, producing 101 kilowatt-hours of electricity per square meter within an hour, which is entirely sufficient for daily consumption needs. Acknowledging the limitations posed by inclement weather and nighttime, it is accompanied by a high-energy density battery named the Xingmang 1000. This foundational piece of extraterrestrial technology symbolizes a brilliant new star shining amidst the vast cosmos of energy. The Xingmang 1000 high-energy density battery achieves a substantial storage capacity of 1,000 kilowatt-hours, thanks to innovative breakthroughs and meticulous optimizations in electrode materials, electrolytes, battery management systems, and structural design. According to Su Yi's investigation, even in winter, urban households typically consume only around 8 to 15 kilowatt-hours of electricity. The energy battery possesses sufficient capacity to provide power for nearly 2 months. Thus, even in perpetual darkness, this battery ensures that every household in the village remains uninterrupted by power outages for the entire duration. During sunny days, energy harnessed from solar panels is utilized, while stored energy is employed during the night. Moreover, the aesthetic appeal of this material is noteworthy. It can subsequently be produced to envelop the surfaces of every experimental and dormitory building. Consequently, each edifice and every room within it can achieve a continuous power supply. Of course, from Su Yi's perspective, what truly captivates him about this technology is the relatively modest achievement points required for acquisition. In stark contrast to the exorbitant costs associated with controllable nuclear fusion and arc reactor technologies, this innovation necessitates only 5,000 achievement points for redemption, which is significantly more affordable than its counterparts. Currently, he possesses 6,800 achievement points. After the exchange, he will still have 1,800 points remaining. With this thought in mind, he promptly proceeded to initiate the redemption. This converter technology not only serves their village, but also holds the potential for commercialization. One wonders what reaction companies engaged in the production of new energy vehicles will have upon encountering this converter technology. Recently, he observed the rising popularity of a vehicle named Wheat SU7. Perhaps a collaboration could be forged with them in the future. It is also intriguing to ponder the expression on Lei Bu's face upon hearing this news. Chapter 42. Valued at $240 million upon redeeming the relevant energy technology. Su Yi immediately dedicated himself to research and development in the laboratory. Lu Ziyao, a brilliant materials science graduate, had already set up the previously ordered experimental equipment, significantly expediting Su Yi's progress. Concurrently, Lu Ziyao procured a large truck to transport her rice and the aristocratic rice from Old Man Wang's family to the city, once again enlisting Zhao Mei for sales. Old Man Wang's supply was substantial, amounting to approximately 4 tons, while Lu Ziyao contributed around 2 tons, totaling 6 tons. Zhao Mei was elated upon hearing about the rice sale, especially since Lu Ziyao promised her a reward of 20,000 for her efforts. Before setting off, Zhao Mei reached out to the wealthy patrons from before. Consequently, at the entrance of the Hongxing agricultural trade market, the affluent awaited eagerly upon receiving the news. Among them, the couple Ren Huai and Su Huilin arrived early, having nearly distributed all 5 bags of rice they had previously purchased. Initially, they faced derision for gifting rice in this day and age. However, those who received the aristocratic rice were utterly astonished after tasting it. This rice not only tantalized their palates, but also invigorated their spirits and restored their stamina almost instantaneously. Moreover, after consuming it several times, they discovered that it could nourish their bodies akin to traditional Chinese medicine. Many individuals experienced marked improvements in their health, while some affluent men, once debilitated by their youthful excesses, found themselves revitalized after consuming the rice. In that moment, they felt as though they had unearthed a new treasure, deeming the rice more precious than gold. Consequently, recipients began requesting even more rice, enabling them to successfully expand their enterprises. However, while 500 pounds of rice may seem plentiful, it quickly dwindled as demand surged. Numerous individuals, previously out of reach, began calling incessantly, eager for the rice. Yet, due to limited supply, they found themselves unable to fulfill these requests. Establishing connections with these influential figures could pave the way for their future endeavors. Upon Zhao Mei's call, they rushed over, determined to acquire more rice, resolutely believing that nothing could stand in their way. This rice proved far more valuable than money in the future. They would require even more gifts to facilitate their undertakings, necessitating an ample supply of aristocratic rice. However, upon their arrival, they noticed a throng of affluent individuals, each exuding an air of determination. All hailed from the same upscale neighborhood and had heard of Ren Huai's success in leveraging the rice for various accomplishments. They recognized that this rice could be a potent tool for forging connections and sought to acquire it as well. As the wealthy congregated, their gazes towards one another were laden with vigilance, even tinged with hostility. They understood that the individuals before them were all competitors. After waiting for over an hour, a large truck's rumble echoed, prompting everyone to turn their gaze in that direction. Moments later, the vehicle came to a halt, and Zhao Mei emerged from the passenger seat. Upon seeing her, a throng of affluent individuals rushed forward, their faces alight with excitement. They ran while shouting, completely shedding any semblance of decorum befitting their status. "Young lady, I want all your rice. I was the first to place an order." "Miss, I'll take as much of that rice as you have available." "Young lady, I'll offer 20,000 per pound. Whatever quantity you possess, I want it all." The crowd clamored, already vying for the rice before even reaching the truck. This spectacle left onlookers astounded. Good heavens, rice priced at 20,000 per pound? And so many people are clamoring for it? Zhao Mei was momentarily taken aback. Originally, Su Yi had suggested a price of 11,000 per pound. Clearly, market conditions had shifted once more. Soon, the wealthy individuals reached her, panting heavily, their excitement palpable as they gazed at her with an almost frenzied intensity. Observing their fervor, Zhao Mei spoke, "Please, do not rush or fight over it. I have brought a substantial quantity of rice, 6 tons in total. Are you all certain you want it all?" 6 tons equate to 6,000 kilograms, which translates to 12,000 pounds. If priced at 20,000 per pound, this rice could yield an astonishing 240 million. Such a figure was nearly unfathomable, a veritable price among prices, approximately $40 per gram. Could anyone truly afford such an amount? Was there anyone capable of consuming that much rice? Indeed, though wealthy, the individuals were taken aback by the sheer volume. 200 million was a sum that even they could not readily produce. Likely only a few could muster that amount in cash. One individual stepped forward and proposed, "Ladies and gentlemen, it seems none of us can consume all this rice. Perhaps we should purchase according to our means. Let each buy what they can afford." The suggestion was met with unanimous nods of agreement. This way, everyone could partake, within their capacity. Shortly thereafter, they began purchasing the maximum quantities they could afford. The individual who bought the most was a balding middle-aged man, acquiring rice valued at 80 million. The remaining rice was then divided among several other affluent buyers, with many even seeking loans from friends to facilitate their purchases. In a mere 10 minutes, Zhao Mei's 6 tons of rice were entirely sold out. All proceeds were transferred into Lu Ziyao's bank account. Zhao Mei was elated. This signified another 2,000 in hard-earned fees for her. After concluding the sales, she boarded the truck and prepared to leave. However, as she reached the entrance of the agricultural market, a wealthy individual came rushing after her. "Dear girl, you have worked hard today. Take this money to buy some water. Make sure to contact me in advance next time you come," he said, handing Zhao Mei a package wrapped in craft paper. Zhao Mei opened it and was taken aback. It was evidently 100,000 yuan in cash. "All right, I will definitely contact you first. This money is too good to pass up. It's merely a matter of reaching out beforehand." "No problem at all." Seeing her reaction, he smiled with delight. "All right, young lady, my name is Neo Guli, and my account number ends with 8983. Remember it well?" Zhao Mei nodded with a smile. They then left the scene. Meanwhile, Sui and Lu Ziyao were engaged in conversation in the laboratory. Lu Ziyao, glancing at a text message from her bank, exclaimed in surprise. Goodness, it seems this rice is quite popular, as the price has increased again. Uncle Wong probably never imagined he would become a millionaire overnight. After we finish lunch, let's head to his house and transfer this money into his bank account. Sui chuckled in response. We should bring the first aid equipment. I hope Uncle Wong doesn't get too excited. Chapter 43. Uncle Wong becomes wealthy overnight and faints from excitement. Meanwhile, at Uncle Wong's home, he and his wife, Shui Meian, were anxiously awaiting news, their fingers fidgeting restlessly. Old Wong, do you think the rice can sell for 10,000 yuan per gene like before? Is such a high price truly feasible? Upon hearing this, Wang Xing shook his head. I don't know, but I have faith in Xiao Yi. This child has always been kind-hearted. I believe he would not deceive us. Shui Meian, upon hearing this, lowered her gaze to count on her fingers. 10,000 per gene. And we have a total of 4 tons of rice, which is 8,000 gene. If it really sells, that would amount to 80 million. According to Sui, half of the proceeds will go to the village as a development fund, meaning we would earn 40 million ourselves. The more she contemplated, the more exhilarated she became. Her legs trembling incessantly, her breath and heartbeat quickening. In their lifetime, they had never even seen 800,000, let alone 80 million. How could they not be thrilled? Wang Sheng, upon hearing her words, was equally animated. If that is indeed the case, then we would be wealthy. Our son wouldn't need to go far to work anymore. The more they pondered, the more their hearts raced, and they found themselves increasingly restless. Half an hour later, Sui and Lu Ziao arrived at the village entrance. Upon seeing them, both of their eyes widened in astonishment, and they rushed forward. Simultaneously, numerous villagers from Wangjia village had gathered early, eager to witness whether Wang Xing's dry rice could indeed yield such riches. As they spotted Sui and Lu Ziao, they all surged forward, converging to witness the spectacle. Wang Sheng, in a state of excitement, hurriedly approached Sui, grasping his hand. Xiao Yi, what is the verdict? Did the rice sell? His hands trembled with anticipation, tears of joy brimming in his eyes, his face alight with hope. Sui exchanged a glance with Lu Ziao before responding. Uncle Wong, it sold, and the price was 21,000 per gene. Your family's 4 tons of rice amounts to 8,000 gene, totaling 160 million. As per the agreement, half of this will be allocated to the village's development fund, leaving your family with 80 million. Please provide me with a bank account number, and I shall transfer the funds to you. Upon hearing this, Wang Sheng's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Sui. He staggered backward, nearly losing his balance, but was quickly steadied by those around him. Meanwhile, Aunt Shui trembled all over, swallowing hard, rendered speechless by the revelation. Wang Xing hastily retrieved a cloth bag and pulled out a bank card. Xiaoyi, this is the bank card my son set up for me. Please see if it will suffice. Sui nodded in affirmation. Excellent. Subsequently, Lu Ziao took out her phone and, after a brief transaction through the mobile banking app, completed the transfer. Lu Ziao's bank card had already been activated for large transactions, so transferring several million was not an issue. After the manual verification, the funds were swiftly credited. Ding! A notification sound emanated from Uncle Wong's phone, which had been set up by his son. Each month, his son would remit 500 yuan as living expenses, and to ensure the funds arrived, he had enabled SMS alerts. Upon hearing the notification, Uncle Wong quickly opened the message. While he could not comprehend the initial text, he was able to decipher the lengthy string of numbers that followed. Thousands. 80 million? When Wang Xing glimpsed the bank balance, he was utterly astonished. Almost immediately, his vision darkened, and he fainted, overwhelmed by excitement. Sui and Lu Ziao, witnessing this, hurriedly retrieved the emergency equipment and commenced resuscitation. They knew that someone like Uncle Wong, hailing from the countryside, could not withstand such a shock, and fortunately, they were prepared. After several minutes of emergency aid, Uncle Wong regained consciousness. Upon opening his eyes, he beheld Sui. In a daze, he murmured, I just had a dream where I sold my rice for 80 million. Sui, is that true? Aunt Shui, overhearing, quickly interjected with excitement, Indeed, old Wong, it's true. The money has already been transferred to our account. Hearing this, Uncle Wong's breathing became rapid again, and he began to roll his eyes back. Sui, noticing this, promptly pressed on his acupoint, allowing Uncle Wong to recover and take deep breaths. He and Aunt Shui embraced, laughing and crying as if in a stupor. The onlookers gazed upon them with envy. 80 million, what a staggering sum. The Wong family had suddenly become affluent. Observing the envious expressions around him, Sui smiled and addressed the crowd. Dear friends, there is no need for envy. Every household has now begun cultivating noble rice. In a few days, once it matures, you too shall reap substantial profits. However, he cautioned, you must remember my previous stipulations. Do not disclose any information regarding the drought-resistant rice to outsiders. If others learn of it and start planting, our village will miss out on the earnings. Thus, no family member or relative may speak of it. Any household that leaks information will permanently lose their planting rights. Furthermore, he added, half of the funds must be allocated for the development of our village. Failure to contribute will also result in the permanent revocation of planting rights. Additionally, our village may construct facilities such as schools and hospitals. Any family that divulges these plans will forfeit access to free medical care and education. Upon hearing Suyi's words, the crowd nodded in agreement. Rest assured, Xiaoyi. We will never disclose this. It concerns our financial well-being, they affirmed. Indeed, Xiaoyi, you may doubt our morals, but trust that we would never jeopardize our finances. After all, what is family without wealth? Without money, how can there be relatives? Xiaoyi. I shall take my leave now to tend to my fields and check for any weeds. Indeed, I too must depart to inspect for pests. Upon witnessing Uncle Wang's sudden wealth, the townsfolk hurriedly made their way to their own fields. At this moment, their crops held more significance than their very lives. Sui, observing the scene, smiled softly and bid farewell to Uncle Wang before departing. Soon, news of Uncle Wang's fortune spread like wildfire throughout the village of Wushui. Though they could not disclose the information to outsiders, it was permissible to share it among the villagers. In a frenzy, everyone rushed to their own fields, with some even choosing to camp nearby to guard against any potential mishaps. That very evening, after Uncle Wang's remarkable fortune, he found it difficult to quell his excitement. Just as they were reveling in their joy, Uncle Wang's phone rang. Upon checking, he discovered it was a call from his son. Chapter 44. Allow me to lend you half the money to sell the grain. After Uncle Wang became suddenly affluent overnight, he found himself unable to sleep that evening. His entire body felt uncomfortable, and his heart was in turmoil, a cacophony of emotions intertwined. Beside him, Aunt Chui trembled even while pouring herself a glass of water. Despite gulping it down, an insatiable thirst lingered. It was during this restless night that Uncle Wang's phone rang, causing both of them to pause in astonishment. It was a call from Xiao Fu. Aunt Chui's face lit up with joy upon seeing the name. Their family had struck it rich, and they were eager to share the news with their son. However, Wang Xing recalled the warning from Su Yi about not disclosing any information regarding the noble rice to outsiders. Thus, he hastily reminded Aunt Chui, make sure not to let slip anything about the noble rice. Otherwise, we may never be able to cultivate it again. Upon hearing this, Aunt Chui nodded earnestly. What is the point of working out there? It's far better for us to sell a few bags of rice ourselves. Wang Xing contemplated her words for a moment before shaking his head. If their son wished to buy a house and live in a bustling city, they would respect his choice. Aunt Chui nodded in agreement. Finally, Wang Sheng answered the video call. Once connected, a young man with a slightly dark complexion and a square face greeted them with a broad smile. Dad, Mom. It's been a while since I last called. Wang Xing chuckled and nodded in acknowledgement. Indeed, Xiao Fu, it has been a while. But we understand you're busy with work. That should always come first. Meanwhile, Aunt Chui, curious, leaned in and said, Xiao Fu, didn't you mention you found a girlfriend? Let us see what she looks like. As a mother, her foremost concern was her son's lifelong partner. Upon hearing this, Wang Fu nodded with a smile and called out, Xiao Xian, come over and show my parents. Okay, came a girl's voice. Soon, a bespectacled girl with an elegant demeanor approached them. With a sweet smile, she greeted, hello, uncle and auntie. My name is Xiao Xian, and I'm Wang Fu's girlfriend. He has mentioned you several times, and I'm delighted to finally meet you. Seeing Xiao Xian, both Wang Sheng and Aunt Chui were momentarily taken aback. This young lady was strikingly beautiful and exuded an air of grace, akin to a refined young lady from a prominent family. They had not anticipated that Wang Fu would find such an attractive partner. Wang Sheng smiled and replied, it's a pleasure to meet you, Xiao Xian. Xiao Xian nodded in response. Thank you, uncle. Then, Wang Fu chimed in, Mom and Dad. Xiao Xian is a university student from the city and currently a graduate student. She works as a project manager at our construction site. She appreciates my diligent work ethic and expressed her desire to find a trustworthy man, one she could rely on for life, and thus, we have become a couple. We have made plans to purchase a home here. Currently, I earn a monthly salary of 4,000, while Xiao Xian earns 7,000. If we save diligently for over a decade, we should have enough for the down payment. I intend to work harder and take on 2 jobs to augment my income. In the future, we will surely bring you both to the city, leaving the waterless village behind to live a prosperous life. At this point, the girl also spoke up. Uncle and aunt, indeed, we will bring you over. Wang Fu is hardworking and ambitious, and he treats me very well. Together, we will strive to buy a house, with both our names inscribed on the deed. He previously mentioned the poverty of your village, yet I believe that is not something he can determine. Poverty is merely a temporary state. I am confident that through our efforts, we will transform our lives and circumstances. We will work diligently. Upon hearing this, Wang Xing and Cui Meian smiled, clearly pleased with their future daughter-in-law. Wang Fu then chimed in. Dad, Mom, we just received our salaries yesterday. I will send you 500 yuan shortly so you can buy something delicious. There is no need for you to save money for me. I am still young and capable of earning plenty, so please don't overexert yourselves. Wang Xing was deeply moved by these words. Wang Fu's filial piety was commendable. Considering their newfound financial stability, he paused for a moment before addressing Wang Fu. Hearing this, Wang Fu immediately smiled. I will send you 1,000 yuan shortly. Perhaps you could farm a little less. Beside them, Xiaoxin laughed while resting her hand on Wang Fu's shoulder. Indeed, uncle and aunt, I am a project manager, and there will be year-end bonuses. Rest assured, my earnings are also Wang Fu's. In a few years, we will lead a comfortable life, and you can look forward to enjoying it. Upon hearing this, Uncle Wang and Aunt Cui exchanged glances, remaining silent. After a while, Uncle Wang spoke up. Very well. Since you intend to buy a house, I will send you some money as a show of our support. Hearing this, Wang Fu shook his head. Dad, it's really unnecessary. We are not purchasing a house just yet, as we are currently renting. In a few years, we will buy. Besides, you don't have much money. It's better for you to keep it for yourselves. Aunt Cui, upon hearing this, couldn't help but think that houses outside must be quite expensive. She wondered if their finances would be sufficient for such a purchase. Reluctantly, she spoke up. Well, buying a house will require a significant sum, and we don't have that much. How about this? We will send you half of the money we earned from selling millet as our support. Wang Fu intended to decline, but was promptly interrupted by Aunt Cui. This is our heartfelt intention. Please do not refuse. If you are filial, simply take good care of us when we grow old. Upon hearing this, Wang Fu and Xiaoxin decided not to argue further. Moreover, half of the money from selling millet likely wouldn't amount to much. Upon reflecting on these thoughts, Wang Fu immediately nodded with a smile and said, Very well, Mom and Dad, we shall graciously accept your goodwill. Upon hearing this, Wang Xing smiled and nodded in agreement before ending the call. He was not adept at transferring funds, so he planned to seek assistance from Sui. Additionally, he intended to inquire whether Sui could disclose the recent financial prosperity of their family to their son. The two of them, armed with flashlights, swiftly made their way towards the village. Chapter 45, 40 million without a blink. You call it poverty? When Uncle Wang and Aunt Cui arrived in the village, Sui was still in the laboratory. Upon learning that they were seeking him out, he hastily inquired about the situation. After discovering that they intended to transfer money for their son, Sui nodded in agreement, deeming it a natural affair. However, he cautioned them not to disclose to their son the source of these funds. The drought-resistant rice was crucial to the village's livelihood, and it was imperative to keep such matters private to avoid unnecessary complications. Subsequently, Sui assisted them with the transfer. Uncle Wang and Aunt Cui expressed their intention to handle the transaction limits the following day and promised to return the money to Sui afterward. After the transfer was completed, Sui informed them that they could approach Su Ying from the village the next day to facilitate the bank card procedures. He needed to return to his research, as he was eager to develop the stellar converter and the Xingmong 1000 battery to resolve the electricity issues in the water-scarce village. Meanwhile, in a construction site container on the outskirts of a city in Longhua, Wang Fu and Xia Xian were cooking 2 packets of instant noodles, engaging in casual conversation as they ate. After taking a bite, Wang Fu suddenly looked up at Xia Xian and said, Xia Xian, my home is in the waterless village, which is the most impoverished village in the country. The village has been without water for years, hence the name. The paths in our village are mere goat trails, surrounded by rocks. Even motorcycles struggle to navigate them. We hardly ever have rice to eat, and my family is among the poorest there, living in a thatched cottage. If you were to choose to marry me, do you think your parents would object? Wang Fu understood Xia Xian to some extent, yet he was unfamiliar with her parents. Upon hearing this, Xia Xian smiled gently. Don't worry, what I value is you as a person, not money. Besides, we can earn money over time. As for the betrothal gifts, I don't need any. Let us focus on building our little family together. Xiao Xian smiled softly, leaning against Wang Fu. His heart swelled with happiness at her words, and he continued, in our village, we can only grow corn, and the quality isn't very good either. My parents probably won't earn much from selling it. They said they would send us half the money, which will likely only be a few hundred yuan. Please don't mock me when you see it. Xiao Xian, looking at Wang Fu with a smile, reassured him. I understand. How could I ever laugh at you? A few hundred yuan is a lot for them, and the fact that they are willing to give it to us already touches me deeply. The two continued their lighthearted exchange, but suddenly, Wang Fu's phone chimed. A notification ping resonated in the air. Upon seeing this, he immediately opened the message. But as he read it, his pupils dilated and his hand trembled, followed by a tingling sensation across his scalp. He had received a notification from the bank. And upon seeing the amount of the transfer limit, he was utterly astounded. Xiao Xian, noticing his expression, inquired with curiosity, what is the matter? As she spoke, she seized Wang Fu's phone and casually glanced at it. However, the moment she caught sight of the text message's content, she sprang upright in astonishment. Subsequently, she gasped in disbelief, her eyes widening as she fixated on the message. 40 million? They stared at the screen for an extended period, their bodies trembling, goosebumps rising on their arms. They gasped for breath, their hearts racing uncontrollably. After a while, Xiao Xian turned to Wang Fu and exclaimed, I can't be dreaming. As she spoke, she pinched Wang Fu's thigh. He winced in pain, quickly shaking his head. No, this isn't a dream. Upon hearing this, Xiao Xian scrutinized Wang Fu and asked, Tell me the truth. Are you a rich second generation testing me? Didn't you say your family was poor? Look at this message. It even notes the house purchase funds from your parents. Wang Fu swallowed hard, shaking his head repeatedly. I don't know. Could it be a mistaken transfer? This account doesn't belong to my parents. Just as they pondered this, Wang Fu's phone rang. Xiao Fu, the money we sent you has arrived, right? It's indeed 40 million. Take it for now and check if it's enough for the down payment. If it's insufficient, let us know how much more you need. And we'll send additional funds. The voice of Wang Sheng echoed from the other end. Wang Fu and Xiao Xian's eyes widened in disbelief, as if they had seen a ghost. This money was genuinely sent by Wang Sheng? They exchanged a glance, utterly dumbfounded. 40 million? This was not merely 400. Wang Fu was completely taken aback. When did his family become so affluent? After catching his breath, he stammered, Dad, where did this money come from? When did we become so wealthy? Confusion enveloped him. His parents, who were usually frugal even about buying socks, had suddenly transferred him 40 million? This was indeed more shocking than encountering a ghost. Wang Sheng, sensing the impending inquiry, immediately responded, I can't disclose how we obtained this money. It's a secret of our village. Fearing further questioning, he hung up the phone. Meanwhile, Wang Fu was left in a daze, unable to comprehend the situation. Beside him, Xiao Xian twisted his waist sharply. Ouch! Wang Fu grimaced in pain. Wang Fu, you sly one. You've been telling me how poor your family is. That you can barely afford rice, and that you live in a thatched house? Yet, without batting an eye, 40 million just arrived, and you say it's not enough? Are you weaving a tale of a prince and a Cinderella, or are you playing out a story of a domineering CEO? Xiao Xian glared at Wang Fu, pressing him for answers. Wang Fu, alarmed, shook his head vigorously, his expression grave. Xiaoxin, I assure you, I am not deceiving you. My family is indeed impoverished. As for the source of this money, I am equally in the dark. If I cannot unravel this mystery, I fear I shall find it impossible to sleep. Upon hearing these words, Xiaoxin cast a glance at Wang Fu, then fell into deep contemplation. If Wang Fu were genuinely unaware, yet his family had inexplicably acquired several tens of millions, it would render the situation exceedingly bizarre. Without clarity, she too would undoubtedly be unable to find peace in slumber. Chapter 46. Uncle Wang acquires a luxury car early the next morning. Wang Fu and Xiao Xian, who had not slept a wink, set out for Wushui village. Meanwhile, Uncle Wang and Aunt Chui remained unaware that their son was en route. As dawn broke, Uncle Wang and Aunt Chui waited patiently in the village. Seeing this, Su Yi rose early as well and suggested that they wait a while longer. Su Ying, having experienced a family emergency that delayed her arrival, was finally ready to commence her duties today. Shortly thereafter, Su Ying called to announce her arrival. Su Yi promptly went to the village entrance to greet her. Upon reaching the entrance, Su Ying waved at him with a smile. Su Yi hurried over to assist her with her belongings, and together they made their way into the village. Moments later, Su Ying was taken aback. Before her stood several towering buildings, even higher than those in the county town, leaving her utterly speechless. Village Chief Sue, is it not said that your village is the poorest? How is it that such tall buildings exist here? In response, Sui chuckled and explained, these are newly constructed. Those buildings are research facilities. The one beside the cliff serves as the dormitory, and you will select a room there shortly. Hearing this, Sui nodded, realizing that these developments were likely funded by Sui himself. After a while, they arrived at the dormitory. Upon entering the first floor, Sui was struck by the opulent decor and the grand chandelier hanging from the ceiling. The moment she laid eyes on the lavish embellishments, one phrase echoed in her mind: resplendent magnificence. Soon, they reached the elevator area. Su-ing was astonished to find 6 elevators servicing the building. Goodness, does this dormitory really come with 6 elevators? Typically, only luxury complexes are equipped with such amenities. At that moment, Sui interjected, the 8th floor has already been selected. You may choose any floor as your dormitory, except for the top floor and the 8th. Su-ing paused for a moment, then said, well, perhaps I shall choose the 6th floor. It would be nice to share the space with others. Sui shook his head. The 8th floor has been claimed. Each floor serves as a single dormitory. So you must select a floor other than the top or the 8th. After contemplating this, Su-ing replied, then I shall choose the 6th floor. Excellent choice. I will take you there now. Sui pressed the button for the 6th floor in the elevator. The elevator ascended swiftly, soon arriving at the 6th floor. As the doors opened, they were greeted by a stunning corridor adorned with marble walls, with numerous paintings hanging along the sides and grand chandeliers gracing the ceiling. Sui then led Su-ing to a door, entering a code before unlocking it for her. Here it is. This will be your residence. You may change the password later. Additionally, please see Lu Xiao in the office to arrange access for the elevator. As Sui spoke, he assisted Su-ing in placing her luggage into the room. All right, I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Once you have organized your belongings, make your way to the village. There is a man named Wang Xing. Take them to the town to handle their bank card limits. Su-ing nodded in response. Okay. Subsequently, Sui departed. Su-ing turned and entered the room, whereupon she was momentarily stunned. The space was vast, truly expansive, with an estimated area of at least 2,000 square meters. The decor was exceedingly luxurious. The grand chandelier above seemed to be worth a fortune. The genuine leather sofas and the opulent bed left her utterly speechless. She quickly surveyed her surroundings: a gym, a kitchen, and even a cinema. After assessing the room's amenities, Su-ing sat dazedly on the sofa. Good heavens, is this truly a dormitory? She had already checked. And the furnishings in this dormitory were worth millions. She had never resided in such an extravagant abode in her life. Was this truly a poverty-stricken village? She felt an overwhelming sense of unreality. This dormitory was far too lavish. After a considerable pause, Su-ing arranged her belongings and then proceeded to the office. Indeed, upon her arrival, she found an older gentleman and lady waiting there. After confirming their identities, she led them to the vehicle to head to the town for the bank card procedures. Su-ing was quite familiar with these transactions and even enlisted the help of her colleagues working in the town. Before long, they completed all the necessary business. Hearing this, Uncle Wang pondered for a moment before addressing Su-ing. So, young lady, can you drive? Su-ing was momentarily taken aback, but then nodded. Yes, I can. Why do you ask? Uncle Wang and Aunt Chui instantly burst into laughter. Haha, it's just that every trip to the town is quite a hassle. Su-ing nodded in agreement. All right, since I have nothing pressing, let's head to the city. What kind of car do you wish to purchase? Uncle Wang contemplated for a moment. I've heard that car has ample space and offers a smooth ride. As we age, it should be more comfortable. Uncle Wang was not well versed in automobiles, but he often heard old Sue from the neighboring village proclaim that the best car in the world was a Rolls-Royce. Thus, this vehicle represented the pinnacle of luxury in their eyes, especially since it retained its value. Purchasing it would not lead to significant losses. Su-ing couldn't help but twitch her mouth upon hearing this. Goodness, is this truly the poorest of villages? They're mentioning a Rolls-Royce right off the bat? She was now irresistibly curious about how the inhabitants of this waterless village possess such wealth. However, this enigma would have to be unraveled at a later time. She then took Uncle Wang and Aunt Chui to the city, recalling that there was a Rolls-Royce dealership there. Several hours later, they arrived at the entrance of the Rolls-Royce showroom in the city. The 3 individuals entered without anyone to greet them. Numerous seasoned staff members at the entrance completely disregarded their presence. Su-ing appeared to be dressed somewhat appropriately, yet her attire seemed to be of little value, akin to something one would find at a street market. As for Uncle Wong, his clothing bore patches, clearly indicative of poverty. Such individuals were scarcely deserving of a second glance. Only a young lady rushed out from within, clearly an intern fresh from university. "Excuse me, are you interested in looking at cars? Would you like me to provide you with some information?" Upon hearing this, Uncle Wong chuckled warmly and promptly inquired, "Young lady, do you have anything better than the Willing Hong Wong?" The young lady was momentarily taken aback by Uncle Wong's query, realizing it would likely be another day devoid of sales. Chapter 47. Driving a Rolls-Royce Phantom. "Are you certain this is a poor village?" The young girl was utterly taken aback upon hearing Uncle Wong's words. She realized that today would likely yield no sales. This individual clearly had no understanding of the vehicle prices in this area. There was no basis for comparison between the two. Nonetheless, having already engaged in conversation, she felt compelled to respond. "Well, everyone, could you please share your requirements?" At that moment, Suing glanced at the young girl and remarked, "Surely you have a client dining area? Perhaps we could enjoy a meal before inspecting the vehicles." It was already lunchtime, and Suing was concerned that Uncle Wong and Aunt Shui might go hungry. Simultaneously, she was curious about how the young girl would behave. If her attitude was less than cordial, she wouldn't hesitate to make her purchase elsewhere. She had noticed several people casting judgmental glances in their direction, and she despised such individuals, finding them no different from the previously unpleasant manager. Though the young girl suspected that the group lacked purchasing power, she adhered to her professional ethics and smiled as she nodded. "Very well, please follow me. I will prepare everything at once." The young girl dashed away, while the other salespeople shook their heads in disbelief. Youngsters lack discernment. They assume everyone is a potential customer and even offer them a meal. They need to cultivate their judgment. A short while later, the young girl led the trio into a lounge, where a sumptuous spread awaited them, an array of dishes, including meat and seafood, along with beverages and coffee. Uncle Wong and Aunt Shui, unaccustomed to such feasts, devoured the food with gusto. This left the salesgirl astonished. Yet she refrained from commenting. Even if these individuals did not purchase a vehicle, she considered it an act of kindness. And given her lack of experience in explaining the cars, it served as a valuable opportunity for self-improvement. Once the meal concluded, Uncle Wong nodded appreciatively at the young girl. "You are truly kind-hearted. I noticed many people disregarded us, yet you welcomed us warmly. Let us proceed to examine the vehicles. Please provide us with an introduction." Upon hearing this, the young girl smiled and nodded in agreement. Shortly thereafter, they arrived in the showroom, where the young girl began her presentation. "Currently, we have 6 models available for sale: the Phantom, Ghost, Cullinan, Wraith, Dawn, and the Spectre. The Spectre is an all-electric model, boasting an official range of 585 kilometers, with a starting price of $5.75 million, offering great value for money." Upon hearing this, Uncle Wong surveyed the surrounding vehicles and immediately fixated on a silver-gray car. "Young lady, how much is that vehicle?" The salesgirl patiently provided the details. "That is our Rolls-Royce Phantom series, specifically the standard 2025 long wheelbase version, classified as a large vehicle, with a guide price ranging between $8.47 million and $9.86 million. Uncle Wong nodded in reply. "Purchasing a car is a significant matter. I need to clarify a few details. Young lady, does this vehicle offer a smooth ride? Additionally, it should surely perform better on inclines than a Zongshan tricycle, correct?" "Indeed. The horsepower must surpass that of the old Su family's tractor next door." Upon hearing this, the young girl was utterly taken aback. She had not anticipated such inquiries from a customer. The nearby salespeople erupted in laughter at Uncle Wong's remark, finding it utterly absurd. It was indeed outrageous, and they could tease the young girl for the rest of her days. After a moment of stunned silence, the girl patiently replied, "It's quite stable, and the horsepower of this vehicle is substantial, likely exceeding that of the tractor." Upon hearing this, Uncle Wong and Aunt Shui exchanged glances, and Uncle Wong nodded in agreement. "All right, young lady, I will take this one. Cash or card?" He was quite fond of the vehicle's exterior and found the price to be within an acceptable range. Most importantly, its horsepower exceeded that of old Sue's tractor, yet it remained more stable. Once he obtained his driver's license, he would drive by old Sue's house for a couple of laps, giving him a good view. The young girl, who was in the midst of her explanation, was rendered speechless by this statement, momentarily frozen in place. The salespeople, who had been laughing moments before, were now equally dumbfounded. The girl, regaining her composure, spoke again. "Sir, the price of this vehicle is $9.86 million. Are you certain?" She was bewildered, firmly believing that the uncle had misspoken. Uncle Wong, chuckling, responded, and without hesitation, handed his bank card to the young girl. She was astonished, her hands trembling. If this vehicle sold, her commission would amount to several tens of thousands. After taking the card, she hurried to the counter to process the transaction, prompting Uncle Wong to enter his password. Once the password was entered, the machine at the counter chimed, announcing, "The Bank of Construction has credited $9.86 million. The sound was faint, yet the entire hall fell silent. The salespeople, who had previously reveled in the spectacle, were now wide-eyed, incredulously staring at Uncle Wong. Did he really buy it? Such an enormous sum. And not a blink of an eye? The young girl, upon hearing the notification, was left in a daze. Is it truly real? With the receipt in hand, she nervously approached Uncle Wong. "Sir, here is the receipt, which includes insurance and registration fees, among other costs." Uncle Wong smiled gently at her and said, "All right, young lady. We shall take our leave now. May we drive off with our vehicle?" Hastily, the girl handed the car keys to Uncle Wong and guided them to the garage. After a quick inspection, Suing found everything in order and drove the car away. As she and her companions departed, the young girl remained rooted in place, her face a canvas of disbelief. This is truly surreal. In the evening, after the sun had set, a dilapidated van came to a halt at the village entrance. Wang Fu and Xiao Xian stepped out, carrying their bags. Wang Fu remarked to Suing, "The road to the village is quite arduous. We estimate it will take some time." Before he could finish his sentence, he looked up and was left astounded. Before him lay a meticulously paved road, exceeding 4 meters in width, winding away into the distance like a dragon in flight. Beside him, Xiao Xian's lips twitched as she squinted and remarked, "This road is even broader than the national highway, and yet you claim it's difficult to traverse?" Upon hearing this, Wang Fu quickly surveyed his surroundings. One hand pressed against his head, a look of utter bewilderment etched across his face. He simply could not fathom it. It was beyond his comprehension. Just as they were expressing their astonishment, the sound of a horn echoed from not far away, prompting them to step aside. They beheld a vehicle making its way down the road leading to their village. Wang Fu and Xiao Xian were left speechless, even without formal education. Wang Fu recognized that the vehicle was likely a Rolls-Royce. Su Ying's eyes widened in disbelief as she turned to Wang Fu and exclaimed, "What kind of people inhabit your village? You claim this is a poverty-stricken area? A poverty-stricken village with a Rolls-Royce Phantom? That car is nearly worth 10 million. Hardly anyone can afford such a luxury, even in the city. Wang Fu, are you certain your village is impoverished?" Subsequently, the car window gradually lowered. Chapter 48. Completion of stellar converter development. The car window slid down, and Uncle Wong along with Aunt Chui immediately leaned out to observe Wang Fu and Xiao Xian. Upon seeing the two, Wang Fu stood frozen in place, utterly astonished. "Dad?" he stammered, his eyes wide with disbelief as he gazed at Wang Xing. Beside him, Xiao Xian's lips twitched. Goodness, Wang Fu had always claimed to be impoverished, yet here was his family arriving in a Rolls-Royce, a vehicle worth over 10 million. Was this what he called being poor? Wang Sheng and Chui Meiyan exchanged glances and burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha, little Fu. It truly is you. I thought I was mistaken." Joyfully, Chui Meiyan hopped out of the car and approached Wang Fu, scrutinizing him closely. Meanwhile, Wang Xing, with a cheerful demeanor, addressed Xiao Xian, "Little Xian. Do let us know when you come so we can come to greet you." At this moment, Xiao Xian was utterly bewildered, lost for words. After all, anyone would be taken aback in such a situation. Imagine having a boyfriend who constantly laments his family's poverty, claiming their village is destitute, only for his parents to suddenly appear before you in a Rolls-Royce. Absurd, truly absurd. Wang Fu, gazing at the luxurious vehicle ahead, wore a perplexed expression. "When did our village acquire such spacious roads? And where did you get the money for this car?" Uncle Wong smiled faintly at this inquiry. Wang Fu, though puzzled, felt it inappropriate to press further without his parents' explanation. Soon, Wang Fu and Xiao Xian, still in a daze, climbed into the vehicle and headed toward the village. Moments later, several towering buildings came into view. "What is that?" Wang Fu gasped, astonished at the sight of such high rises in their village. The opulent decor appeared dazzlingly extravagant. Uncle Wong chuckled and replied, "That is the experimental building constructed by Su Yi. The one next to it is their dormitory." Xiao Xian, curious, inquired, "Such buildings must have required a significant amount of money. Who is this Su Yi?" In response, Wang Fu quickly answered, "Su Yi is the only college student from our village. He was the National College Entrance Examination top scorer. Due to his family's financial struggles, all his tuition fees were covered by donations from the village. Uncle Wong added with a smile. Indeed, Sui could have easily remained in the big city, enjoying a promising career, but he has a kind heart. The reason our family is so affluent is all thanks to him, although I cannot divulge the specifics just yet. You will need to sign a confidentiality agreement first. Both Wang Fu and Xia Xin were taken aback by Uncle Wang's statement. A confidentiality agreement? They exclaimed, their curiosity piqued. Without hesitation, they inquired, where is this agreement? I shall sign it. Hearing this, Uncle Wang turned to Suing in the car. Young lady, since you are currently working in the village, would you assist them in signing an agreement? Suing nodded in response. Certainly. After Suing halted the vehicle, she sent an electronic agreement to both individuals' phones. The document stipulated that any information regarding Waterless Village must not be disclosed to outsiders. Failure to comply would result in the revocation of all benefits and the disqualification for dry rice cultivation. The two merely glanced at the agreement before promptly signing it. Once the signatures were affixed, Uncle Wang began to elaborate. This dry rice is exceptionally delicious. Originally, we sold it for a mere 1,000 yuan per pound. But once we took it to the city, the wealthy patrons escalated the price to 10,000 yuan per pound, and eventually, it soared to 20,000 yuan per pound. Just a few days ago, we sold 4 tons. After deducting half for the development fund, we still retained 80 million yuan. The funds we transferred to you were indeed profits from our dry rice sales. Listening to Uncle Wang, Wang Fu and Xia Xin were utterly astounded. So that's how the money was made? Rice priced at 20,000 yuan per pound? This is akin to highway robbery. Selling such a sum from a single harvest, imagine the fortune if we cultivated more. With such lucrative prospects, why toil away at menial jobs? They would earn far less over a century of labor. As Suing drove, her curiosity about Uncle Wang's wealth was finally satiated. She grew increasingly convinced of Su Yi's remarkable nature. Aligning herself with him was undoubtedly a wise choice. Once fully apprised of the situation, Wang Fu expressed his admiration. Su Yi is indeed a man of substance, transforming his hometown through his knowledge. My respect for him is profound. Xia Xin echoed his sentiment. Indeed, such individuals are increasingly rare. It is truly admirable. Soon, their vehicle arrived in the village. Upon reaching Wang Fu's home, Xia Xin was momentarily taken aback. It was indeed a thatched cottage. Subsequently, Uncle Wang and Aunt Chui hurriedly prepared the meat they had purchased from the city. Moments later, the aroma of the meal wafted through the air, invigorating them with its delightful scent. Their stomachs soon protested their hunger. When the meal was served, Uncle Wang and Aunt Chui promptly dished out a bowl of rice and placed the pot before Wang Fu and Xia Xin. This is for both of you. Take your time and don't rush, they urged. Hearing this, Xia Xin quickly smiled, shaking her head. Uncle, Auntie, we cannot consume so much. My appetite is quite small. I would be satisfied with just a spoonful. Uncle Wang and Aunt Chui merely smiled in response, and indeed, moments later, Wang Fu and Xia Xin resorted to eating with their hands. After the meal, both felt their cheeks flush. The food was so delectable that they could hardly contain themselves. Hence the choice to eat with their hands. Particularly for Xia Xin, who had promised to eat just a spoonful, she had devoured nearly half the pot. Post-meal, they felt invigorated, the fatigue of the day evaporating entirely. At last, they understood why this rice was so exorbitantly priced. After a brief discussion, they resolved to remain in Waterless Village to cultivate the land. After all, farming was far more gratifying than menial labor. Thus, a month later, we find ourselves in Su Yi's laboratory. At long last, the stellar converter and the Starshine 1000 battery are poised for creation. Su Yi gazed at the 1 square meter battery panel before him, filled with immense joy. Lu Ziao, too, shared in this delight. Over the past few days, several elders had visited the village, inquiring whether, now that they had the means, a solution for electricity could be provided. Thankfully, the development of the stellar converter has finally come to fruition. They had toiled day and night for a month, and now they beheld the fruits of their labor. Upon hearing this, Su Yi smiled gently. Very well, let us proceed and test this stellar converter to evaluate its performance. If all is well, we shall commence the establishment of a factory for mass production. I am determined to illuminate our village completely. Chapter 49. The terrifying performance of batteries. Su Yi and Lu Ziao immediately commenced their testing. The first task was to evaluate the charging rate. Upon conducting the assessment, they discovered that a 1 square meter solar energy converter could generate 0.2 degrees of electricity per second under direct sunlight. Translated into hourly output, This amounted to an astonishing 720 degrees, a remarkable efficiency that far surpassed any solar power panels currently available on the market. Sui nodded in acknowledgement. Indeed, this was a manifestation of extraterrestrial technology that significantly enhanced the utilization of solar energy. This device could provide robust and stable power output for both small household appliances and large-scale industrial applications. Moreover, its ability to maintain consistent output was largely unaffected by conventional environmental factors such as overcast skies or low light conditions, even in relatively weak illumination. It could sustain a stable power generation capacity, ensuring a continuous supply of electricity. However, under cloudy conditions, the output would diminish to approximately 0.2 degrees per second, which, nonetheless, sufficed for everyday usage. If several experimental and dormitory buildings were equipped with such solar panels, the energy demands of their laboratory and living quarters would be effortlessly met. Additionally, the device exhibited excellent heat dissipation, with minimal instances of overheating. As a product of the system, it was indeed reliable. Upon completing the tests and confirming the absence of issues, Sui and Lu Ziao swiftly commenced planning for the establishment of a factory. Their village, surrounded by majestic mountains and sparsely populated, offered ample space. According to official data, the administrative area of their village spanned a total of 60 square kilometers, categorizing it as a relatively large village on a national scale. Consequently, there were numerous potential sites for constructing the factory. Given that a battery manufacturing facility falls under the category of a chemical plant, it was imperative to situate it far from populated areas. Sui opened the ArcGIS software on his computer, inputting the village's data, and subsequently identified a suitable location through the principle of shortest path selection. This site was distant from fertile land and lush vegetation, with a gentle topography, making it ideal for an industrial park. After meticulously planning the park, Sui sought out Wang Fei. Wang Fei and Huang Yi had already relocated their household registration, and their new home was nearing completion. With the construction team currently lacking assignments, the establishment of the factory was perfectly timed. Upon hearing of Sui's factory plans, both Huang Yi and Wang Fei were elated. Without a moment's hesitation, Huang Yi commenced designing the necessary blueprints, eager to expedite the factory's construction. As for Lu Ziao, Sui tasked her with procuring automated production equipment. Given the limited labor force in their village, automation was essential for many processes. However, certain high-end talents remained indispensable. Sui instructed the finance officer, Suing, to initiate online recruitment, offering salaries that were more than double the market rate. Once the factory was completed, they were determined to commence production at the earliest opportunity. Meanwhile, Sui retrieved a business card and directly dialed the number inscribed upon it. This is the business card that a manager from Xiaomai Company left him upon his graduation, suggesting that he could reach out if he ever wished to join their team in the future. Presently, Xiaomai Company has experienced remarkable growth, having launched 2 successful automobile models, the Xiaomai SU7 and the Xiaomai SU7 Ultra. Both vehicles have garnered significant sales, indicating a promising future for the company. Furthermore, he personally admires Lei Bus's distinctive style. It is said that the comment section of Lei Bus serves as a wishing pool, where netizens express their desires, and Xiaomai produces accordingly, all while managing to keep prices competitive. Based on Sui's experiences, he prefers collaborating with individuals of such caliber. His current project, the Stellar Converter, operates at a high efficiency, generating enough electrical output per second to power a vehicle continuously. Moreover, he possesses the Xingmong 1000 battery technology. The name Xingmong 1000 derives from its capacity to store 1000 kilowatt-hours of electricity. In contrast, the most advanced version of Xiaomai's vehicles has a battery capacity of merely 101 kilowatt-hours. Even without the Stellar Converter, the Xingmong battery alone would undoubtedly create ripples in the electric vehicle market. After all, Xiaomai's 101 kilowatt-hour model boasts a CLTC range of 800 kilometers. Theoretically, if the Xingmong 1000 battery were installed in a Xiaomai vehicle, its pure electric range could reach an astonishing 8,000 kilometers. Additionally, the Xingmong 1000 battery is derived from extraterrestrial technology, ensuring that its capacity is not overstated, thus guaranteeing the feasibility of achieving an 8,000-kilometer range. Should such a range materialize in the market, it would undoubtedly overshadow all other new energy vehicles. It is likely that Lei Bus would provide him with profits far exceeding the 15 billion from the Southwest Group. Consequently, he dialed the number on the business card. Hello, General Manager Zhang, this is Sui. Upon hearing Sui's voice, the person on the other end immediately responded. Sui? What a surprise. Why did you suddenly decide to contact me? Our Xiaomai company has been eagerly waiting for you. In response, Sui smiled and said, General Manager Zhang, I plan to visit the headquarters of Xiaomai Automobile in a few days. I would like to discuss some collaboration ideas with you. I will provide more details when I arrive. When would you be available? The voice on the other end chuckled, Haha, Sui, as long as it's you. I am always available. Just let me know when you can come. Sui nodded in agreement. All right, I will come by tomorrow and meet you the day after. The distance from his location to the Xiaomai group in Beijing is considerable. Even flying takes a full day, so we could only visit the following day. Early the next morning, after arranging work for Lu Ziyao and Su Ying, Sui departed. By the time he reached Beijing, it was already evening. However, upon hearing of his arrival, a classmate called him. Sui, you're in Beijing? Don't stay in a hotel tonight. Come stay at my place instead. They had first met while collaborating in a chemistry laboratory, conducting experiments together. In due course, the two individuals gradually became acquainted. Their burgeoning friendship primarily stemming from a mutual fascination with chemistry. However, after graduation, they lost touch with one another. Therefore, when Sui received a call from the other party, he was somewhat taken aback. After a moment of contemplation, he nodded in agreement. Very well. I shall be a bother tonight. Kindly provide me with an address, and I shall arrive shortly. Upon hearing this, Sui was momentarily stunned. Well, this fellow has a girlfriend now? Impressive. So, where are you currently employed? Duan Dong chuckled in response, at Xiaomai Automobile. As for how it's going, I would say it's just fine. Hearing this, Suyi's eyes lit up. What a fortunate coincidence. Chapter 50, Discussing Collaboration with Wheat Company in a Quaint Alley. Duan Dong resided in a modest abode comprising 2 rooms, accompanied by a small kitchen and a cozy living room. Upon hearing this, Sui smiled and remarked, It's quite nice. At that moment, a young woman emerged, carrying dishes. Duan Dong promptly introduced her, saying, Sui, this is my girlfriend, Lin Shi, from Beijing Normal University. Sui responded with a gentle smile, eliciting a shy smile from the girl as she turned to leave. Duan Dong continued with a grin. I met her during university through a mutual friend. She has now secured a position within the Beijing administrative system. We've established a stable relationship. Sui smiled subtly at this revelation and inquired, How do you find working at Wheat Company? Is it satisfactory? It's all right, though certainly better than many other jobs. Duan Dong replied. Observing this, Sui refrained from probing further. Soon, Lin Shi returned with an array of delectable dishes that looked appetizing and fragrant. Sui noted that many young women often shun cooking, viewing themselves as princesses deserving of pampering. Yet, he found that most of the academically gifted women he encountered were quite adept in the kitchen, which struck him as peculiar. As the trio dined, they engaged in lively conversation, traversing various topics. Sui merely mentioned he was there to discuss collaboration with Wheat Company, without divulging specifics. And Duan Dong understood the bounds of inquiry. By 8 o'clock, the two arrived at the foot of the Wheat Company building. Duan Dong guided Sui inside the edifice and proceeded to the Human Resources Department. Sui was then escorted to the reception area by a staff member. Shortly thereafter, Zhang Jun hurried in, having awaited Su Yi's arrival in the office. Upon hearing of Su Yi's presence, he quickly made his way over. Zhang Jun personally poured a cup of coffee for Su Yi and cheerfully stated, Mr. Su, our Wheat Company has been in dire need of personnel for our intelligent driving division. We have reviewed the intelligent driving system you developed for Huahua and believe our team would greatly benefit from your leadership. Upon hearing this, Sui shook his head and raised an eyebrow, saying, Manager Zhang, you may have misunderstood. I am not here to seek employment. Rather, I wish to discuss a potential collaboration. I have recently developed a new battery technology and intend to explore cooperation with your company. I have brought the materials with me. Would you care to take a look? Zhang Jun appeared puzzled at this mention of battery technology, but quickly shook his head, saying, Mr. Su, we are currently utilizing batteries from Yati. Given the critical nature of battery technology, we have a contractual agreement in place and are unlikely to switch suppliers at this time. I apologize for any inconvenience. At this, Sui recognized the skepticism regarding his capabilities. The development of a mature battery technology demands substantial investment of both time and resources. Even in this era of burgeoning new energy, only a handful of firms possess truly mature battery technologies. Even a company like Wheat Motors lacks the capacity for battery research and development, as the investment required is simply too great. If one were to claim that an individual had developed a revolutionary battery technology, 90% of people would likely remain skeptical. After all, Numerous automotive companies have invested countless resources, both human and financial, only to yield no tangible results. It seems implausible that one person could create a reliable battery technology. Understanding the sentiment expressed, Sui offered a faint smile. Very well, I shall inquire with other companies. With the proliferation of new energy vehicle enterprises, there must be a demand somewhere. After finishing his statement, Zhang Jun smiled slightly and suggested, Mr. Su, how about this? Allow me to take you on a tour of our company, and perhaps we could share a meal there as well. Zhang Jun was eager to persuade Sui to stay. He intended to showcase the company's environment, hoping that Sui might be enticed. Their autonomous driving system required enhancements, and Sui was undoubtedly the most suitable candidate among the many headhunting firms. Upon hearing this, Sui nodded in agreement. All right, I will leave my battery here. Please ensure it is watched over. Zhang Jun nodded in response, assuring him, it's perfectly safe in my office. No one will touch it. With that, Sui placed the stellar converter aside and set the battery technology documents on Zhang Jun's desk. Following this, he began the tour under Zhang Jun's guidance. Zhang Jun took him directly to the autonomous driving department, providing a meticulous introduction while extolling the virtues of their equipment. Meanwhile, in a conference room of the wheat company, Leibus sat at the front, flanked by various department heads. He projected a video from a wheat vehicle owner. General Manager Lei, the charging stations are incompatible. Despite being fast charging, the rate pales in comparison to Tesla. When compared to their rapid charging, our electricity is practically siphoned away. The charging efficiency is abysmal. General Manager Lei, this is a high-speed charging station. Can we expedite improvements? The previous compatibility issues with the charging stations need to be addressed. After the video concluded, a surge of complaints appeared on the screen. Leibus, typically amiable, cast a stern gaze over the assembly and stated gravely, there are numerous similar complaints. We must urgently resolve our charging issues. Following today's meeting, I expect collaboration from all departments to tackle this problem. Our sales have begun to decline due to this. Does anyone have suggestions? Upon hearing this, the attendees exchanged glances, remaining silent. Resolving this issue was far from straightforward. Redesigning the charging interface would be a complex endeavor. After a prolonged silence, Leibus turned to Zhou Tong, the head of the battery department. Zhou, please share your thoughts. Zhou Tong responded promptly, General Manager Lei, to address this issue. We must either redesign the charging interface or enhance the battery capacity. However, we are already utilizing the best batteries available from our competitors. Increasing battery capacity requires a technological breakthrough, which will take many years. As for the compatibility of the charging stations, further research from the development department will be necessary, and it will likely be challenging to resolve in the short term. Upon hearing this, Lei Busi began to speak. Previously, I watched a video featuring a solar-powered charging device from Tesla, which automatically unfolds to charge when the vehicle is not in use. Could we not procure such batteries and install them in our cars to alleviate owners' anxiety about charging? Alternatively, we could explore the possibility of collaborating with competitors on solid-state batteries to enhance battery longevity and completely resolve this anxiety. Upon hearing this, Zhou Tong promptly shook his head. Mr. Lei, Tesla has discontinued their solar panels due to their insufficient charging efficiency. Furthermore, installing them on vehicles is aesthetically unpleasing and would increase aerodynamic drag, presenting various issues. As for solid-state batteries, the technology is still immature. They are merely a pipe dream concocted by competitors to boost their stock prices and are not viable for mass production. Upon hearing this, Lei Busi fell silent. Subsequently, they engaged in intense discussions, yet ultimately arrived at no solutions. When lunchtime arrived, they adjourned the meeting. As the group made their way out, Zhou Tong deliberately remarked near Zhang Jun's office, Mr. Zhang, why is it that we never see you during working hours? If you cannot manage, we have many young talents who can take over. Upon hearing this, Lei Busi also glanced inside. Zhang Jun's assistant quickly interjected, No, Mr. Zhou, Mr. Zhang has taken a team to tour the company. Today, someone has come to discuss battery technology with him. You can see the technical documents right here. Upon hearing this, everyone turned to look in the direction indicated by the assistant. Chapter 51. Rebus, is this not disruption? Upon hearing the assistant's words, everyone turned their gaze toward the direction he indicated. Before them lay a 1 square meter gray battery, accompanied by technical documentation. Zhou Tong's lips curled into a sinister smile upon witnessing this. He had a nephew working as a deputy director in the Human Resources Department, who happened to be in competition with Zhang Jun. Thus, he had long harbored intentions to undermine Zhang Jun in order to elevate his nephew's position. The technology of solar panels had been widely criticized across the globe, deemed nearly useless in the automotive sector. Zhou Tong saw this as an opportune moment to malign Zhang Jun in front of Rebus. With this thought in mind, he promptly seized the technical documentation. Upon reading the performance specifications, he couldn't help but burst into laughter. Zhang Jun truly accommodates anyone. A glance at this data reveals its fraudulent nature. Yet he dares to showcase it? As a CEO, his judgment appears woefully inadequate. It seems he is unworthy of his position, he declared, presenting the documentation to Rebus. Mr. Rebus, look at this. The document claims that such a battery panel can generate 0.2 kilowatt-hours of electricity in just 1 second, even on a cloudy day. It purportedly produces 0.02 kilowatt-hours. This is utterly absurd. If it were genuinely this remarkable, accounting for various losses, wouldn't it mean that our SU-7's battery could be fully charged in a mere 500 seconds? In other words, it could completely charge our vehicle's battery in around 8 or 9 minutes, surpassing the fastest existing rapid charging technology. The competitors' rapid charging methods require 15-18 minutes to fully charge 100 kilowatt-hours. If this battery panel performs as described, it would indeed eclipse the most advanced battery technologies available. This technology is far too dubious. Does Zhang Jun truly fail to recognize its unreliability? It is astonishingly subpar. If this battery were genuinely so effective, it would resolve the challenges currently faced by our company, Xiaomi Automotive. At these words, Rebus nodded in agreement. Isn't this simply a disruption? How could a small battery panel possibly outperform rapid charging? He remarked, flipping through the technical documentation. As he perused the various advanced technologies, Rebus narrowed his eyes. Terms such as ultra-high-efficiency photovoltaic materials, quantum light concentration materials, multi-composite energy gap materials, DC-DC converters, maximum power point tracking, MPPT, technology, holographic light focusing technology, and multi-light collection array technology stood out to him. Although he was not well versed in these technologies, they certainly sounded impressive. Recalling Zhou Tong's earlier comments, he pondered that if this technology were indeed legitimate, it could fundamentally resolve the automotive issues they were currently grappling with. With a mindset of cautious optimism, he addressed a nearby staff member. Take this converter for testing. Once the assessment is complete, inform me of the results. The staff member promptly moved forward to retrieve the stellar converter. Observing this, Zhou Tong shook his head. Mr. Lei, there is no need for testing. This contraption appears counterfeit at first glance. How could the charging efficiency of its solar panel possibly surpass that of a fast charging station? If a battery manufacturer could be found for collaboration, it surely cannot be a legitimate one, as all reputable manufacturers seek my partnership. Upon hearing this, Lei Busi remained silent. Nevertheless, he considered it prudent to test the device. After all, who knows what might arise? The program he wrote in his freshman year was included in the curriculum by his sophomore year. This world is never devoid of prodigies. After taking the device for testing, the group departed without lingering further, unaware that Su Yi's stellar converter was undergoing evaluation. Unbeknownst to him, Su Yi continued his tour until noon. When Zhang Jun escorted him to the cafeteria, the trio sat together to share a meal. Duan Dong, who had been recruited by Zhang Jun, was not a stranger to them, so they engaged in casual conversation while dining. Upon hearing this, Duan Dong reluctantly stood to fetch more food. Lin Jiu glanced over and cheerfully remarked, I don't fancy any of this. Just discard it and fetch a new plate. Duan Dong, slightly irritated, thought to himself that this was his money being wasted. Nevertheless, he complied and returned with a lighter selection, which included a combination of corn and spare ribs. I'm not particularly fond of this. Please help me consume it. We mustn't waste food, or I shall be penalized, he said. Duan Dong clenched his fists, but ultimately restrained his frustration. Observing this, Su Yi felt a twinge of confusion. At that moment, a stranger spotted Zhang Jun and smiled slightly. Mr. Zhang, you're dining here too. Zhang Jun merely glanced at him and chose to ignore him, prompting the individual to seethe with indignation. Lin Jiu quickly interjected, offering consolation to the middle-aged man. Mr. Zhou, don't stoop to their level. The HR department will eventually be under your jurisdiction. In this day and age, connections matter. Your uncle is the head of the RD department, and with him in place, this is as good as settled. Zhou Xiang smiled faintly at this comment. Some individuals, believing that graduating from prestigious universities will earn them respect, ultimately display their youthfulness, having grasped knowledge but not the rules of society. Upon hearing this, Su Yi narrowed his eyes, recognizing that there were indeed unsavory characters at My Way Automotive. Zhang Jun, unable to contain himself, directed a stern remark at Zhou Xiong. Zhou Xiong, control your barking dog. Its noise is disturbing me. As long as I remain at my way, you shall only ever be a subordinate. As for your so-called backing, those who engage in wrongdoing will inevitably meet their demise. Just you wait, Zhang Jun. Zhou Xiong retorted through clenched teeth. Witnessing this confrontation, Duan Dong, feeling somewhat dejected, turned to Su Yi and said, Su Yi, let us leave. In response, Su Yi nodded. His gaze then wandered over the bustling courtyard. Su Yi, aren't you curious about how I ended up like this? He pondered, intrigued by how someone once brimming with confidence, optimism, and ideals could have transformed into their current state. Chapter 52. If you do not board the pirate ship, you shall be drowned in the smoking room of the Wheat Automobile Building. Duan Dong took a deep drag from his cigarette and exhaled slowly. Many yearn to reside in the bustling metropolis, yet this grand city can be both a paradise and a prison. Upon joining the wheat company, I encountered numerous individuals and circumstances, and I was determined not to indulge in their corrupt practices. However, I later realized that if one does not board certain vessels, others will unceremoniously cast you into the depths of the sea, intent on drowning you. I had contemplated resigning, yet Lin Shi aspired to purchase a home in the capital. For the sake of our future together, I had no choice but to endure. Sui. It was only when I truly entered society that I comprehended the worthlessness of ideals and dreams in the face of reality. There are many people and situations we can only accept. Sui was momentarily taken aback by my words. I expressed my desire to go, but I feared that separating from Xiao Shi would create a rift between us. After all, distance often breeds complications. Upon hearing this, Su Yi's eyes lit up. Why not ask Lin Shi if she would be willing to teach in our village? I would offer her 10 times her current salary. Are you serious? Although you earned 50 million upon graduation, how long can you sustain such extravagance? Sui chuckled softly at my words. Rest assured, I still have a bit of money. Inquire with Lin Shi. If she agrees, you could assist me with research and development. After a lengthy pause, he nodded. He then took out his phone and called, relaying to Sui what we had discussed. Upon hearing, Lin Shi's voice came through immediately. Sure. I actually noticed that you weren't happy working in the capital. Wherever you go, I will accompany you. I miss the sunny, confident, and idealistic you from before. I will resign right away, and once I've completed the handover, I will come find you. Shashi, are you certain? That position was hard-earned, and your family has always wanted you to be a teacher. Duan Dong was astonished by how quickly Lin Shi agreed. In response to his concerns, Lin Shi's gentle voice reassured him. What does it matter? It's just a job. Didn't Tsui mention 10 times the salary? As long as the treatment is good, that's all that matters. As for my family, they need not concern themselves. In the future, we will be a family, and I will prioritize you. All right then, I'll hang up. I will come to pick you both up shortly. He was taken aback by Lin Shi's understanding. With such a partner, life felt worthwhile. Sui nodded in agreement, recognizing Lin Shi's potential to become an excellent teacher in Wushui Village. She's a remarkable girl. You must cherish her. I often find myself envious of your relationship. What about your former acquaintance? Have you lost contact since graduation? Where has she gone? At this, Sui smiled and shook his head. No contact. Perhaps regret is simply a part of life. The resignation process was quite straightforward. Write a resignation letter, have it approved by a supervisor, and then hand it over to HR to complete the procedure. After glancing at the resignation letter, Lin Jiu revealed a faint smile. You should have left long ago. Hurry up and pack your things and get out, he said, signing his name on the resignation letter. However, this month's salary will be fully deducted, and all previous bonuses have been forfeited. Oh, and you need to compensate for the wear and tear of the company equipment. I've calculated it for you. The total amounts to 32,000. Furthermore, there is your penalty fee. Since you are leaving, you must also bear the losses incurred during our recruitment period. Altogether, it comes to 50,000. Pay the sum, and you may leave. Is that too excessive? Upon hearing this, Lin Jiu scoffed coldly. What do you mean by excessive? Let me tell you, this is merely the rule. I am simply following the protocol. At this moment, Su Yi walked straight in. Lin Jiu, who had been sitting and sneering, was left dumbfounded by this. Realizing this, he immediately made a phone call. Security, come here. There are 2 individuals unrelated to the company. Remove them from the premises and ensure they do not come into contact with any equipment. Soon, several security personnel rushed in. Lin Jiu pointed at Su Yi and commanded, throw this unrelated person out of our company, immediately. Gather all of his personal belongings and dispose of them along with him and his rubbish. Understood. Just then, a mocking voice echoed from behind. Oh, isn't this the top student? Looks like you've been kicked out of the company. At that moment, a security vehicle approached, and several individuals disembarked. Mr. Zhou, is it? Here is your shipment, safely delivered. Please sign for it. Upon hearing this, Zhou Xiong nodded. Subsequently, the package was handed over to him, and Zhou Xiang opened it to find a bag of packaged rice, prominently labeled as noble rice. Su Yi's mouth twitched. Had their rice reached this level? Noticing Su Yi's astonished expression, Zhou Xiong coldly mocked. What are you staring at? This rice is something you will never afford in your lifetime. It costs 100,000 per pound, and you may never even come close to it. After saying this, he took out his phone and made a call. Uncle, the items from the other party have been received, valued at 500,000. We can promote that kid now. Upon hearing this, Zhou Tong smiled and nodded. Good, take those items to my house tonight. After finishing, Zhou Tong hung up the phone. Su Yi's mouth twitched even more. 100,000 per pound? How much profit had these middlemen made? Moreover, gifts were now being exchanged in the form of noble rice. Hearing this, Duan Dong directly addressed Su Yi. Upon hearing his words, Su Yi shook his head. Wait a moment, I have some items in the wheat. I've already contacted General Manager Zhang. He said someone would bring them to me shortly. Once the items arrive, we will leave. At this moment, Su Yi was unaware that his converter had set the testing laboratory for the wheat into a frenzy. Chapter 53, Mr. Lei. There's a problem within the confines of the Xiaomai Automotive Laboratory. The head of the facility was invigorated upon learning that the battery panel was personally requested for testing by Mr. Lei Busi. He promptly summoned all staff to commence testing. As it was merely a performance evaluation, the pace of their testing was swift. They set up the battery panel and directly connected it to the relevant instruments. The fact that Mr. Lei would test such an obscure charging panel indicated the magnitude of the issue at hand. Indeed, it had been reported that netizens were lamenting concerns regarding range and charging issues, claiming our charging stations were excessively slow. I had previously heard about a solar charging panel strategy, known to be in use abroad. But it required days of charging to achieve a mere 10 kilometers of range, hardly practical. It seemed that what we were testing now might not even compare favorably to that. As the testing personnel conducted their evaluations, they recorded various data regarding the converter while engaging in casual conversation. Shortly thereafter, information regarding the charging speed, voltage, current, and other parameters of the stellar converter appeared on the instruments. The person responsible for documentation was taken aback upon seeing the data on the screen, his pupils dilating in disbelief. Is this for real? 0.2 kilowatt-hours per second? He exclaimed, astonished. The implications of generating 0.2 kilowatt-hours in just 1 second were staggering, implying that in 10 seconds, 2 kilowatt-hours could be produced. Wouldn't that be sufficient for an entire family's daily consumption? This exceeded the limits of his comprehension. Hearing his exclamation, those nearby rushed over to inspect the situation. Upon viewing the data on the screen, they too were rendered speechless. Is this genuine? A generation capacity of 0.2 kilowatt-hours per second? What kind of efficiency is this? It's only 1 square meter in size, yet it produces so much energy. They marveled at the thermal efficiency, which had reached astonishing levels. Moreover, this device was equipped with a converter capable of transforming the generated current into direct current of varying voltages for output. The onlookers gazed in awe at the stellar converter, utterly astonished by its capabilities. Drawn by the commotion, the head of the testing laboratory approached. Upon witnessing the data displayed on the screen, he too was struck with surprise. Is this real? Quickly, fetch a SU7 battery with a capacity of 101 kilowatt-hours. I want to observe how long it takes to charge. In response to his request, a Xiaomai SU7 battery was soon brought forth. The SU7 battery was substantial. Typically, even with fast charging, it required over 40 minutes to achieve a full charge. They were keen to discover how quickly this battery panel could charge it. Connecting the stellar converter to the battery, everyone immediately turned their attention to the adjacent display monitor, which showcased the battery's real-time charge level. At the moment of connection, the battery's charge began to surge rapidly, with an astonishing influx of 0.1 kilowatt-hours per second. This was due to the energy consumed during the conversion process. Witnessing this charging efficiency left them all in a state of shock, each person staring wide-eyed at the screen. After a mere 16 minutes, the battery automatically disconnected, and the screen displayed a full charge. Witnessing this spectacle, everyone was left in astonishment. What on earth is this? Has our wheat automobile technology truly advanced to such an extraordinary level? They marveled at the speed of charging, astonished that such an unprecedented efficiency had been achieved. The converter's efficiency was remarkably high. How could this be possible? Was there a groundbreaking technology that had emerged in the world? Charging electric vehicles necessitates the consideration of numerous factors, including the microtransport rate of lithium-ion, the boundary of battery over current capacity, internal resistance of the cells, and cooling capabilities. Achieving such efficiency would require a revolutionary technological breakthrough. Otherwise, it would be utterly unattainable. Furthermore, the principle behind this innovation is solar power generation, which converts solar energy into electrical energy, incorporating a multitude of factors and an array of advanced technologies. A 1 square meter solar panel generates 0.2 kilowatt-hours per second, indicating that the technology within these panels is undoubtedly among the finest globally. It likely involves various uncharted microphysical technologies. This innovation can be deemed a paradigm shift, and once unveiled, it will undoubtedly create a sensation worldwide and significantly disrupt the electric vehicle market. For instance, the Wheat SU7 Max has a maximum power output of 495 kilowatts. This means that even at maximum power, it consumes merely 0.1375 kilowatt-hours per second. If this stellar converter is installed in the vehicle, it could run at maximum power even without a battery, thanks to the energy generated by the converter. The potential application of this technology in Wheat automobiles was already vivid in their minds. When driving under favorable lighting conditions, the vehicle could prioritize using energy from the solar charging panel, as few people drive at maximum power, making the generated power more than sufficient. Conversely, during poor lighting conditions, the vehicle would utilize battery power. Many individuals set alarms to charge their vehicles at night when charging stations are cheaper. However, with this technology, such considerations would be rendered unnecessary. It could even be equipped with an external interface, allowing for direct connection while camping, essentially providing unlimited power in the wilderness. If installed in homes, paired with a large capacity battery, it could achieve complete energy self-sufficiency. And this is merely the automotive aspect. What if it were applied to smartphones, computers, drones, or aircraft? Even military tanks and vehicles could benefit from such advancements. The possibilities were staggering. In the testing laboratory, everyone present was utterly mesmerized, frozen in disbelief. After a prolonged silence, the lab director shouted, "Quick, print the test data. I will personally present it to President Lay." This battery technology was of paramount importance, its implications extending far beyond Wheat automobiles to the entire world. This was a matter of immense significance, capable of altering the fate of Wheat automobiles. Soon, he stormed out of the laboratory, clutching a stack of documents. He barely had time to remove his white coat before boarding the shuttle heading towards the Wheat building. Moments later, in Rebus's office, he pressed one hand against his forehead. The incompatibility of the charging station, the anxiety of charging, and the issue of battery life. How could he resolve these matters? He murmured to himself, feeling increasingly anxious. It was difficult for him to bear the unresolved issues. Just as he was deep in thought, the door to his office was abruptly kicked open. A middle-aged man in a white coat burst in, exclaiming, "Mr. Rebus, we have a serious situation." Chapter 54. The shock of Rebus, deep in contemplation, was startled by the sudden kick of the door. Upon raising his gaze and witnessing the alarmed expression on the visitor's face, he couldn't help but furrow his brow. The urgency of this individual suggested that something had gone awry in the laboratory. He immediately recalled the batteries sent for testing. Those solar panels, shrouded in ambiguity, bore no identification and lacked any assurance of quality. The intruder's frantic entrance undoubtedly signified a catastrophe, perhaps a fire ignited during testing that had ravaged the lab. Regret washed over him. Had he heeded Zhou Tong's advice and refrained from testing those panels, they might have avoided this predicament. Yet, amidst his anxiety, the middle-aged man excitedly interjected, "Mr. Rebus, you must see this. This is the stellar converter you asked me to test, and here are the performance metrics. Incredible! Your connections are astonishing. How did you procure such a remarkable device? Under optimal lighting conditions, it produces 0.2 kilowatt-hours of electricity in a mere second. We just conducted a test, and within 16 minutes, it fully charged the battery of the Wheat SU7. Its associated converters are nearly compatible with all battery types. Truly formidable. Mr. Rebus, this device occupies only 1 square meter. It can be seamlessly integrated, embedded within vehicles, in conditions of ample sunlight, even without batteries. The electricity generated by this charging panel is sufficient for our cars to operate at peak performance. This is undoubtedly a groundbreaking technology. If our automobiles are the first to adopt it, Wheat Motors will ascend to become the foremost automotive enterprise globally. Furthermore, our stock prices could skyrocket 100-fold, perhaps even 1,000-fold, placing us among the top 5 companies worldwide. As the middle-aged man spoke with increasing fervor, tears welled in his eyes. The stellar converter was truly extraordinary, destined to be etched in history. How could he, as the first to witness this technological marvel, not be overwhelmed with excitement? Rebus, taken aback by the man's near tears, was utterly flabbergasted. What? The laboratory didn't catch fire? But soon after, his eyes widened in disbelief, and he sprang to his feet. Did you just say 0.2 kilowatt-hours in a second? It's south only 1 square meter in size. Such an output is simply preposterous. Noticing Rebus's skepticism, the middle-aged man promptly showed him the video from the testing site. As Rebus observed the device fully charging the SU-7 battery in just over 10 minutes, his composure shattered. He comprehended the monumental implications. If Wheat Motors were to be the first to utilize this battery, they would dominate the automotive industry, rendering even Tesla devoid of competitive edge. This was indeed a revolutionary technology, comparable to an industrial revolution. The middle-aged man, now brimming with urgency, inquired, "Mr. Rebus, where did you acquire this battery? Was it developed by the Dragon Institute?" In his view, such cutting-edge technology was beyond the capabilities of any single enterprise to create. The development of this technology necessitates the collaborative efforts of an entire system. Undoubtedly, this is the handiwork of the Longke Institute. Labus was initially taken aback, but upon hearing the words of the middle-aged man, he suddenly realized the urgency of contacting the battery's developers. He was determined to secure the rights to this battery for Xiaomi Motors, thereby altering the company's destiny. Without delay, he made his way to Zhang Jun's office to ascertain the man's presence. He hastily rose and rushed towards Zhang Jun's office. Moments later, Lei Bus, accompanied by a group of executives, burst into Zhang Jun's office in a frenzy. Zhang Jun, confronted by 6 or 7 senior executives, was utterly bewildered. What on earth was happening? In his anxious tone, Lei Bus addressed him. "Zhang Jun, what happened to the owner of the solar panels? Where has he gone?" Zhang Jun quickly responded, "Lei, they were expelled from the Xiaomi building by Zhou Tong and his subordinate Lin Jiu. They are currently outside on the street waiting for me regarding their battery panels. Their panels have been stolen, and I am arranging for the surveillance footage to be reviewed." Hearing this, Lei Bus felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Who on earth chased them away? Was this not sheer chaos? He exclaimed as he dashed outside, with the executives hastily following suit. The employees of Xiaomi watched in astonishment as Lei Bus and his entourage sprinted past. What was going on? Is the company holding a race? This doesn't seem like a competition. They all appear quite anxious. Goodness, could it be that some significant figure is visiting the company? The crowd buzzed with speculation, as it was indeed their first time witnessing Lei Bus in such a state of urgency. Upon seeing this, Zhang Jun quickly inquired, "Have you seen the person I brought this morning? Where is he?" Zhou Xiong, puzzled by the question, glanced at the anxious crowd and soon realized that something must have gone awry with the 2 individuals. He chuckled and said, "My uncle mentioned that the person's battery panels were clearly a scam, so I instructed Lin Jiu to drive them away. Rest assured, Lei, I would never allow such fraudsters to remain in the company." Lei Bus, upon hearing this, furrowed his brow. However, he could not afford to dwell on it any longer. He sprinted towards the outside. Soon, he spotted Su Yi and his companion sitting by the roadside. Upon seeing them, Lei Bus rushed over. "My goodness, why have all the senior executives arrived? These are the core members, the true power holders." Su Yi, observing Lei Bus's excited demeanor, remained composed, having already surmised the situation. It was likely that his battery panels had been taken for testing. The agitation among these individuals suggested that the test results had emerged. After a while, Lei Bus, panting heavily, reached Su Yi. He attempted to speak, but was momentarily rendered speechless by his breathlessness. Observing this, Su Yi looked at Lei Bus and asked, "Are you okay?" Lei Bus paused, realizing that Mr. Su still had the presence of mind to engage in banter, indicating that he was not particularly upset. He quickly replied with a smile, Okay. Greetings, Mr. Su. I am Lei Busi. I was unaware of your presence in our company previously, and I extend my sincere apologies for the oversight." Upon hearing this, Sui displayed a hint of amusement as he regarded Lei Busi. "Is that so? As you can see, I have been ousted, and your welcome is hardly forthcoming." In response, Lei Busi hastily declared, "Mr. Su, I truly had no knowledge of this matter. Allow me to ensure they offer you a proper apology." Su Yi, Upon hearing this, chuckled and gently shook his head. If Mr. Lei has something to discuss, please, do not hesitate to speak candidly. This provoked Lei Busi's ire completely. He bellowed at those around him. Who is responsible for this? Go, bring them here immediately. Today. He must provide Su Yi with an explanation. Chapter 55. Rebus was taken aback, asking, how much? Shortly after, Lin Jiao was brought before Su Yi. Observing this, Rebus inquired, Mr. Su, is this the person? Su Yi shook his head in response, saying, this is merely one of them. There are others named Zhou Xiong and Zhou Tong. Rebus nodded at Su Yi's words, stating, Mr. Su, the rest can be discussed, but Zhou Tong was arranged by our investor, and I must make a call. Upon hearing this, Su Yi nodded in agreement. Rebus promptly made the call. President Lei, if that type of battery is so crucial, then not only Zhou Tong but even Wang Tong could be dismissed. In the face of profit, everything is expendable. Do as you see fit. A bespectacled executive standing nearby twitched at the corners of his mouth, finding the statement rather disheartening. Meanwhile, Rebus felt reassured. He then turned to Zhou Xiong, Lin Jiao, and Zhou Tong, saying, you three, handle it as you see fit. Upon hearing this, Zhou Xiong and Lin Jiao immediately panicked, losing their previous arrogance. If Zhou Tong was to be dealt with, their fates were surely sealed. Zhou Xiong dropped to his knees, exclaiming, Mr. Su, I was wrong. I should not have treated you with such disdain. I truly regret it. As he spoke, he slapped his own face several times. Lin Jiao, witnessing this, was taken aback. Given his lower rank, he felt no need to kneel. He promptly declared, President Lei, I resign. With that, he turned and walked away. Rebus observed Lin Jiao's departure and assured Su Yi, rest assured, Mr. Su, I will thoroughly investigate him, and I will issue a ban within the industry shortly. He shall not find work again. For someone burdened with a mortgage, failing to secure a high-paying job would result in the loss of both house and car, at which point he would truly understand the consequences. Su Yi nodded in acknowledgement. At that moment, Zhou Tong, the head of the RD department, suddenly dropped to his knees as well. Mr. Su, I was wrong. I apologize on behalf of my nephew for his actions. I implore you to show mercy. He was earning millions annually and received bonuses. If dismissed, they would be utterly ruined. Losing not just his salary but also his bonuses would amount to losses exceeding 10 million in a year. Thus, for the sake of money, kneeling seemed a small price to pay. He then addressed Rebus, stating, these two should be investigated for tax evasion and corruption. I believe sending such individuals to prison would be a safer option. Rebus nodded, assuring, very well, Mr. Su, rest assured. I will ensure our legal team keeps them in prison for an extended period. Upon hearing this, Zhou Xiong and Zhou Tong's faces turned ashen. They could not withstand scrutiny. The actions they undertook that harmed the company's interests were sufficient to land them in prison for many years. Zhou Tong hurriedly bowed his head in supplication, pleading, Mr. Su, I beg you to spare us. I shall never dare again. Please, I implore you. Su Yi remained utterly unmoved. To spare such individuals was an act of irresponsibility towards society. Witnessing the kneeling had no effect. Zhou Tong's expression darkened instantaneously, revealing a sinister demeanor. Kid, this time I concede to you, but do not get too pleased with yourself. My family will not let you off easily. You had best pray you never step outside. Otherwise, your demise will be most tragic. I will make your life a living hell. Upon hearing the threat, Su Yi's face betrayed no concern. How could his personal safety be jeopardized by such a person? He would deploy the mechanical tiger for 24-hour patrols, ready to sever the legs of any intruders. Zhou Tong better be merely issuing threats. If he truly sent individuals to the village to confront him, those men would be in dire straits. Shortly thereafter, everyone convened in a conference room. Duan Dong and Su Yi sat opposite each other, while Lei Bus and a cadre of senior executives occupied the other side. Duan Dong could scarcely believe that within a single day, he found himself facing these individuals, having transformed into their counterpart. Previously, he was merely an inconspicuous employee at Xiaomai, but now those across the table were compelled to heed his judgment. At this juncture, Lei Bus spoke up. Mr. Su, I have heard from Zhang Jun that your battery technology was initially intended for collaboration with us. I sincerely hope you will partner with our Xiaomai company. I am confident that with your pivotal technology, our sales will soar. Our vehicles will dominate the global market, generating substantial foreign capital for our citizens and contributing immense tax revenues to our nation. Our collaboration would undoubtedly benefit the populace and humanity at large. Su Yi could not help but chuckle at Lei Bus's words. It was well known that Lei Bus excelled in marketing, possessing eloquence and the ability to embellish visions. He effortlessly elevated the conversation to the realm of benefiting humanity. President Lei, I am willing to collaborate with you on the stellar converter, but we will partake in a partnership involving finished products. I will sell you the stellar converter for 200,000 per unit. Furthermore, your battery technology is rather outdated. I possess an advanced battery technology. If we include the batteries, I propose a price of 500,000 per set. Upon hearing this, Laibus and the surrounding executives were momentarily taken aback. Mr. Su, that price is exorbitant. At this rate, our vehicle prices would exceed 800,000 for us to turn a profit. Xiaomi is just starting its foray into the automobile industry. Selling at 800,000 would be quite challenging. Could you perhaps reduce your price for us? This cost is too steep for both Xiaomi and the consumers. 50,000 for a battery, in addition to other components, significantly raises their production costs. If the price is set too high, consumers are unlikely to make a purchase. Currently, they utilize batteries costing merely a few tens of thousands, and this would escalate their expenses several-fold. Observing the expressions of those before him, Sui smiled slightly. Rest assured, once you adopt my battery technology, I guarantee that your sales will explode. After all, my battery has a capacity of 1,000 kilowatt-hours, and I assure you, I do not exaggerate. Upon hearing his words, Laibus and the surrounding executives immediately rose to their feet, their eyes wide with astonishment. Laibus, in particular, exclaimed incredulously, How much? Chapter 56, 1,000 degrees of electricity? Laibus was stunned upon hearing Suyi's words. Laibus and the assembled senior executives sprang to their feet. With a tone laden with astonishment and confusion, Laibus inquired, How much? He could hardly believe his own ears. 1,000 degrees? Is this for real? It is worth noting that the majority of batteries available in the market currently only provide around 100 degrees of electricity. This limitation arises from the constraints of battery size and weight for vehicles, as excessive weight would adversely affect the vehicle's range. Presently, the most advanced battery technology for automobiles offers merely around 150 degrees of electricity. Although there are rumors of an impending release of a high-energy density solid-state battery, such claims remain unsubstantiated. Even if such a solid-state battery were to be developed, its effective range would likely be limited to approximately 1,500 kilometers. In terms of practicality, a solid-state battery suitable for automotive use would probably have an energy capacity of around 230 degrees. However, these notions remain largely theoretical and have yet to materialize. And here was Sui, asserting the existence of a 1,000-degree battery, without embellishment. The various versions of the Xiaomi SU7 are equipped with batteries of different capacities and corresponding ranges. The long-range version has a battery capacity of 94.3 degrees, offering a CLTC range of 830 kilometers, while the intelligent driving version boasts a battery capacity of 101 degrees, with a CLTC range of 800 kilometers. By analyzing the relationship between the known capacities of the Xiaomi automotive batteries and their CLTC ranges, one can extrapolate the theoretical range of a 1,000-degree battery. For the long-range version, with a capacity of 94.3 degrees corresponding to a CLTC range of 830 kilometers, one can deduce that each degree of electricity provides approximately 80 kilometers per degree. Thus, a 1,000-degree battery would yield an estimated range of 8,800 kilometers. For the intelligent driving version, with a capacity of 101 degrees linked to a CLTC range of 800 kilometers, each degree of electricity translates to around 101.792 kilometers per degree. Therefore, a 1,000-degree battery would offer an estimated range of 7,920 kilometers. In essence, a single full charge of this battery would suffice for many individuals' driving needs for an entire year. Contemplating these revelations left everyone present utterly astounded. As someone who studied applied chemistry with a focus on batteries, he was acutely aware of the current limitations in battery technology. Due to technological constraints, the energy densities of various batteries are not particularly high. Consequently, the prospect of developing a battery with a capacity of 1,000 degrees would likely require over a decade of research and development. Yet, Sui claimed to possess a battery of this capacity. Had Sui achieved breakthroughs in certain technologies? If this were true, it would be tantamount to an industrial revolution. The advent of such a battery technology would spell doom for fuel-powered vehicles, potentially causing fuel prices to plummet to unprecedented levels. The ramifications of this advancement would extend beyond the automotive industry, affecting the entire world. Ray-Bus and the other executives of Xiaomi gazed at Su-Yi in disbelief, with Ray-Bus's words stumbling forth in a faltering manner. Mr. Su, are you truly speaking the truth? Upon hearing this, Su-Yi nodded affirmatively. Of course it is true, Mr. Lei. You may consider my proposed conditions. If you are unwilling to accept them, I shall seek partnerships with other companies. In Su-Yi's perspective, selling a set comprising the Stellar Converter and the Xingmong 1000 battery for 500,000 was already a remarkably low price. Were it not for consumer considerations, he could easily sell it for $1 million, and there would still be eager buyers. Upon hearing this, Lei Busi immediately responded, Mr. Su, if what you say is indeed accurate, I am wholly agreeable. However, might I first have a glimpse of that battery? It is said that seeing is believing. Su-Yi nodded in response. When I arrived previously, I was unable to bring it onto the plane, so I sent it via courier. Given the time, it should be arriving shortly. How about this? Tomorrow, I shall bring the battery over, and we can retrieve it together. You may test it, and after the experiment, we can finalize the contract. Hearing this, Lei Busi nodded emphatically. He then bent forward, extending his hand with a smile. Very well, Mr. Su. Here's to a fruitful collaboration. How about I treat you and your friends to dinner tonight? Su-Yi nodded. All right, please provide us with an address. He could not help but glance at Su-Yi, marveling internally. Old Su, you were truly remarkable. I always knew someone with your genius could not remain inconspicuous as a mere village official. The Xiaomi automobile currently sells around 14,000 units monthly. If your technology is indeed implemented, achieving a range of over 8,000 kilometers, the sales will undoubtedly surge. I estimate that the monthly sales could reach approximately 30,000 units, meaning Xiaomi would need to procure 30,000 batteries from you. This translates to a monthly income of 15 billion. I am curious about your costs, but your net profit must certainly be substantial. Su-Yi smiled slightly upon hearing this. The costs are not excessively high. Producing 30,000 batteries would roughly amount to 1.5 billion. Su-Yi, at this rate of profit, you may soon ascend to the status of the world's richest individual, remarked Lei Busi. Su-Yi merely smiled in response without uttering a word. Alas, this wealth cannot be spent on oneself. It must be allocated to the development of our village. Although this sum appears considerable, the future demands for funds will be vast. After all, transforming our water-scarce village into a first-class civilization requires significant investment. Upon hearing this, Su-Yi smiled lightly. Very well, I shall assist you in moving your belongings. By the way, Lin Shi, please join us for dinner at the Jingcheng Grand Hotel tonight. Lin Shi was momentarily taken aback. The Jingcheng Hotel? Isn't that the esteemed establishment known for its exclusivity? I have heard that only the elite are permitted to dine there. Is it truly possible that we are going to the Jingcheng Hotel for dinner? Lin Shi gazed at Su-Yi in astonishment, her eyes wide with disbelief. What kind of extraordinary friends has Duan Dong made? This is simply astounding. By associating with a genius like Su-Yi, Duan Dong is destined to achieve remarkable heights in the future. Pondering over this, she nodded with delight. Very well, I shall refrain from cooking dinner tonight. It is opportune, as I am curious to see just how extravagant this so-called top-tier hotel truly is. Chapter 57. The workplace as a battlefield. The evening swiftly approached. It is said that any house in this area is worth billions. Previously, this location served as a prince's residence, later transformed into a restaurant. Within this establishment, numerous artifacts have been preserved, attesting to the extraordinary status of the restaurant's owner, who must possess considerable influence. Surrounding this venue are several modern eateries. Yet none can compare to the grandeur of this establishment. As the trio arrived at the entrance of the restaurant, a throng had already gathered outside the caution tape, capturing photographs. Upon their arrival, a voice emerged from the crowd. Lin Shi? What brings you here? Are you here for dinner as well? Lin Shi turned towards the sound, spotting a young girl in formal attire gazing at her. Xiaoyi, what a coincidence. Are you here for the banquet too? Lin Shi replied, a hint of surprise in her voice. Zhu Yi, her colleague, usually worked diligently at the school alongside her. It was unexpected to see her at the lavish banquet hosted by Lei Bus. The restaurant only accommodates one table of guests per evening, requiring an invitation for entry, indicating that Zhu Yi must have received an invitation from Lei Bus, implying her remarkable status. Zhu Yi was a close friend, one of the few allies Lin Shi had at the school, making the prospect of dining together quite delightful. Just then, a middle-aged man approached from a distance. Upon seeing Lin Shi, he paused momentarily, Teacher Lin, you've resigned. What brings you to our school's gathering? He glanced at Zhu Yi. Did you invite her? Zhu Yi appeared taken aback. Director Kong, wasn't she invited by you? The middle-aged man shook his head. Of course not. How could someone who has resigned attend a school gathering? Zhu Yi instinctively took a few steps back, distancing herself from Lin Shi. Director, she is not someone I invited. Her presence here is unrelated to me. Perhaps she caught wind of some gossip and came here uninvited. Lin Shi was momentarily stunned by Zhu Yi's words. How could she have changed so drastically? The middle-aged man was equally surprised. Typically, Zhu Yi and Lin Shi were considered close friends. At this juncture, Zhu Yi, fearing a deduction from her salary, hastily clarified, Director, our relationship has always been superficial. I only utilized the lesson plans she created while she was at the school. I pretended to be friendly for that reason. Now that she has resigned, she is no longer relevant. Who would pay her any heed? Lin Shi was taken aback by this revelation but soon found solace in the realization that the workplace is indeed a battlefield, where appearances often mask true intentions. The middle-aged director now regarded Lin Shi with a smile. Teacher Lin, should you wish to join us at the Zhengyang restaurant for a meal, you must contribute 4,000 yuan from your own pocket. As colleagues, it is only fitting that we share a meal together. If you are to cover your own expenses, I may reluctantly permit your company. Upon hearing this, Lin Shi was taken aback. It seemed the other party had misunderstood her. Their dining venue was entirely different. After all, the prices at the Jingxing Hotel were not merely 4,000 yuan, but rather in the hundreds of thousands. However, she had no desire to clarify, and simply shook her head with indifference, stating, "No need. We already have a place to dine, so please do not trouble yourselves." Upon hearing these words, the middle-aged man smirked with derision. Indeed, after your resignation, you have lost your job. You likely cannot even afford your rent. So how could you possibly indulge in a lavish meal at the Zhengyang restaurant? I do understand your situation. Very well, Teacher Lin, we shall take our leave now. Zhu Yi cast a cold glance at Lin Shi before following Director Kong out the door. At that moment, a convoy sped toward them, led by a Mi 7, followed by a line of identical Mi vehicles. Upon seeing this procession, people halted in their tracks, including Zhu Yi and Director Kong. Soon after, Lei Busi and a group of senior executives from Mi disembarked from the vehicles, accompanied by several investors in Mi automobiles. These individuals were titans of the business world, each worth untold billions, and such figures were seldom seen. The appearance of these prominent figures left the onlookers in awe. Goodness, what an assembly of heavyweights! Zhu Yi stood frozen, realizing that even a mere acquaintance with one of them could propel her career to extraordinary heights. Regrettably, such individuals were beyond their reach. She immediately approached Su Yi with a beaming smile. Mr. Su, I apologize for the wait. I went to fetch a few investors, hence my tardiness. Su Yi smiled faintly in response. No worries, we just arrived. Duan Dong nodded in agreement. Indeed, this is my partner, Lin Shi. Upon hearing this, Lei Busi promptly extended his hand. Greetings, Miss Lin Shi. It is an honor to invite you to my banquet this evening. I am grateful for your presence. Lin Shi shook hands with Lei Busi. I am equally honored. Subsequently, several distinguished investors approached, and after introductions from Lei Busi, they greeted the trio in turn. Following this, everyone entered the Jingxing Hotel through its grand entrance. A short distance away, Zhu Yi and Director Kong stood in stunned silence as they witnessed Lin Shi enter the Jingxing Hotel, surrounded by the elite. Their jaws dropped in disbelief. What on earth is Lin Shi's status? Why are these wealthy individuals treating her with such deference? Zhu Yi felt faint, realizing that Lin Shi was far more remarkable than she had imagined. Had she refrained from uttering those words earlier, given her relationship with Lin Shi would undoubtedly have invited her to dine at the Jingxing Hotel. In that case, she would have had the chance to mingle with those affluent individuals. However, she had just ridiculed Lin Shi, and their relationship was undoubtedly over. As this thought crossed her mind, her face was filled with regret. She wished she could slap herself. She had let slip the opportunity to bask in the glory of immense wealth. This was a restaurant in the capital, a place where one could not dine without the right status. How proud she would have felt to gain entry. She could have flaunted her experience on social media, eliciting envy from others. But now, everything was lost. Meanwhile, Su Yi and his companions remained indifferent to this minor incident, having already entered the restaurant. Yet, as soon as they stepped inside, they were astounded. The three of them had believed their imagination was quite vivid, yet the environment here completely reshaped their perceptions. Everything was exceedingly extravagant. Chapter 58. A lavish feast. a new awakening upon entering the grand dining establishment in the capital. Sue and his companions were utterly astounded. Everything they beheld surpassed their wildest imaginings. The entrance of the restaurant was crafted from precious Wangwali wood, while the threshold was formed from a piece of verdant jade, likely the famed imperial green. This jade exuded an air of antiquity, seemingly passed down from ancient times. As they stepped into the courtyard, they were greeted by an array of exotic flora. Expensive corals were relegated to mere decorative accents in the corners. The ground was laid with small jade stones, and the surrounding pavilions and towers were extravagantly constructed from fine redwood. Traversing an archaic corridor, they found the walls adorned with world-renowned masterpieces, paintings that would be a rarity even at auctions. Each artwork was valued in the millions. Upon exiting the corridor, they were met with the sight of a vast artificial lake, upon which floated an ancient wooden pleasure boat, manned by numerous ladies in elegant kipayos. The surrounding hills hosted a menagerie of creatures, including tigers and lions, each afforded their own private island, resembling a grandiose zoo. After meandering through this impressive collection of wildlife, they encountered various recreational facilities, swimming pools, racetracks, and golf courses among others. Continuing their journey, they arrived at a series of ancient buildings, each serving as a room for guests to spend the night. After a considerable walk, they finally reached the dining area. From a distance, they spotted young maidens clad in hanfu, all around 18 years old, standing along the path to greet them with grace, reminiscent of ancient handmaidens. Upon entering a spacious room, they were met with a colossal table made of exquisite white jade, surrounded by chairs fashioned from golden-threaded nanmo. The space was adorned with an array of antiques, vases, golden crowns, long swords, and battle halberds, with dozens of valuable artifacts merely serving as decoration. Sue and his companions were rendered speechless by the opulence surrounding them. Previously, they had imagined the lives of the wealthy to be luxurious, but this scene revealed the limitations of their imagination. Upon arriving at the dining area, Labus and a host of investment magnates eagerly exclaimed, "Mr. Sue, please have a seat. I shall have the dishes brought forth immediately." This capital restaurant boasts 108 chefs on standby, ready to present us with the finest culinary delights within 5 minutes. Hearing this, Sui smiled faintly and took a seat at the head of the table, for he was the guest of honor. Duandong and Lin Shi were both struck with goosebumps, utterly overwhelmed by the grandeur. The extravagance was beyond comprehension, particularly the golden-threaded Nama chairs, which if damaged, would likely incur a debt they could never repay. After all, each chair appeared to be worth over 100 million, as if they had been graced by the presence of esteemed figures. After everyone took their seats, a group of over a dozen remarkably pure and exquisite young ladies, adorned in delicate attire, gracefully approached with an array of dishes. "Mr. Sue," one of the investors eagerly remarked, "behold the trays they carry. These were once utilized by emperors of yore, each tray crafted from the rare gold and silk Nama wood, distinctively used by different sovereigns. The porcelain vessels for the food are remnants from ancient times. Any single piece could easily serve as a centerpiece in an ordinary museum. Rest assured, the chopsticks we will be using are disposable." Upon hearing this, Sui and his companions couldn't help but twitch their lips. Goodness, this is extravagance beyond belief. Antiques as mere dining utensils? If one were to break one, the compensation would surely amount to several tens of millions. At this juncture, Lei Bus also chimed in with a smile. "Mr. Sue, how do you find the dishes? Many ingredients are unavailable domestically, having been airlifted just this afternoon to ensure absolute freshness. Many were harvested and transported within the shortest time frame possible. This is Alba white truffle, which demands a stringent growth environment, making artificial cultivation exceedingly difficult. Its yield is scarce, and collection relies on specially trained pigs or dogs. This is caviar, freshly transported from Persia, and currently one of the most expensive wild ingredients globally, fetching 1.5 million per 100 grams, averaging 300,000 per mouthful today. We have an ample supply. This is foie gras, renowned for its unique texture and rich nutrition. I hope you enjoy it, as it too has just arrived from abroad. Here we have abalone, freshly brought from South Africa, showcasing a peacock blue hue, hence its moniker of peacock abalone. Its silky texture commands a price of $100,000. Over here is bluefin tuna, prized for its tender meat and exquisite flavor, melting in your mouth. This particular specimen is valued at approximately 4.5 million yuan. It was airlifted in a high-pressure chamber and was just dispatched moments before our arrival, ensuring utmost freshness. This is saffron, derived from the flower's stigmas, a process that is labor-intensive and time-consuming, requiring each stigma to be handpicked, with each flower yielding only 3 stigmas for saffron production, resulting in its scarcity and high cost. Here, we have wild mountain ginseng stewed with bear paw, legally sourced from abroad, so you need not worry. This broth is exceptionally nourishing. As Lei Bus elaborated on the dishes presented to Sui, he found himself in a state of bewilderment. No wonder it said that ordinary individuals could never dine here even once in their lifetime. Who could possibly afford this? The preparation of these ingredients alone necessitates the transport of numerous aircraft, incurring costs that are nothing short of exorbitant. Moreover, these ingredients are meticulously harvested based on their dining schedule to ensure freshness, rendering their prices horrifyingly steep. Even Sui was taken aback. Considering the opulence of this environment contrasted against their water-scarce village, it felt as though he had transcended to a realm of celestial abundance. Isn't the life of a deity just like this? Chuckled an investor nearby. Mr. Sui, this time we took the liberty of ordering for you. Next time, do let us know your preferences in advance, and the Jingxing restaurant will have everything prepared. Whatever exists in the world, they can procure for you. By the way, I recall you are still single. Those young ladies who served the dishes earlier are indeed pure maidens. If you fancy anyone, feel free to take her with you. The Jingxing restaurant will provide them with ample compensation. They will maintain absolute confidentiality. Upon hearing this, Sui promptly shook his head. Shortly thereafter, the dishes were served, and the young ladies beside them began to set the table. Sui was taken aback to find that the chopsticks were crafted from ivory, adorned with gold inlays. He couldn't help but marvel at the fact that these were disposable items. He turned to the side and inquired of Mr. Lei, "How much does this meal roughly cost?" His curiosity was piqued. It must surely be quite extravagant. Chapter 59. Is the aristocratic rice really 1 million per pound? Sui felt an overwhelming curiosity. Such an extravagant meal must have cost a fortune. He hastily inquired of Lei Busi, who smiled slightly upon hearing the question and proceeded to explain. Mr. Sui, the entrance fee for restaurants in the capital is approximately 50 million. Since our gathering today is a regular affair, the total expenditure will be around 1.5 small targets. However, for special gatherings, the costs could escalate to several small targets. Sui's eyes widened in astonishment. Is this the lifestyle of the wealthy? The unit of a meal is measured in small targets. Moreover, this is merely a regular gathering? He then asked what constituted a special gathering. But Lei Busi mentioned that it was prohibited to disclose such information. Shortly thereafter, a platter of rice was brought in, and its fragrant aroma enveloped the entire room. Noticing this, Lei Busi promptly spoke to Sui. Mr. Sui, you must savor this rice. It is the highlight of today's meal. This variety is called aristocratic rice, and its origins remain a mystery. The unique fragrance and exquisite taste, combined with its high nutritional value, can invigorate one's spirit and significantly enhance appetite. Most importantly, it has the remarkable ability to instantly dispel fatigue. I have sampled it myself, and it surprisingly aids in body rejuvenation and alleviating ailments. This is no exaggeration. Due to these characteristics, coupled with its rarity in the market, its price has soared to over 1 million per pound. Currently, billionaires around the globe are vying for this rice. Even the owner of the prestigious brand, Master Ma, consumes it daily, and royal families in Camelot are also purchasing it. It has become a sensation among the affluent, thus driving the price to exorbitant heights, often exceeding market availability. Upon hearing this, Sui couldn't help but twitch his lips. Could it be that this is the same aristocratic rice from his village? He had anticipated its price would be exceedingly high, but he never imagined it would escalate to 1 million per pound in such a short span. Indeed, he had underestimated the purchasing power of the world's wealthy elite. Logically, the production should suffice to meet the demands of the aristocracy, and prices ought to stabilize. Yet, he was taken aback by the continued high price. He surmised that significant hoarding by certain individuals had inflated the price to this degree. As if on cue, an investor nearby chimed in with a grin, Mr. Sui, you may not be aware, but there are already individuals treating this rice as an asset anchor. They believe its value is even more stable than gold, prompting many to amass considerable quantities in anticipation of appreciation. To be frank, I too have stockpiled a substantial amount, valued at a total of 1 billion. Sui was taken aback by this revelation. He had not anticipated that his aristocratic rice would achieve such popularity within the circles of the affluent. Not far away, an investor chuckled and remarked. Upon hearing this, another investor joined in the laughter, and the crowd engaged in discussions about the investment in noble drought-resistant rice. Their conversations began with figures soaring into the tens of billions, indicating that those present were no ordinary individuals. These individuals represented the pinnacle of wealth in the Dragon Nation, a group of affluent magnates who operated discreetly. At this moment, Labus sighed in admiration. Indeed, this noble drought-resistant rice was quite renowned in investment circles. Many aspired to trace its origins for monopolization. However, investigations revealed that it was discovered in a county within Xian County. The owners of this drought-resistant rice were 5 wealthy businessmen, all of whom remained tight-lipped. It was said that one of them had faced assassination and kidnapping yet refused to divulge the rice's source. Following the news of his abduction, the others united to rescue him, and from that point on, they formed a close-knit alliance. Through their dealings with noble rice, their fortunes had escalated to extraordinary heights, each amassing wealth in the hundreds of billions. Thus, this noble rice served as their source of income, and even in death, they would remain silent about its origins. Consequently, even now, the source of this noble rice remains a mystery, with inquiries only leading back to these individuals. Many sought connections to investigate in Xian County, yet to no avail. Every suitable location for cultivating rice had been thoroughly examined without any discoveries. By the way, Mr. Su, if I recall correctly, your family hails from Xian County. Do you know the origin of this rice? Upon hearing this, Sui quickly shook his head. I do not know. If I were aware, why would I engage in research? I would simply cultivate it myself. Sui wished to spare the villagers of Wushui village from disturbance. Thus he chose to feign ignorance. After all, if these outsiders learned that the rice originated from Wushui village, tranquility would be utterly disrupted. Most importantly, if this drought-resistant rice were to become widely known, its value would plummet, leaving the villagers without income. Without income, there would be no development fund. And relying solely on his earnings to elevate Wushui village to a first-tier civilization would undoubtedly take much longer. Therefore, this matter must remain confidential. However, Sui admired those businessmen for managing to keep such a secret. Indeed, when faced with the allure of wealth, individuals could become remarkably ruthless. Yet, this was preferable. Currently, the drought-resistant rice from the village was being sold by Zhao Mei, with the transportation provided by the village itself. As for being followed, that was entirely improbable, as they always ensured their operations were discreet. Each transaction location varied, rendering it impossible for others to ascertain their comings and goings. Moreover, Sui had developed a shielding device capable of obscuring surveillance along the route. Thus, until now, no one had discovered the origin of this rice, and the confidentiality must be meticulously maintained. Just as Sui was immersed in his thoughts, Lei Bus served him a bowl of rice, smiling as he did so. Mr. Su, do indulge in this rice. I am certain you will find its flavor delightful. Subsequently, a prominent figure nearby took a portion of rice and began to savor it slowly. As if recollecting a memory, he addressed the gathering. Speaking of this rice, I have heard an intriguing tale associated with it. Upon hearing this, Sui could not help but perk up his ears. An intriguing tale? His curiosity was piqued. What could possibly have transpired with this rice that captivated the interest of these affluent individuals? He immediately focused his attention on the unfolding narrative. Chapter 60. Returning to the village, Duan Dong was taken aback. Upon hearing the words of the speaker, Sui and those around him turned their gaze toward the individual. After taking a bite of rice, the person raised an eyebrow and pointed at the bowl with a chopstick, saying, I have heard that when this rice was first discovered, it was taken to the Longke Institute for research. Through near-infrared spectroscopy and other rapid detection techniques, assessments were made to quantify the nutritional components within the rice. The nutritional value of this rice surpasses that of everything else in the world. Even delicacies like bird's nest and shark fin pale in comparison. I have even heard that this rice can delay cellular aging and increase the levels of SIRT1 protein in the human body. You may not be familiar with this protein. The sirtuin family are a class of NAD-dependent deacetylases. In adipocytes and hepatocytes, SGRT1 promotes the oxidation of fatty acids and glucose metabolism, reducing oxidative stress within cells, thereby delaying cellular senescence. Moreover, SIRT1 can interact with DNA repair proteins, facilitating the repair of DNA damage and maintaining genomic stability, which is a crucial mechanism for its role in delaying cellular aging. I know all this because the world's wealthy elite are investing in a biopharmaceutical company dedicated to the pursuit of immortality. I am one of the investors. And should an elixir of life be developed in the future, we will be among the first beneficiaries. However, there has not been much progress over the years. Nonetheless, according to research from the Longke Institute, While this noble rice may not grant eternal life, it could extend one's lifespan. This is, in fact, the primary reason why this rice can be sold for over $1 million per pound. The wealthy are fearful of death, even if one occasionally receives a few grains. Their quality often pales in comparison to ordinary rice, spoiling before maturation. Thus, it can be inferred that the developers of this rice are undoubtedly titans of biological science. Presently, the affluent across the globe are in search of this developer, with reports of rewards up to $10 billion for any leads. Yet, I surmise that they will uncover nothing. Upon hearing this, everyone was momentarily stunned. Remarkable. Consuming this rice could actually prolong life? No wonder every time they finished eating, they felt an overwhelming sense of comfort, as if a warm current flowed through their entire being. In an instant, everyone eagerly picked up their bowls to indulge in the rice. Even Labus eagerly partook. For Duandong and Linshi, this was their first experience with noble rice, and the moment they tasted it, tears nearly welled in their eyes. It was simply exquisite. However, as they were surrounded by significant figures, they refrained from disrupting the atmosphere, choosing to savor the experience slowly without resorting to their hands. Observing the expressions of the two, Sui shook his head, contemplating. Subsequently, he too picked up his bowl and began to eat. This rice had become a staple in his daily life, so he approached his meal with great casualness. The prominent figures surrounding him had been observing his every move. When they witnessed him consuming rice without any discernible reaction or change in expression, a wave of astonishment washed over them. Upon their first encounter with such delectable rice, they had indulged by grabbing it with their hands, unable to resist its exquisite taste. Yet, Sui remained unfazed, his composure truly formidable. The investors could not help but regard Sui with newfound admiration. Such a person was undoubtedly extraordinary. After their meal, Sui and his companions settled into a hotel in the capital. The following morning, Sui rose early. Upon opening the door, he found a young woman waiting outside. "Good morning, sir. Would you like to freshen up?" she inquired, summoning several other girls who carried grooming supplies. One of them held a gold basin filled with water, while another brandished a golden toothbrush. The others were equipped with various facial and skincare products. Soon, Sui experienced the lavish lifestyle of the affluent, as the girls attended to him meticulously, akin to a mortal visiting a celestial realm. After enjoying breakfast at the hotel, they were approached by Labus. The Starshine 1000 battery had been tested in the Wheat Vehicle Workshop, confirming Suyi's claims of its capability to deliver 1,000 units of electricity. Consequently, Labus and his team readily agreed to Suyi's proposal for the stellar converters at a price of 500,000 each. Thus, early that morning, Labus arrived with the contract for signature. Following the signing of the agreement, Labus expressed his delight. "Mr. Su, as you know, our wheat automotive has a significant demand for these stellar converters. Your factory must ensure prompt delivery. Additionally, we intend to apply this technology to our vehicles, which will require reporting to the relevant authorities. We may need various production materials, certificates of compliance, and so forth. How will this be provided?" Upon hearing this, Sui smiled slightly. "No worries. Feel free to report as needed. I will assist you with that when the time comes." He had anticipated these issues while developing the battery and had already devised solutions. Labus was momentarily taken aback. Resolving such matters was challenging even with his current connections. Yet Sui had made a direct commitment. However, recognizing that Sui was no ordinary individual, Labus chose not to press further. With a subtle smile, he said, "Mr. Su, I will ensure that the first vehicle equipped with the stellar converter from wheat is delivered to you. Just provide me with an address, and I will arrange for it to be transported." Sui replied with a slight smile, "Mr. Labus, in that case, I shall not hold back. 10 vehicles will suffice." Labus's mouth twitched at this unexpected request. Had he ever mentioned 10? Nonetheless, he nodded with a smile. "Certainly, Mr. Su, absolutely." Once the contract was finalized, Labus promptly arranged for transportation to the airport for the trio. After a long day of travel, they finally arrived at the entrance of Wuxue village. Is this really the poorest village in the nation? Chapter 61. Is this rice developed by Sui? When Duandong and Linshi heard Sui mention that their village was the poorest in the nation, they were initially concerned about the environment of the waterless village. However, upon their arrival, they were left utterly astonished. Luxury vehicles were streaming into the area marked as the waterless village, showcasing an array of opulent cars. There were Rolls-Royce Phantoms, priced between 7.9 to 2 million yuan, Bentley Mulsans, ranging from approximately 4.98 to 558 million yuan, Maybach S-Class models, with prices varying from 468 to 3,0728 million yuan. Lamborghini Aventadors, priced between 6,137 to 9,2047 million yuan. And Ferrari 812 Superfasts, costing between 4,988 to 5,3 million yuan. Old Sue, are you certain your village is the poorest in the nation? Are you sure they cannot afford rice? Lin Shi couldn't help but twitch her mouth in disbelief. With so many luxury cars, what kind of place was this? As the car windows rolled down, a middle-aged man wearing a white headscarf leaned out. Beside him, a dark-skinned Annie also stepped out of the passenger seat, beaming at Sui. Her smile revealed a row of gleaming white teeth. She spoke briefly before pulling out her phone to make a call. Upon seeing Uncle Sue, Sui was taken aback. Uncle Sue? Did you really buy a sports car? Hearing Suyi's words, Uncle Sue chuckled. Wasn't it just a few days ago that old Wang bought a Rolls-Royce? That guy has been flaunting his car in front of our house every day, boasting that his vehicle has more horsepower than my tractor. It vexed me to no end. Later, after we sold some grain, a few villagers, and I decided to head to the city. I have a driver's license, so I drove myself. When I went to buy a car, I heard about a model called Big Bull, which was quite expensive. I thought that if my tiller ever broke down, I could use the Big Bull for plowing. I never expected it to be something like this. It's not a bull, but its horsepower rivals that of old Wang's car. Let us see how he boasts now. Uncle Sue laughed heartily, eager to compete with Uncle Wang. Sue couldn't help but twitch his mouth at the thought of a Lamborghini being referred to as a plow. As the scissor doors opened, a young woman in her 20s descended from the vehicle. Upon seeing Sue, she hurried over. Sue, why didn't you say anything? I could have come to pick you up. Her patched clothing, sallow complexion, tattered pants, and yellowing rubber shoes seemed entirely incongruous with the Ferrari. They were thoroughly dumbfounded. At that moment, as they conversed, a Bentley approached. Xiaoyi. As the window rolled down, Sui saw his father waving at him from the car. Dad, Mom. What brings you here? Su Lin and Li Qin beamed with simple, honest smiles. Hasn't every household in the village purchased a car? I thought our family shouldn't be without one, as it would be quite inconvenient. Thus, we decided to buy a vehicle as well. My car wasn't particularly expensive. Just a little over 1,000. Simple individuals speak in simple terms. What more can one say than a little over 1,000? Indeed, this is the nation's poorest village. And they have truly witnessed it. No wonder Sui dared to offer them tenfold salaries. Observing this, Sui expressed his gratitude to Uncle Su and his daughter-in-law. He had underestimated the tendency of rural folk to follow suit. For them, if you possess something, they must have it too. A meeting to address this mindset is necessary. Such a trend cannot persist. However, the money belongs to the villagers, and how they choose to spend it is indeed beyond his concern. Conversely, isn't this precisely the scene he wished to witness? They had no particular demands, and thus casually selected a room. Upon seeing the dormitory's environment, they were utterly astounded. Compared to the alley they resided in within the capital, this dormitory was nothing short of luxurious. It could be said that it was equipped with every amenity imaginable. Their previous dwelling, in comparison, would not even qualify as a doghouse. Once everything was settled, Sui instructed his parents to prepare dinner, as they would gather for a family meal that evening. With everyone set to work and reside in the same building, dining together would foster familiarity. That night, under a sparse starry sky, in the courtyard of Suyi's home, his parents prepared a lavish spread of dishes, all procured from the city that day. The enticing aroma wafted through the air. After Wang Fei and the others took their seats, Suyi's mother, Li Qin, brought a pot of rice to the table. Instantly, the delightful fragrance enveloped the entire area. Is this noble rice? Duan Dong and Lin Shi recognized it immediately. Wasn't this the expensive rice they had previously dined on in a restaurant in the capital? Goodness, isn't this the kind of rice worth $1 million per pound? Su Yi's family can casually indulge in such luxury? Lin Shi was utterly astonished at this revelation. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, she addressed Su Yi's parents, uncle and auntie. This rice is far too precious. You should keep it for yourselves and just serve us some ordinary rice. Upon hearing this, everyone around burst into laughter. Li Qin smiled and replied, Dear girl, it's nothing to worry about. Almost every household in our village cultivates this rice. If you enjoy it, we have plenty. Our family has over 100 pounds. If that's not enough, we can always get some from the neighbors. This rice is developed by my son, and they are more than willing to share. The implications of her words were profound. What did it mean that every household cultivated so much? What did plenty entail? If they had over 100 pounds and it was worth $1 million per pound, wouldn't that amount to $1 billion? Moreover, this was developed by Sui. The two were left speechless, turning to Sui with expressions of utter disbelief. Chapter 62. Abundant achievement points previously, while dining at a restaurant in the capital. They had heard Bus and his companions extolling the extraordinary qualities of this rice. Curiosity had piqued their interest in discovering the identity of the rice's developer. To their surprise, the developer was closer than they had imagined. Upon observing the expressions of his companions, Sui smiled subtly. "Weren't you just asking me why the villagers are so affluent? Now you should have your answer." Both Duandong and Linshi, being exceptionally bright individuals, quickly grasped the situation. It became evident that the villagers had amassed wealth through this noble rice. The future of Wushui village was undoubtedly promising. As the group began their meal, Sui took a moment to inquire about the current state of Wushui village, starting with Wang Fei and Huang Yi. To ensure the villagers remained isolated from outsiders, Sui instructed Wang Fei and Huang Yi to construct a wall along the village's boundary. This wall would be robust. And in the future, he planned to develop mechanical tigers to patrol it, preventing any unauthorized entries. Simultaneously, Sui directed them to begin constructing educational institutions, including primary schools, secondary schools, and universities. In time, the children of Wushui village would benefit from a comprehensive educational system, nurturing them as the village's future talents. After all, to elevate Wushui village to a first-rate civilization, cultivating homegrown talent was essential alongside attracting external expertise. Moreover, Sui tasked Wang Fei and his team with designing houses for the villagers. Subsequently, they would utilize development funds to construct homes for the villagers at no cost. Naturally, villagers could opt to build their own houses, but they would need to finance those endeavors. However, upon hearing about the opportunity for free construction, the majority of villagers expressed their agreement to the offered assistance. Thus, these projects would keep Wang Fei's engineering team engaged for quite some time. Wang Fei provided a brief update on their progress, stating that the construction of the village's wall would be completed in 3 months. Within 6 months, all educational facilities should be finalized and ready for enrollment. As for the villagers' houses, they were still in the process of gathering data to tailor designs based on various locations. Nevertheless, everything would be accomplished within a year. After listening to Wang Fei's succinct report, Sui nodded in approval. Wang Fei and Huang Yi were indeed trustworthy, alleviating Sui's concerns. Following this, Sui delivered her report. As the sole financial manager of the village, she oversaw the development funds and the resources Sui had previously earned. Sui had exhausted the funds acquired from the Southwest Group and the military for establishing the laboratory. Although over 10 billion seemed substantial, the cost of the experimental equipment was exorbitant. He had spent this amount merely on essential apparatus, leaving many items yet to be purchased. In the future, considerable funds would still be required to complete the laboratory. As for the development funds, a significant portion had already been allocated to the construction of schools and the village's wall, with expenditures surpassing 50 billion. The scale of the schools being constructed was considerable, justifying the substantial costs involved. On average, each household in the village sold 3 tons of rice, with approximately 1,000 households per natural group in the village. A total of 3,000 tons of rice were sold. Due to the soaring market price of noble rice, their selling price increased to 50,000 per pound. Consequently, the 3,000 tons of noble rice generated a total revenue of 300 billion. According to Sui's regulations, half of the sales revenue must be submitted to the village as a development fund. Thus, the village's financial balance now stands at around 150 billion, indicating a substantial liquidity. As for the villagers, each household earned an average of approximately 300 million, bringing them great joy. Upon hearing the report, Sui squinted his eyes. Earning 150 billion in a week is indeed considerable. However, since this wealth was contributed by the world's affluent, it seems somewhat less impressive. It appears that efforts to cultivate noble rice must be intensified to accumulate more funds, as the subsequent establishment of various factories will require significant investment. After listening to the reports from both individuals, Sui turned his gaze towards Lu Xiao. In an instant, Lu Xiao understood that Sui was inquiring about the progress of the battery factory's construction. She indicated that it would take another month to complete. While establishing the industrial park was relatively straightforward, they needed to wait for a multitude of industrial robots and raw materials to commence operations. At least a month would be required, even at the fastest pace. Having grasped the overall situation, everyone began to eat and drink. With the energy issue resolved, it was time to tackle the water source problem. The village, known as the waterless village, had suffered from a lack of water throughout history, hence its name. Residents typically relied on rainwater or had to travel great distances to fetch water manually. The water supply issue was exceedingly challenging, and it was now time to find a solution. He planned to explore the system for any technology that could thoroughly resolve the water source dilemma. Upon opening the system panel, he discovered several unread messages. Sui quickly clicked to read them. Congratulations to the host for achieving the poverty alleviation of all village residents. Rewarded with 2,000 achievement points. Congratulations to the host for achieving an average savings of over 20 million for all village residents. Rewarded with 4,000 achievement points. Congratulations to the host for achieving the successful overseas sale of the village's crops. Rewarded with 3,000 achievement points. Congratulations to the host for achieving the development of the village's first technological product, rewarded with 3,000 achievement points. Congratulations to the host for achieving the successful external sale of the village's technological product, the stellar converter, rewarded with 3,000 achievement points. Congratulations to the host for achieving talent recruitment, rewarded with 4,000 achievement points. Congratulations to the host for achieving the returning goose accomplishment, rewarded with 200 achievement points. It seems that alleviating poverty for the villagers is of great significance to the system, as reflected in the high achievement points awarded. Furthermore, the achievement for surpassing 20 million in savings directly yielded 4,000 points. The overseas success of crops likely refers to the frenzy with which foreign wealthy individuals are purchasing noble rice. This too garnered 3,000 achievement points, indicating the importance of foreign elites in the system's assessment. Then came the first technological achievement, which refers to the stellar converter. This device is of paramount importance for the future development of the waterless village.